And nerds, welcome to this full course tutorial on Power BI for data analytics. This is the course I wish I had when I first started as a data analyst. You're going to be working right alongside me as we start with the basics of learning how to visualize insights and doing this with a variety of real-world data sets. This foundation will help us build out our very first portfolio project. Now in the second half of the course, we'll go to more advanced concepts like data cleanup with Power Query and data modeling with DAX. We'll finally put this all together with our final customizable project. Now, to master this tool, we're not going to go straight for 8 hours. Instead, we're going to break it down into 10 to 20-minute lessons. During this, we'll have exercises for you to learn while doing, not just watching, followed by some practice problems to reinforce your newly learned skills. Now, Power BI is one of the most popular business intelligence tools in the world. And when looking at it holistically across all tools, for data analysts, it's in the top 5. And for business analysts, it's even higher in the top 4. Technically, in both these cases, Power BI is the second most popular BI tool. However, over the past couple of years, it's been gaining popularity over its competitor, Tableau, and I expect it to eventually become the #1 tool. Now, what gives me the street cred to teach this tool? Well, Power BI was the first data analytics tool I learned after Excel when starting my data analyst career. I've built countless dashboards for a global 500 company to improve their supply chain logistics, and I even implemented Power BI when working for Mr. Beast. Though I can't share anything because of. And I've also built a few courses on DataCamp that have over 30,000 students and teaching them how to use Power BI. And so over the years, I've been cataloging all the most important features inside of Power BI. And I put it all into this course, which is for beginners. You don't need any previous analytical or dashboarding experience. We'll be starting with the first half to build up your knowledge on the fundamentals, with getting Power BI installed and connected to the data for this course. From there, we'll get you familiar with working around and how to manipulate a Power BI report. Then we'll shift into practical exercises, analyzing data using the most popular charts and implementing other tools like slicers, buttons, and bookmarks. At the end of these basic chapters, we'll put your skills to the test to build an interactive dashboard to help job seekers gain insights into the top roles available in data science. For the second half of the course, we're going to ramp things up and dive into advanced analytical features. We'll learn how to use Power Query in depth to connect to a variety of data sets and perform ETL, or extract, transform, and load. Finally, we'll learn the basics of data modeling and perform advanced calculations with the DAX language. By the end of the advanced chapters, we'll have built an upgraded version of our dashboard in the first half that focuses on the top skills and jobs in data science, which I'm going to show you how to share both of these projects so you can demonstrate your newfound experience in using Power BI. Now, I'm a big believer in open sourcing education. So this course and all the files and content needed to complete it are completely free. I not only get you set up with installing Power BI, but I also provide all the different reports and dashboards needed throughout. Unfortunately, the AdSense revenue alone for this video is not going to be enough to supplement all the different costs associated with building this out. So I have an option for those that want to help support. For those who purchase my supporter resources, you're going to get access to features to help speed up your learnings, all provided through this custom dashboard to track your progress. In here, you'll be able to watch all the individual lessons from the course, so it's not one long 8-hour video. Then after the video lessons, you'll get guided practice problems that will not only provide the solution, you'll even get my step-by-step lesson plans that walk through each of the lessons as I perform them. And finally, when you complete the course, I'll email you a certificate of completion that you can upload to LinkedIn to show your experience. One quick shout out before we begin, and that's to Kelly Adams. She's the brains behind the practice problems. And if I didn't have her help, I probably would have never finished. Anyway, before we actually jump into this course, we need to understand what is Power BI, and more specifically, where the heck did it even come from? Well, it all started with this. Yep, that's an Excel spreadsheet. And this bad boy is used by over 1 billion users monthly. Now let me be clear, Excel is great. I got a whole course on it, and I even recommend you learning it before learning Power BI. However, this is where our problem actually begins. So back in the 1980s, this dude decided he was going to revolutionize the world.
I'm Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft. In this video, you're going to see the future.
So Excel came on the scene, and its goal was to dominate the spreadsheet software industry. Now to be clear, its primary purpose at the time was people like analysts that needed to store and analyze data that was in rows and columns. This tool has done a heck of a job since then, as it's eaten up most of all the market share. there's only a few other competitors, and they're not even close. Now, over the years, Microsoft has added more and more features to this, such as 𝗏𝗏𝗏 in 2010, which is a great tool for data modeling and also using the DAX language. Then Power Query in 2011, which is my favorite tool and allows ETL, or extract, transform, and load of multiple data sets into Excel. Anyway, with this supercharged Excel, this has led managers to demand more and more out of their employees of what they can get from spreadsheets. So that way they don't have to get in the sheets. And this is where dashboards come in. Yep, just like this 1981 DeLorean. Analytical dashboards draw their inspiration from car dashboards, which allow drivers to get insights at a quick glance. Now, you can overdo upgrades to a dashboard and get yourself into some trouble, but that's for an upcoming lesson to go over. Anyway, building dashboards in Excel, a tool that was designed to manipulate data in columns and rows for mainly analysts, comes with a host of new problems. If you don't build it right, you can have your users dragging stuff all over the place. Hey, come back here. Drop downs on the surface, although they look simple, take a bunch of formulas behind the scenes even to get those values into the dropdown. And because of this, charts take even more formulas to work properly and get them into their visualization. Oh, and don't even get me started on sharing. How the heck do you even know which dashboard is the most up-to-date Excel file, especially when everybody's sending them around? Now, in order to solve this problem, in 2013, Microsoft released their business intelligence solution. And this tool allows you to create dashboards super easy. All I gotta do is load the data in. So adding something like a dropdown is super simple. All I do is insert it into my visual and then add in the appropriate field. Building a chart is just as simple. All I gotta do is add it in and add the appropriate fields. Oh, and my dropdown automatically syncs and works with this. And with the click of a button, I can publish this dashboard and my coworkers can have access to my most up-to-date dashboard. Now, I am getting ahead of myself. We need to be aware of the different parts of the Power BI ecosystem. First up is this, which we've been in, and that's the Power BI app, or also known as Power BI Desktop. Unlike Excel, this bad boy is free 99 on Microsoft Store. And it has slightly different terminology than Excel in that this is a report, not a spreadsheet, and then we can add multiple different pages to it, not sheets. Now this report saves as its own file, and if you wanted to, you could go ahead and just share this file with a coworker and they can open it as long as they have Power BI. However, you get into a similar problem with Excel dashboards in that you got all these files. So what's the solution? Well, the Power BI service. This is a cloud-based platform. You get to it in your internet browser, and it allows you to share dashboards with all your best friends. So let's show what we can do with this. Remember that previous Excel dashboard that I built? Well, I recreated in Power BI, and now I want to go forward with sharing it. All I gotta do is click publish. And bada bing, bada boom, it's inside of the Power BI service, ready to be shared with all my coworkers inside of my workspace. Workspaces are just areas you can store different dashboards, and you can invite certain friends to certain workspaces. We'll go in more detail on this in an upcoming lesson. Anyway, we could share this a multitude of different ways. Coworkers could come inside of the Power BI service and access it. If the data is not confidential, I could publish this data to the web and you could access it. This is actually how I went about sharing our different projects that we're going to be building in Power BI. Check them out, the links. Or you could share it to other Microsoft services that you're collaborating on, such as SharePoints or even Microsoft Teams. Now there's one big drawback to the Power BI service, and that comes to the cost. It ain't free. They do have a free option, but it's super limiting and I don't recommend it. Anyway, for this course, I purchased the Power BI Pro license and I'll go through and show you all the features for it. But to be very clear, you don't need to purchase a license for this course at all. I'll show you everything you need to know. The only reason why you'd need to buy a license is if you want to share a dashboard to the service, like I did with those dashboards. Now, real quick, you may see this new branding come out of Microsoft Fabric. And what it's trying to do is consolidate all of its different data analytical, data engineering, data science tools into one platform. Don't worry, not a big deal. Power BI is still in there, still works just fine. It's just under a different umbrella. So let's get into the course intro next, so your coworkers don't ask you how to export to Excel from Power BI. Now we got that out of the way, let's get into the course material. And we're going to first start with understanding all the different resources available for free, along with the supporter resources. And then from there, exploring what data set we're actually going to be analyzing for this course. With the link provided, you can navigate to this, which is the Google Drive that has all the different folders and files necessary for the course. Each folder has a different purpose. Up at the top are the different projects. In each is the final dashboard, along with a write-up on it in a README file. Under this are the individual chapters. Right now there's 4 chapters in this course. And then inside of this, they have the files for each individual lesson. Conveniently, I've numbered them all. Next up after the chapters is the data folder, which has our data sets all in a variety of different forms. Don't worry, I'll be walking you through how to use each individual one of these as we go through. And finally, we'll have folders for resources and README, which aren't really important right now. We'll cover more later. Anyway, how the heck do we get any of these files? Well, you can download any folder by just clicking download, or even a file by doing the same. However, to make it easier on you, I recommend just using this download all option up at the top. Now this bad boy, it's pretty big. It's almost a gig, and it's probably gonna take over a minute to download. So if you have a slow internet connection, you may wanna just download individual folders as you go through. Now for those who support the course through purchasing my supporter resources, you'll have access to this custom dashboard where you'll be able to go through and watch an individual lesson. And then after this, you'll be guided to all the different practice problems to help refine your knowledge. Now on top of this, you're gonna get access to the course notes, which are broken down by chapter. These break down concepts in a similar structure in how I do in the video lessons. So you can follow right alongside me if you're more of a visual learner. Just as a reminder, there's no requirement to purchase these supporter resources. They're just a way to help fund future content like this. Anyway, what the heck are we actually going to be analyzing in Power BI? Well, you're going to be taking the role of a job seeker and exploring some of the top salaries and skills of data nerds. And for this, we're going to be using data from my app, which has almost 4 million job postings right now. Anyway, it tells based on a job title, such as data analyst, and a location, such as the United States, what are the top skills requested in job postings. Right now, Power BI is in almost 1 in every 8 job postings. And this app not only tells us about skills, but also about jobs as well, like what are their salaries. You can even evaluate trends of skills over time, which that's how I did that in the last part of the video. Now, as I mentioned, the data sets we'll be using for this course are inside of this data folder right here, with the primary one that we're using for the beginning of the course of this one here of job postings flat. This bad boy has job postings from 2024. In fact, it has almost 500,000 job postings from this year. And these job postings aren't just limited to data analysts. We also have a variety of other different things like data engineers and data scientists, along with their associated senior roles. And you're not limited to just exploring the United States like I'm going to do. You can explore any host of different countries. Now, with any course, you're probably going to get stuck along the way. So how do you get help with this? Well, I don't recommend jumping straight into the comment section and asking for help. Instead, you can get an answer a lot quicker with chatbots like Gemini or ChatGPT. You can either ask it a question or put in your error message, and it will go through and provide you step-by-step instructions on what to do. Now, feel free to use any free chatbot. ChatGPT and Gemini offer this, but I've noticed that Gemini has been the best at working with Power BI. All right, so if you haven't done so already, it's your turn to now go through and download those course files. In the next lesson, we're going to be going through and installing Power BI and walking through the GUI or graphical user interface in order to better understand how to make visualizations. With that, I'll see you there. All right, welcome to the first chapter. We're going to be doing a grand tour of Power BI. The purpose of this is not for you to be a master, but more of you to be able to understand all the different features and functionality of Power BI app and also the service. In this lesson, we're going to be going over how to get Power BI installed and set up on your computer. After that, we're going to do a walkthrough of the UI in here, understanding things like the ribbon, the different views, and panes. In the second lesson, we're going to take it a step further and build a very simple dashboard that goes through and analyzes our data set and gives us an intro of what we're going to be capable of doing later on. And then finally, in the third lesson, we're going to be moving into sharing that dashboard you built, specifically using the Power BI service, which is the basically only method available to actually upload and share your dashboard. Now, by the end of this chapter, you're going to have a holistic understanding of how Power BI actually works and all the different functionality of it. You're not going to be a master, but you're going to be able to now take this a step further as we'll go on to the other chapters. So first things first, what are the operating system requirements for this course? Well, Power BI is exclusive to Windows only right here. I'm gonna go ahead and minimize this down. I'm running this on Windows. Now you may be like me and have a Mac, which that's what I'm filming this on right here. And if you try to actually search for Power BI on Mac, you're going to find that it's not available. Once again, like I said, it's exclusive to Windows. Even trying to search for it on the App Store, nothing appears except for a solution that I actually use. So Parallels, which I've been using for the past 5 years, is a virtual machine, and it allows you to run, here I have Windows inside of my Mac machine. And inside of that, I have Power BI running. One neat thing about Parallels is they have this thing called coherence mode. So I click this blue icon right here. It's going into coherence. And from there, it allows me to have that Power BI window in its own window alongside any other windows I may have open. So it's like I'm basically having a Windows app inside of Mac, and it's pretty seamless environment. Anyway, I have an affiliate link for those that have Mac and want to run Windows on their machine, and they have a few different options you can do for this. Specifically, you can get it either as a subscription or a one-time purchase. If you do the one-time purchase, then you don't get renewing updates along the way. So that's why I stick with the subscription. Personally, I like to fine tune of whether I can have more than just 8 GB of RAM. So I'm using the Parallels Desktop Edition, specifically that Pro Edition. Now, one note, they do have an option for students to get it in a very discounted option. So take use of that if you can. Now that we're past operating system, there are a few different computer requirements you need to think of because this is a pretty intense software we're using. Specifically, Microsoft themselves recommends the following: that you have Windows 10 or above. They recommend 4 GB or above, and then a CPU that is 64-bit. Now, I have my own personal recommendations, which are based on my experience and seeing how slow this app could get depending on your RAM. Specifically, if you have Windows, you need to get 8 GB or above of RAM. You can do the 4 like they recommend. It's going to be super slow. For a Mac, I want to do anything minimum below 16 GB. And that's because Apple or Mac is already running already, and that takes up enough space already. So if you want to have this VM, this virtual machine that's taking up 8 GB, it's going to eat into that 16 GB. I built this entire course using a virtual machine with 8 GB of RAM. So I know it works for me, and I know it's going to work for you. Let's get into downloading Power BI, and you could Google it and go to this download link and download it, but I highly recommend you don't do that. Instead, we're going to be installing it from the Microsoft Store, and there's 4 key reasons why. First, it has auto updates. 2, it's a more efficient download, so it's going to take up less space. 3, there's no admin privileges that are going to be necessary or enabled later on. And then finally, if you're outside the US, it's going to adapt to your system languages and preferences. All right, so here I am on a fresh Windows install. We're going to go ahead and open up the Microsoft Store. Inside of here, I'm going to search for Power BI. We want Power BI Desktop. This report builder is just a lightweight version of Power BI that doesn't have all the features. You don't want that. And we're going to go click here and click Get. Then click one more time to get. Our download completed in less than a minute, and so I opened it up. When initially opening up, this is what you're going to see, and you can start from any form of data source. They may give you recommended options. And then when we start generating more files, that will appear down here in Recent. I just want a blank report, so I'm going to go ahead and click that. On opening it, it prompts me that dark mode is here, and I'm not going to lie, normally I'm very much a fan of dark mode if you're watching my previous courses. But for some reason, the contrast just isn't right in my eyes. I don't like it that much. So I'm going to recommend, at least when we go through this tutorial, we're going to leave it on the legacy, or if you will, light. Now we're going to dive in some terminology that you need to have down pat, especially as we're going through this. Anytime I need to tell you to navigate somewhere, you need to understand where I'm telling you to go to. First up, like any Microsoft product, is the ribbon, and it's located up here at the top. There's a variety of options. We're going to walk through examples of how we can use each of these in this lesson. To the left-hand side, we can select a few different views. We have a report view, which is where we're going to build our dashboard, table view, where we can view our data, model view, and then also DAX, where we can run queries inside of here. Now, after these views that we've gone through, I'm going to go back to this report view. The other thing to know about is panes. We have panes over here on the right-hand side. The 3 main ones, which there's going to be more that we'll get to, are filters to be able to filter down our page, visualizations, and then also data. And this will show our data model inside of it. Now, the last main thing to cover is the canvas. That's right here in the center. That's where we're going to be building our dashboard. And unlike Excel, where we have different worksheets, here we have what are called pages. And so you have different pages that's going on. And this is all within Power BI this is your Power BI report. In Excel, you would say this is a workbook with worksheets. We got a report with pages. All right, so let's start diving at each one of these. We've been going through all of the different ribbon tabs here and then also through the different panes that we have available. We're going to see how this interacts with the canvas. So let's start with that home tab first. I'm going to close that out and get to home tab. The primary thing I'm using this tab for is for data and also editing my queries on how I'm actually cleaning up my data. As we can see, there's a variety of different sources we can choose from. We can get it from anywhere from Excel workbook to SQL Server to a text file and even the internet. Now I want to make this portion of the video interactive, so feel free to follow along with me. We're going to actually put in data into our Power BI file by saying enter data, and I have this pop-up that comes up that says, hey, create table. Specifically, I have this data I want to input into there. It's very simple. It's just a column of different job titles and salaries associated with it. So I'm gonna go through and put all those different values into here. First one, a business analyst, I'll press enter and it'll start a new row. And also put the three others of data analyst, engineer, and also scientist. Now also I want another column, so I'll click insert column. From there, I'll put in the different salary values for each of these. I don't want these column names to be just column 1 and column 2, so I'm gonna double click inside of here and change it. And now that we have that, looks like our table's almost complete. I just want to give it a better name than just table. We'll give it salary underscore data. From here, I'm going to click load. We're not going to do edit. That's going to open the Power Query editor. We'll worry about that in another chapter. It's going to go through now and load this data into here. So it's going to go, anytime you load data, it's going to go through that loading process. And we can see that it's inside of this Power BI report because inside of our data pane, we have that table salary data with our two columns, job title and salary. I can also go to the table view and I can view it here showing all the different values inside of here. I kind of like this view a little bit better to inspect it. Anyway, so back to that home menu. As you can see, there's a variety of different sources that we can connect to and actually use up here in that home menu. Well, we're gonna be diving deep into this topic in chapter 3. Specifically, it's focused on Power Query, which is the tool behind the scene to perform ETL, extract, transform, load, and get a variety of different sources, clean it up and use it all within that Power Query editor. All right, we're gonna jump real quick away from the ribbon because as you can see, we have a few different options available. But now that we covered that home, I wanna jump into these other panes of filter, visualizations, and data. Let's focus on visualizations first. As you can see up underneath the section of build visuals, we have a host of different visualizations to choose from. In chapter 2, we're going to be working through pretty much every single one of these so you understand what they can do and their capabilities. So I'm going to go ahead and click this button of this stacked column chart. It's going to go ahead and throw it into here. I'm going to spread it over the middle. And the visualization right now is blank. That's showing this gray bars right here, showing there's nothing inside of it. Now, underneath these visualization options, you have different options. This is, as you notice, I have the actual graph selected itself. And so I have this x-axis, y-axis, and legend selected. If I have just the page selected, those go away. I have to actually select the visualization. Anyway, these have field wells, and they allow you to put things inside of here. Specifically, over here, we have our data. Let's put some data into it. So I'm gonna take job title and drag it on down into the x-axis, and it goes into this field well. Nothing's appearing because we don't have any values. So I'll need to take now the salary and drag it on down and put it into the y-axis. Now you may notice the difference between these two. Job titles stay the same, but salary changed to an aggregation of sum of salary. It's doing a sum. If I click this down arrow right here, I could actually change it to a host of different things. If I wanted to do count, I could do that. Every one of these has one value inside of there. So that's why it says 1. We're going to just go with sum to keep it easy. Now for the visualization itself, whenever I hover over it, it will actually display information from it. This is called a tooltip. So for this one, I have the data scientist, and it tells me that the sum of salary is 105,000. And I can scroll over all the other ones to see theirs as well. Power BI also does this thing where it automatically gives it a title. Right here, it's saying sum of salary by job title. We'll go with that for the time being. Now that's the visualization and that's the data pane. What happens if we want to filter the data? Well, we can use the filters pane. Now inside of this, there's two main fields, filters on this page and filters on all pages. Because right now I'm clicked to the actual page itself. I click to the visual, three things popped up. Filters on this visual, because I'm selected that, filters on this page, and filters on all pages. Let's say there's a case where I just don't, for this visual specifically, I don't want to see business analysts. I don't really care about it. What I can do is click this expand arrow right here, and it has it selected to basic filtering. And I can say select all, but then remove business analyst. Now I could also do filtering on the salary, and I could do it in a dynamic way, is less than or greater than a certain amount, but we're not going to touch that. Let's now get through the rest of these ribbon tabs. In insert, we have different options to insert. Specifically, if I wanted to insert some sort of new visual, I can do that to insert it. Personally, I'm not really a fan of that because then I still have to come over here. And then let's say I wanted something like the clustered bar chart. I have to click that for it to change it. Since we have this bar chart in here now, let's actually go in and fill it out as well. As you can see, it also has a y-axis and x-axis. Similarly, it's opposite, right? So I'm gonna put job title up in the y-axis and then salary down in the x-axis. And as you note, we have 4 values here because this one, where if we look at the filters, we have this filter that's removing business analyst, but when I click this visual, it does not have a filter on it. Anyway, getting back into that insert tab, as we can see, most of these options are methods to insert certain objects into here. Next up is the modeling tab, and this allows us to do things like create measures, columns, tables, and even parameters. Chapter 4 is going to be heavily focused on that, using DAX for this, or data analysis expressions. We're going to touch all those different buttons in that modeling tab, but let's give a demo real quick of it. Quick note, this is the last chapter and the most advanced chapter of this. So what we're going to cover right now is highly advanced. Don't get discouraged if you're not following along. We're going to repeat it a bunch later. Anyway, I could do something like create a new measure. And inside the formula bar here, let's say I wanted something like the average salary. That would be the name, in this case, of the measure. And then I could use a DAX function, such as average, and run this on a column name. Specifically, I'll run this on the salary column. If you're familiar with Excel functions, DAX functions have a very similar syntax, although it works a little bit different with data modeling. Cover again in chapter 4. Anyway, go ahead and run this by pressing enter. And when I open up that data pane and look under salary data, I can see now here that we have this measure of average salary, and I can see it that it's also a measure because it has a little calculator right next to it. With this measure, I could do something like if I wanted to put it inside of a card, I have this card here, and I could draw average salary to that field well. And it looks like the average salary is around 90,000. I don't really want this visual, so I'm gonna click these 3 dots here and click remove. Next up is the view tab, and we can change our view. Specifically, if you had a certain color format you wanted to use, like dark mode, you could do that. However, we're gonna keep it light theme for this. We can also change the different layout options. Now, something that's important up here in this views is the show panes. Right now we have filters selected. If I were to click it again, filters disappears. There's other panes. So I went over filters, visualization, data, but you also have the bookmark pane, selection pane, performance analyzer, and sync slicers. This gets a mess if you have all these enabled. We're going to cover all of these in upcoming chapters, but for right now, we'll just leave the filters one enabled. Next up is the optimize tab. And the one that I'm finding myself use from time to time is this performance analyzer, which is also a pane that can pop up from here to there. Anyway, like before, remember we had that cross filtering you can do. Sometimes if there's a lot of visuals, you may notice that your report's slowing down. You can actually inspect this by going to Performance Analyzer, selecting Start Recording. Whenever I click on it, it actually records how long the cross highlighting takes. And in this case, how long it takes to undo the cross highlighting. Here it is in milliseconds, not that much, but I promise you will build bigger reports. And this will be a great way to find bottlenecks. Last tab up is Help. And unfortunately, with any type of help ribbon in any Microsoft product, I don't find that it's very useful at all. If I have any sort of comment, I'm typically going to a chatbot, such as ChatGPT in this case, and it's actually pretty good at going through and telling me how to manipulate all the different fields to make different things in Power BI. More recently, I've had better luck, especially with Power BI, using Google's model of Gemini, specifically 2.5 Pro, especially when it gets into advanced things like DAX and Power Query. I found that it's been pretty realistic in providing me what actually the GUI interface is like. 𝗙𝗁𝗏𝗊 sometimes hallucinates it. All right, next up is the File menu, which you can over here on the left-hand side. This looks very similar to whenever we first opened Power BI, except we have some additional features over here, such as saving, sharing, exporting, and publishing. I'm gonna go ahead and save this report right now. I'll call this Chapter 1 Intro. It's gonna be saving it as a .pbix file. I'm saving this to my desktop. With Power BI, you need to save often. Sometimes it will end up crashing on you, and there's no autosave feature or enablement with it. So practice often just clicking Save or Control S. One other thing about the File menu, let's go back into it, and that's down here, and that's in Options and Settings. If we need to update any options, we're gonna go here. There's a host of different things you can go to, but let's say in our case that we enabled that dark mode and we don't wanna do it anymore. Under Report Settings, I can go to Customize Appearance, and I could change it to the different modes here. Another tab that I find myself frequently using is Preview Features. Now, since you download it from the Microsoft Store, it's going to frequently get updates and you'll get new preview features available. In order sometimes to enable those features, you actually have to go through and select them on whether you want to enable them or not. They're not just going to be enabled by default. This is where you control that. The other thing to note real quick is this on Copilot Preview. It says Copilot isn't available because you're not signed in. I'm gonna go ahead and close out of this and go to Home. You can see you have Copilot up here. If I go and try to click it, you're gonna have to enter a work or school email address that has a Power BI service associated with Copilot access. I don't have this enabled, and so that's why I'm recommending ChatGPT and Gemini. During this course, we're basically not gonna be able to use Copilot at all because you basically have to pay for it, and there's so many other free options out there, I'm not paying for it. All right, last thing to cover is all the different views. We're spending a lot of time looking here at this report view. We also have the table view where we can actually view our data. Notice here that our salary column right now is formatted using general formatting. We can actually format it as currency, which if we go back to that report view, we can see that sum of salary here and sum of salary here isn't using currency. So under table view, I can select that salary column and I can make it into currency. And now that that's enabled, whenever I go back to my visualization, it actually updates all the different ones that are attached to it with currency. Pretty neat. So this data view is not only great for viewing our data, but also cleaning it up. Next up right here is our model view. And what this is showing is our model. Right now we only have one table inside of here, and it has our two columns along with our measure. Now this is a sneak peek of the file of the last lesson that we're gonna be doing. And we're gonna be building a pretty complex data model by the end of this, seeing how it all works together. So this view is really great at understanding how all these different tables, in this case, interact with each other. Right now in our current file, pretty useless. All right, the last view is the DAX query view. This is actually a newer view that was introduced recently. But anyway, if I wanted to do something like look at the salary data and go to quick queries, I'll right click that by the way, I could show the top 100 rows, but I'd argue that the data or that table view is actually better for this. The other option I have here is I can right click it, go to quick queries. I could go to column statistics, which I actually do find useful in that it provides statistics about the different columns in the data set. And you can get a holistic view really quick. Anyway, the results appear in this table below, and it automatically generates the DAX, is all DAX right here, above this. So you don't really need to understand what's going on whenever you're going through this. You can just get the results you need. I could even do something like if I wanted to look at average salary and going under quick queries, I can go into something like define and evaluate. And it has the DAX here in order to look at this measure and what is the value here. Anyway, like I mentioned, this is going to be the focus in Chapter 4 on DAX. This was just an intro to get you understanding what's going on here, but in no way do you understand what's going on with these formulas here. All right, so that's the grand tour to Power BI. Once again, don't be discouraged if you didn't follow along with every little thing that I did there. Every single step that I did during this, I'm going to be repeating not only in the next lessons, but also in the next chapters coming on. This was only done to basically show you a holistic view of what the Power BI app is actually capable of. I promise you, we're going to go over everything again. All right, for those that purchase the supporter resources, first of all, thank you. Second of all, you now have some practice problems to go through and get more familiar of the UI in Power BI. In the next lesson, we're going to be jumping into building our very first dashboard. With that, I'll see you there. All right, welcome to this lesson on building your first dashboard in Power BI. Purpose, once again, is not for you to become a master of this, but more for us to understand the Power BI app, its capabilities, and what it's capable of. The dashboard they're building is pretty simple. Actually, let's check it out. Here I am inside the Power BI app with our final dashboard, and it's going to be using the jobs data set that we're going to be using for a large portion of this course. And specifically, we have some attributes showing. We have a title up at the top, 3 cards displaying the job count, average yearly salary, and then also average hour salary for the jobs that we have selected. Specifically, we have 3 jobs in here of data engineers, data analysts, and data scientists. And with that, we have a map too, displaying it, be able to see it throughout the world, and we can zoom in on different locations on where different job postings are located at. But before we dive into that, we need to dive a little bit deeper into understanding what are the different data sources we can import in and actually visualize in Power BI. Now there's 100 different sources, but I like to break it down into 4 major types. The first are files such as Excel or CSV files, which we're going to demonstrate. You could also do things like databases or cloud services such as Salesforce, maybe even Snowflake. And then finally, the other major one are web sources, which we will demonstrate in a later chapter. In a real world scenario, the most popular of these is going to be either something like a database or a cloud service that probably hosts something like a database inside of it. For example, let's take my app datanerd.tech. This aggregates jobs across the world, and right now I have 3.6 million jobs in it. Here I am logged onto my Google Cloud account. I host this data in BigQuery. Don't worry, you don't need to know anything about it. There's demonstration only. Anyway, I host these 3.6 million jobs inside of here. And this is where I'm extracting the data from to load into datanerd.tech. And so let's just demonstrate how easy it is to connect to something like this BigQuery database. This is for demonstration only. You don't have access to the database. I'm not giving it to you. It would cost too much money to give it to everybody out there, so it's demo only. In the ribbon under the Home tab, I can go to Get Data, and they have a variety of sources, but I'm gonna go to More. Inside of here, I know it's a BigQuery database, so I'm going to search for BigQuery, and I'm gonna go with this first option right here. I'm gonna click Connect. Now, anytime you're connecting to a database, there could be multiple different tables inside of there. You could specify a different table, a different project, or even a specific SQL statement that you want it to run in order to extract certain data. I'm gonna just go ahead and leave all this blank and click OK. From there, it's gonna prompt me to go and sign in into my BigQuery account. So I have to log through Google, do my different sign in. Then once that's complete, I can go ahead and actually connect because I've now authorized my credentials to go through with this. Now this navigator window pops up and I have access to all these different projects within BigQuery. You don't need to understand that. I'm just gonna go in and actually select now the table that I want access to. Specifically, it's this one right here. I can scroll through and see all the different columns with it. Comparing those columns to what I see here in BigQuery, I know that I got the correct table. Now, all I have to do now is just go forward with loading the data in. And I can see the data loaded in because it's got this table over here on the right-hand side. Now, all I want to figure out is how many different rows are in this data set. So I can just drag any old field. I'm gonna drop this ID field over here, set the aggregation to count, and bam, we have 3.62 million jobs at our fingertips in Power BI right here. If you remember from datanerd.tech, that's exactly how many jobs we have in there. So we have access to all the different data there. I say we, I don't necessarily mean you. We're actually gonna access some different data. All right, here I am inside of our course folder. And as you recall, we have all the different chapters up here. Then I have this one folder on data. We're going to be using all this different data throughout the course, but specifically for this lesson, we're going to be focusing on this job posting flat, and it's actually a CSV or a comma separated values file. But if you have Excel, it can open up inside of that. This data set has job postings from 2024. If we scroll on down to the bottom, we can see that we have around 478,000. Not that 2.6 million, because remember my data set goes back multiple years. I didn't want to break a computer, so that's why we limited only to 2024. Anyway, this is the data set on job postings that we want. Let's go ahead and import it in. For this, we're going to start with a blank Power BI file. So I'm just going to pop it open. And we're going to select blank report. Now we're going to get data. Now it's not Excel workbook. This is a CSV file or comma separated values. So instead, we're going to come down here and we're going to select text CSV. I'm going to navigate into where that project folder is, into data, and then into job postings flat, and then click open. As we just looked at that other file, we can see that this file in this navigator window is a lot similar, or is similar to what we saw previously. It looks like everything's importing. Specifically, I want to make sure that it has the columns updated correctly. Other than that, looks good. This is just a data preview and shows only the first 200 rows. So we can either load it, which is going to load it in, or transform data. You can go ahead and click load, or if we were to click transform data, this is going to be opening the Power Query editor, which we have a whole chapter on this in chapter 3, going over how to interact with this completely new GUI that has all these different ribbons up here. It's completely different than what we've seen. Don't worry about that. If you happen to open this up, all you gotta do is hit close and apply right here. It's the same as clicking load, and we're gonna load the data set in. Depending on the size of your data set, this one's not too big. It could take anywhere from a few seconds to, I've had data sets take a few minutes. And we can verify that we've loaded it into this Power BI app by going over to that data pane, selecting down on job postings flat, the name of this. We can see all the different columns inside of this data set. Anytime you import any data in, you want to verify it imported in correctly and you want to inspect it. So I go automatically into this table view. There's a few columns I want to call out real quick. Job title short is the main column we're going to focus on. You notice next to it, we also have this other job title column. But if I click this drop down arrow here, we can see that there's a host of different, oh my gosh, there's so many different real job title names. However, when we look at job title short, there's only 10 distinct names, and they revolve around like data analysts, data engineers, data scientists. Anyway, for the majority of this course, we're going to be primarily focused on the job title short column. Other things we're going to be caring about, especially for this lesson, is the job country. And I'm scraping this data from around the world. So we have all these different countries in here. And then also this salary data. Right now, you can't see any salary data because some of it is blank. But if I were to sort this column in, let's say, descending order, I can actually start to see some of the different values in there. Same thing for looking at salary, hour average. I can see these values as well. Quick backstory on why we have these called salary year average and salary hour average. If we actually look at the core data set inside of BigQuery, I actually have columns depending on how the salaries are ported in a job posting. It could have a min value and a max value. So what I do in this case between 60,000 and 120,000, I average it, and therefore we get 90,000 for the salary year average. This just makes it a lot easier for you, but I wanted to give you the backstory of why the column's named like this. Anyway, similar to how I'm going through anytime I import a data set, I'm checking it out. I'm also going to be cleaning it up as we go. In this case, salary hour average, I can see it's formatted right now using just general. I want to format it as currency, so I'm going to click this currency icon. And then also, since it's hour, I want to have a decimal place. Specifically, I want 2 decimal places. Now I also want to format salary or average. I want to be able to see it, so I'll sort descending and then format it as currency. I don't need any decimal places for this. It says auto, but sometimes it will give decimal places, so I'm going to just put it to 0. Now every other column in here looks fine to me. I'm okay with it. But I do like to also go inside of the model view anytime I'm inspecting, make sure that the model is inspected or imported correctly. And if it's connected to any tables, it's connected properly. Right now, we just have one table of job postings flat, so everything's looking good. So as a reminder, we're going to be building this dashboard right here. We're going to focus on first building these 3 cards, 2 visuals underneath it, and then putting the title up the top. Right now, this visual, because I'm not signed in, I was signed in previously. I'm not signed in, you're not probably signed in either. This map right here that normally I have here is not, it's disabled. We need to enable it, and it gives instructions for this. Now let's walk through this and actually enable this so when we get to the map section, we know it's going to work properly for you. So inside your notebook, we're going to go into File and then Options and Settings and click Options. And then underneath Global, it was telling us to go into Security. Underneath this, we want to enable the different maps. So this map and filled map visual should be enabled. We also want to enable this one on ArcGIS for Power BI. If it isn't enabled, it's also a map. We'll be covering that in the maps lesson in an upcoming chapter. Anyway, click go ahead and click OK. And in my case, with the dashboard already built, I can now see the map visual. You don't have a map visual built, but you will see it built whenever you build it. If for some reason it doesn't work when you go to build it, all you got to do is close out of Power BI and open it back up. Anyway, let's create those 3 cards first. So I'll go ahead and throw a card up here, and I'm going to minimize out of this to try to make this as big as possible. The first thing is we want to count. Anytime we're doing count, normally you want to use some sort of ID column. We don't have an ID column in our data set, so every time that I do count throughout this entire course, you're going to see me throw the job title short inside of here. Now, one thing to note about this is showing job title short, but it's saying first job title short. Inside of this fields well, what I've done, thrown it into, the aggregation method that it's doing first. If I click this down arrow on it, I can change the aggregation method to something like last or to count distinct. In this case, there's only 10 job title shorts, or count, and bam, this shows us all the different counts of the rows in this data set, 478,000. I don't want this card right here, and then I'm going to want the 2 others next to it. So I'm actually going to select it and press Control-C. And then clicking inside of here to make sure the visual is not selected, I'm going to press Command-V, and it's going to repost it. And what I can do is I can drag it until it's centered in the middle and centered on this visual as well. Once again, I'll click outside of that, press Command-V, and take the next one over here, make sure it's aligned up properly, and bam. Okay, this one we want the average yearly salary. So all I'm going to take is that salary year average column, drag it right into the field. It's going to replace it. Now notice it automatically did for the aggregation sum of salary. Once again, we can go in and then change it to what we want, whether we want something like the average or median. We'll go ahead with average. Now with these type of aggregations that are happening automatically, I can go into that table view, and then I can select a column. Selecting salary or average, I can see that the summarization automatically goes to sum. In our case, I'm going to change it to something like average. Same thing for salary hour average. I'm going to change that one to automatically do average. And now when I go back, I want to change this one now to use the salary hour average column. I drag it in, it automatically does average. Now let's build these 2 charts underneath, a bar chart and then the map chart. For this, we can select either the stacked bar chart or the clustered bar chart. We're not doing multiple values, so it doesn't really matter on each. I'm gonna go ahead and move it and position it so it's taking up this bottom half. In this, we want a count of the different job titles. So I'm going to take that job title short to the y-axis and then take also job title short to the x-axis, which it's going to aggregate automatically by count. The next visualization to put up is the map, and it's located right here. It's called map. But I want you to watch something. If I click map, it actually changes that visual that I had selected. So I'm going to press Control-Z to undo that, or you can just come up here and click undo last action. Anytime you're adding a new visual, you want to make sure you're clicked out of it and then click map. And then I'll just drag it to make sure that it's in the center where I want it to be. Once again, we want to see counts of jobs by location. So we're not going to use that job location. We're going to aggregate by country because it's more distinct in what it offers. And when I drag this in, it's not loading. It's because I need to restart Power BI. Also, I've noticed I haven't saved my file yet, so this is a good time to save the file. So I'm just going to save with the title of something like Jobs Dashboard. And then all I do is I'm going to right click the Power BI icon down there. Some recent files are going to come up, and I'm just going to open up Jobs Dashboard directly. And that bottom map visual is working because we enabled it in options. We just had to restart Power BI to get it to work. Anyway, right now it's showing all the different countries, like this right here is the United States. This bad boy up here is the Canadians. But what I want in this is actually, well, I need to actually click in this map visual, is we have the locations, the legend, latitude, longitude, and then bubble size. I want the bubble size to be the size or the count of the different jobs. Once again, we're going to use that job title short column and use the counts of that. And now we can see this. Now this visual is actually a little hard to see. Anytime you want to expand visuals, up here in the top, they have this focus mode and allows you to drill into a certain visualization. And now I can see it a lot more up close, can zoom into it, scroll around, and makes it a lot easier to use. Anyway, scrolling over something like the United States, I see that it has around 140,000 job postings in it. All right, so let's go back to the report. All right, last thing we need to do is put a title up at the top. Navigating to the Insert tab, I'm going to go to insert a text box, and I'm going to reposition this across the top up here. I'll just get a simple title like Data Jobs Dashboard, and this is only a size 10 font. This isn't really going to work for what we need. I bumped this bad boy up to 60, put it at bold. I'm also going to center it. Also going to make the title a little less dark. We'll do this black 20% lighter. So bam, not looking too bad. Just need to do some cleanup now. So the first thing we're going to focus on with this is formatting the page itself, not necessarily the visuals. And to make sure I'm formatting the page itself, you need to click down here, make sure no visuals are selected. And what I can see over on this visualizations pane is we have format your report page. However, if I'm clicked inside of a visual, it's going to have format visual or analytics or whatnot. We want the page. So we click into the page, format report page. I can change things like the page information, such as page 1, or I can even change it down here. I'm going to change it to Data Jobs and press enter. Also updates right here. Other common things that I control inside of here are things like the canvas settings. Right now it's at a 16.9 ratio. You could change it to something like a letter. I typically leave it as 16:9. The other thing that I find myself altering is the background. If I'm doing some sort of formatting and I want a specific color, I could change it to something like black. If I want this to work though, so right now actually I have to move this over and to be able to actually see the back of here. Anyway, this is formatted to black, but it's still, as I can see back here, because I'm clicking on there, whenever I go to it, it's still not showing. It's because the transparency is at 100%. I have to take the transparency off and I can see, oh, here's black along these edges or whatnot. I don't want it to be black. I just want to show you that's a common way to do it. Now after format page, the other thing to know is format visual. So I can click on a visual and see that, hey, it now says format visual. There's only two major things of a card, the callout value and then the label. The label I can toggle on or off. And opening up, I can change things like the font size and even the color of the font. I'm gonna leave it like it is. For the category value, I'll make it a little bit bigger. I'll make it 50. Now what's really neat is if I click on a similar visual, so in this case, this other card, it will also open to that spot as well. So it makes it quickly or easy for us to now go and change this one to 50. I select this one and I'm gonna change this one as well to 50. Also, while I'm in here, I wanna format the decimal place that's showing. I'm fine with the 2 decimal places for the hour. The yearly, yeah, we did format it earlier to show 0, but now it's doing aggregation, so it resorts to 2. So I'm gonna change the value decimal places to 0 for this one, and also for the count. All right, let's move on to these other visuals to clean them up. I'm gonna go into this bar chart. I'm gonna go into focus mode to make it a little bit easier to actually see it. In this view, I can also format my visual and go into analytics. We'll get to analytics eventually. Now we can control things like the Y, X-axis, grid lines. Let's go into the Y-axis first. You could turn off something like the values, but I think they're pretty much necessary. I will say the title here of job title short off to the left-hand side, not necessary, so I'm gonna turn that off. We're gonna be giving this visualization a title so I don't feel it's necessary. Anytime it's not necessary, I'm gonna remove it. Going into something like the X-axis, I could set something like a minimum and maximum range. I could also adjust the values to be a bigger font or a smaller font. Overall, it's looking good for X-axis. The other thing is grid lines right here. Right now they have vertical grid lines. I never really find grid lines to be that helpful, and they are, I find, distracting. So I'm gonna go ahead and just turn those off. Now that's enough with everything with the visual portion. We can now go into general. This holds values that we can affect, such as the title, data formats, or even things like the tooltips. Remember, tooltips are whenever you hover over, you can actually see the values or whatnot. Anyway, the first thing I want to change is up here at the top. I want to change the title. I typically like to have a descriptive title or a title that's asking a question. So I'm going to give it this of what are top data jobs. Now, if I try to adjust this right here, it's not going to really do anything in this view that we're doing. I'm going to go back to the report to actually see what's going on. I'm going to change the title to a 20-point font to make it a little bit bigger. And then also I'm going to center it. Next is the map chart. And there's not a lot of things that we need to go on except for the title. I don't really like it. I'm going to update it to where are data jobs, put it to that 20 point, and then also center it. Now there's one other or multiple minor little things that I want to update on this. And that is all the different labels associated with this. Because right now we have count of job titles short. That kind of label, especially for a stakeholder, they may like, what the heck is that? We need to have something that's more descriptive. The easiest way to rename this is pretty simple, actually. We're going to click on the visual that we want to go to. And then you go to the field well associated, whatever it is. And in this case, I'm going to double click on this and I can now alter this. I can select this all and I want it to be something simple, such as job count, press enter. Now when somebody comes here, they can go like, oh yeah, this is job count. I'm going to update all the rest of these as well, with these now being updated to average yearly salary and average hour salary. The only other thing that I'm seeing is here on this bar chart, and I'm not liking this count of job title short, so I'm going to change this to job count. Now, one thing to note, when I actually scroll over this to look at a value, I have my tooltips pop up, and it's still going to say this, the column of job title short for the value and then job count. So I do recommend anytime you're doing any of these to update every single value that may appear on a tooltip. So I updated it to job title, and now when I scroll over it, it says job title, job count. Similarly, I updated the map visual now, and when I scroll over this tooltip, I see country, United States, job count, 140,000. Last thing to get into is filtering the data down to what is applicable to our stakeholders. In this case, I know that my audience only really cares about data engineers, data analysts, and data scientists. Now, if you recall back from the last lesson, we can go into that filters pane, and it allows you, if I'm selecting on a visual, to apply a filter on a visual. So in this case, I could go through and select those three of data analyst, data engineer, and data scientist. However, as you saw as I did that, none of these other cards or none of these other visuals updated with this. So I don't want to do this. I can come up here and select clear filter. Selecting onto the page itself, I can see I have filters on this page. All I need to do is drag this job title short over here. And in this case, select data analyst. You see everything updated, data engineer, and data scientist. Okay, that's looking good. And I can close out of this. So looking good. Now we could have some data nerd come to this, and hopefully in the way that we've built it, they can get some common characteristics out of this. They can see the different counts, what the average yearly, what the average hourly salary is. If they wanted to, they could drill into just data analyst to see what the job count is, where the different salaries, and where they are around the world. In the next lesson, we're going to be going through now uploading this, you pressing this publish button, and putting it into the Power BI service. And we'll give you more details on that in the next lesson. All right, for those that purchase the supporter resources for this course, you have some practice problems to go through and get more familiar with the GUI of Power BI. And with that, I'll see you in the next lesson. Welcome to this final chapter in the Grand Tour of Power BI. Specifically in this, we're going to be focusing on the Power BI service and understanding how you can actually go about sharing your dashboards and how you're actually going to share it in the real world. Now for the first half, I'm going to give you the background on the Power BI service. I'm actually going to walk you through the service here on my computer, show you what it's actually all about. And then next, we're going to get into understanding what are the different licenses you need to access the Power BI service. Now, a little bit of a spoiler alert, you'll only be able to access the free account from Power BI if you have a work or school email account. Those that have only just something like a Gmail account, like me, You can't register and get a free account. You actually have to pay for the Power BI Pro service. Anyway, we'll get to that when we get there. Anyway, I give that as a spoiler because in the second half, we're actually going to go through and I'm going to purchase a Pro account and show you how to set up an account so that we can get our dashboard into the Power BI Pro service. And from there, we can do things like share it to the internet for anybody without even Power BI to use, which you can check out the final dashboard for this entire course at the link below. That dashboard is hosted on the Power BI service, and it makes it accessible to anybody that accesses that link. Anyway, we're going to be going through all of that, setting it up if you want to. Power BI Pro purchasing of that is not required to complete this course whatsoever, but it is good for you to go through and understand how to use this because, like I said, you're going to be using this in the real world. All right, before we just dive headfirst into the Power BI service and explain that, you first need to understand what are the different methods to share a Power BI report. And overall, I've found that there's two main ones. The first is sharing the Power BI file itself. And the second one that we're going to get to for the remainder of this is the Power BI service. I do want to let you know that this is an option. With the Power BI file or Power BI report, there's no account needed. You don't need any type of license or pro license. The con, however, is you, as obviously building it, need a Power BI desktop, and whoever you send it to has to go and download Power BI desktop. So this Power BI report that we have has everything we need in order to send it. This data and everything is actually all inside of it. So we only need to send this file. Going to the file of jobs dashboard, I just want to show it's about 19 megabytes with all the data. It's not that big. So it is possible for you to go through and actually just email it to somebody else and then for the open it up and be able to use this. However, whenever I was working for like Mr. Beast, we used the Power BI service in order for everybody on my team to go to a central location to access a different Power BI dashboard. It ensures that there's a single source of truth, and so everybody can access the same thing and ensuring that they don't have something that's out of date, some file that shouldn't be used anymore. The drawback to this is that anybody that needs access to this needs to have a Power BI account. All right, so let's jump into the Power BI service. Once again, you don't have an account yet, so you can't log into this. This is more of a demo purpose. So that way, if you do or don't decide to pursue getting an account, you know what you're actually getting yourself into. Anyway, I'm here at app.powerbi.com. This is my home screen, and similar to how Power BI looks like when you open it up, they have things like, hey, you can scroll down here and get to your recent files. So one of the key features inside of here is I can access a report. Let's actually look at our dashboard. Future Luke has uploaded it into the system and it's available inside of here. Anyway, it's displaying all the different information that we had previously. I can even interact with it like we did, and it still has all the different information that we need with it. In here, I can do other things by going up to the file menu. I could download this file and use it locally. I can manage permissions of who has access to this dashboard within my company. I could waste a bunch of paper and print it. And I can even do this, which we're going to be doing later, is embed the report. Specifically, I like to do this of publish to web. This provides us with an embedded code that we can either link, that we can send something like an email, or you could post it inside of a website. I'm gonna go ahead and just copy this link. And then here inside of an incognito window, so I'm not logged into anything in this window, I can paste in this link. And then when I navigate to it, I'm able to access this dashboard, and anybody with this link can access the dashboard, go through it and actually filter down, use tool tips, and actually be able to interact with our data. Now there's a few other features I want to call out real quick inside the Power BI service. Over here on the left-hand side, we have Create. This gives you the option to build Power BI reports without even installing the desktop and doing it here. Do not do this. Highly don't recommend it. It's not as functional. Build in the desktop app and then upload to the service. Next is Browse to let you go through any recents, favorites, or even shared with you. Then is probably the most important is Workspaces, and Workspaces is what I create in order to share with certain groups. Now I have my own workspace where I maintain all the different dashboards that I have, and I could give people access to this, although that's not a good idea. Instead, what I want to do is I can create other workspaces by creating this new workspace. And I can store, in this one here called Data Job Postings, different dashboards within it that I want people to have access to. So this was the dashboard we built, which we're going to get to the end of this of actually uploading to the Power BI service. But I can have other reports as well, like this one here that connects to my BigQuery database. Remember, we had 3.6 million jobs in that database. Anyway, this dashboard on the service has a direct query access to that database in this dashboard. Pretty neat. Anyway, I have it all centralized in that one workspace that I can give certain people access to. All I have to do is go into that workspace, go into Manage Access, and add or remove any type of people or groups into here. One note with this, those that have a free license, which we're about to get into license types, but those that have a free license, you won't have the ability to create new workspaces. You'll only have my workspace. But that's actually a great segue. So what are your options to get access to the Power BI service? Well, they have a few different options that you'll be able to choose from. The first is free, and like I mentioned, you're going to need either a work or school email account. You won't be able to use any personal email accounts. They won't let you use this to create a free account. Additionally, with the free account, not only can you not create workspaces, but you also won't be able to share any of your work. So that share to web, not going to be able to do. Basically, you're really limited. Next up is the Pro license, and I feel it's the perfect license. If you want to get anything, I would get that one, and that allows you to share and collaborate with others. Not only can you build reports, but you can also share them to the web like I demonstrated earlier. Now the other two of premium per user and then also embedded, those are just more advanced Power BI that we're not even going to get into. That more has to deal with when you're dealing with even larger data sets or more frequent data refreshes. But based on what we're just trying to accomplish with this course, that's way out of the scope of what you'd need. However, this would be something that you may need to consider in the real world when you get to a company and you're working with some really large data sets. All right, the remainder of this lesson is going to be going through actually purchasing the Power BI Pro license, setting it up, and then uploading a dashboard so that way we can share with this. As a reminder, this portion is completely optional. In no way do you need to purchase a license to complete this course. Mainly, this is just doing this for a learning experience in order for you to see what is actually done and what you can accomplish with the Power BI service. For the remainder of the course, you will have the option to share your dashboard to the Power BI service, but I'll also be providing other methods of how you can share the file instead in order to be able to share your work. All right, so let me get into it of purchasing this Pro license. First thing you gotta do is verify you're not a robot. And then you'll need to go through, and after you put in your email, can be a personal email, you need to put in all your different personal information. After this, they're going to be setting you up with a custom domain name because you're not going to use your personal email account to sign in. You're actually going to be using something they assign to you to sign in further. So don't lose this email that they give you, and also don't forget the password that you make for this. After you've gone through and applied all your payment information to set up those recurring monthly payments, they do want you to set up a security measure of using the Authenticator app from Microsoft to verify that it's actually you. Anyway, this will require you to log onto your phone and actually use that to verify you are who you are. Anytime you log into Power BI, you're going to have to do this. Once that's done, you'll have a confirmation method giving you that email in case you didn't write it down earlier, and you can jump right in of start using Power BI Pro. And so let's jump right in. And it's going to take us immediately to the admin center within Microsoft 365. If we want to get to Power BI, we go to the corners up to the left and we click Power BI. And then bam, we're here inside the service itself. All right, so we've already done a quick tour of this. Now what we need to do is we need to link our Power BI, our desktop app, to this service. So now I'm here back inside of our desktop app. We want to actually go through and sign in. So up in the top right-hand corner, I'm going to click sign in. I'm going to put in the email account that they gave me for my Power BI Pro account. And then after entering my credentials of my login and also my password, I need to then go to the Authenticator app. And inside of here, insert the number that's on the screen in order to access. I'm going to select yes, that I wanted to have access to all the apps. But now we want to get this Power BI dashboard into the service. Specifically, here I am inside the service, and underneath the workspaces, we can either upload it into my workspace, or I have this one called Data Job Postings. If you don't, you can create a workspace if you did create that pro license by just clicking New Workspace. And then from there, all you got to really do is put a name for that. You can even assign an image, click Apply, and you got this new workspace. Anyway, we're going to be using my Data Jobs Postings one, so feel free to copy that name if you want. Right now, I only have one dashboard inside of here. And just a quick note with this, right here, it says, hey, this is the report. So this is the actual dashboard itself. When I navigate to it, I can actually see it here. And then the other one is the semantic model. Basically, it's the data set, all the data and all the different information, the metadata behind it. So anytime you upload anything, you're going to see two. You're going to see the report and the semantic model. Anyway, back in the Power BI app, I can come up here now. I know I want it up there. I'm logged in. I'm going to click Publish. And it's going to say, hey, select a destination. I can either go to my workspace or that one I created of Data Jobs Postings. I'm going to do that, select. And now it's going to go through actually uploading it to the service. After less than a minute, you'll get the success message, and you then from there can open it inside of Power BI. Let's open another tab. And then bam, here is the dashboard inside of here. And looks like it's working just fine, filtering all the different data, has everything in it, good to go. Now what happens now if you want to go ahead and go into File, Embed Reports, and you actually want to publish this bad boy to the web? Well, for you, if you've just logged in, you're not going to be able to do it unless you enable some extra features. Don't worry, they don't cost any money. We just have to actually go through and actually set it up. Anyway, we need to go into Settings up in the top right-hand corner and then scroll down until we see something called the Admin Portal. That's what we want to go to. This has all the different settings and control at a high level for the service. The first thing, we're going to come over to this filter on the right-hand side, and we're going to search for Publish to Web. I'm going to go ahead and click this arrow to open it up. Right now, mine's enabled. Most likely yours is not enabled. I think it's disenabled, actually. Let's see. Yeah, it's disabled. You want to enable it, so make sure that's enabled so you can actually publish to the web. You should allow it for all users, and it should be for the entire organization. After you do this, click Apply. Now, there's one other setting you have to do as well. This is under Advanced Networking, specifically under Tenant Level Private Link. This needs to be disabled. So if it's not, if you're in your case it's probably enabled, you need to disable it. Anyway, whenever you disable it, click Apply. Once again, with like the last one, these things take up to 15 minutes to complete. So you're not going to be able to publish your report just yet. You can try. It's probably not going to work. Didn't work for me. It took about 15 minutes. Anyway, let's assume 15 minutes passed. Okay, so here I'm on the Data Jobs dashboard, going to go to File, Embed a Report, and Publish to Web. It's going to ask me, it's going to basically say, hey, this link's going to include on a public website. That's okay. Yep, I'm going to click Continue. And it's going to make sure that, hey, make sure you're not publishing any confidential proprietary information. So if you have any confidential data, this is not confidential, you can share it. But especially if you're dealing with work type of data, you don't want to be doing this. This is specifically for open, free data. And now with this, I have two different links like we talked about before. I can just copy that link. And then even going into this browser right here, I can see that whenever I enter the link in, it's live on the web, free for anybody to access. So that's an overview of Power BI service and how you can go about sharing something like this dashboard. We do now have a quiz for the practice problems to go through and test your knowledge and make sure you understand how to use the Power BI service. Now in the next chapter, we're going to be jumping into building visualizations. We're going to be tackling all the different ones. Super excited about that. With that, see you there. Welcome to chapter 2. We're going to be covering visualizations. We're going to be walking through every single type that you actually make in here and which ones are actually useful. Now in this lesson here, we're going over column and bar charts. But before that, we really need to understand what we're going to be covering for this entire chapter. So let's jump into my computer. So let's dive into the Power BI report that we're going to be using for this chapter. Here in the second folder for visualizations, we just have a single file for this. When you open this up, you should be navigated first to this home page. And these are actually different buttons that you can use to navigate to the different buttons. You just have to press Control and then click, and then you can navigate to anything. And then if I want to go back to that home menu, I have this convenient home menu icon up here. Once again, I have to press Control and then click, and it navigates me back. We'll be covering buttons in the last lesson of this chapter, but let's look what we're going to cover now. In this lesson, we're going to be covering column and bar charts. We're going to go over 4 different examples and distinguish between what is a bar chart and what is a column chart. The second lesson is going to use time series data in order to make line charts and also area charts. The third lesson is going to go into common charts that I find myself using beyond those other ones that we just covered in lesson 1 and 2, specifically pie charts, donut charts, scatter plots, and tree maps. Lesson 4, we'll get into maps, and Power BI has 3 different options that you can choose through for this. And then lesson 5, we'll get into some uncommon charts. Mainly, I'm just going to show these in order for you to understand what charts you probably shouldn't be using most of the time, but have familiarity with it. Lesson 6, we'll get into building not only tables, but also matrices. Matrices allow us to actually dive into the data a little bit more in depth. Anyway, we'll also be covering with this conditional formatting, so we'll be able to do things like do these color icons or color bars. Lesson 7 will be on cards, because everybody loves a good card that tells a good data point. And then lesson 8 will be on slicers, because we don't always want to use just filters alone to actually filter down our data. And then, like I mentioned, lesson 9 will be buttons, where we'll actually build this out here and understanding how buttons work and also bookmarks. Now, this report also includes the 2 pages for our dashboard. This is our first official project dashboard that we're going to be building, and it's on our data set, and it allows us to actually dive into, if I want to dive into data engineers, can filter down for it. And then it provides a drill through, if I click this, to get more in-depth data points for this particular topic of data engineer. If I want to navigate back, I just click this back arrow right here, holding Control, and navigates me back to the dashboard. We'll get to the dashboard when we get to the project session. But I wanted to warn you that's in this report, because we're going to be using a lot of the visualizations that we build throughout this chapter in this dashboard. Basically, we're not going to be wasting any of our work. Now, one quick note on the purpose of this chapter. This is not meant for us to go through and you to be a basic technical nerd about how to build each of these visuals, although we will cover that. I feel the more important part is understanding when you should apply each of these visuals given a certain problem you need to tackle. So yes, pay attention to how they're built, but more importantly, pay attention to when they are actually used. So let's get into our first of 4 visualizations we're going to be building for this. And in this one, we need to understand what the difference is between a column and bar chart. For this, we're going to be asking this question: what is the highest paying job in data? And for this, we only want to look at, remember, our data set contains 10 distinct job titles. We just want to limit it to these 6 of basically data analysts, scientists, engineers, and also their senior roles. So for you, let's start out in a brand new Power BI file. I'll select blank report. Peeking in the data pane, there's no data in here, so let's import in our data set. Remember, it's a text CSV file. It's inside of our data folder, and it's that job postings flat CSV. Everything's looking good with this navigator pop-up that pops up, and we'll load it in. Data set completed, loaded in. Everything's looking well underneath this data pane, but like always, I want to go into table view and just go through and make sure that everything is formatted correctly. Specifically, if you remember from last time, we had that salary year average. If I sort it descending, it's only right now a whole number. I'm going to change this to a currency. And for the decimal places, I'm going to change this to 0. We're also going to update the salary hour average to a currency as well. And for this, we'll give it 2 decimal places. As always with every file, we need to make sure that we're saving it often. So I'm just going to save it here on my desktop. So let's actually get into building this visualization. On our canvas, I'm going to go ahead and select stacked bar chart to add it in. I'm going to resize it to take up the top quarter. For this, we want the job titles along the y-axis and the count of them along the x-axis. We can use both these fields for this, so I'm going to drag job titles short into both of these. From here, I'm going to go into focus mode so we can drill into it closer. All right, so this is a bar chart. Bar charts go horizontally. Let's compare this to a column chart. We'll use the same format. Specifically, we'll use that stacked column chart, and the column charts go up and down. The way I remember this is pretty easy. Columns like that of a building go up and down. And the column chart does the same thing. But we're building a bar chart for this, so we're going to change this back to a stacked bar chart. And navigating back to what our final visualization looked like, I realized I made a grave mistake. I didn't read this fully. We're trying to plot or make a visualization of what is the highest paying job in data. We don't need to be doing a count of jobs. We need to be doing the median salary of jobs. So let's actually update this visual. I'm gonna take that salary year average column and I'm gonna drag it into the x-axis. Right now we have a sum of the salary year average. We wanna actually change that to a median. And right now it's a stack bar chart so that we have multiple different values going over here. We don't want that count of job titles short, so I'm gonna go ahead and click that to exit out. All right, navigating back to the canvas area itself, I wanna put a title first because that influences my decision on how I'm going to format the rest of the chart. If we wanna format the visual's title, remember we have to be selected on the visual. If I were to click this, it's not gonna give us what we want. So actually select the visual, select format your visual, and then underneath the general selection, that's where the title is. We're gonna change this to, what is the highest paying job in data? I'm gonna give this a size 20 point font, and also we're gonna center it. I like to typically ask a question with my charts to guide the user or the end user on what they should be looking for in the visual. Going back into focus mode, understanding what this title is, we can see that this is clearly job titles, so I don't need a y-axis label. So under format your visual, under the visual section, I can go into y-axis, and we don't want to toggle on or off the values, but instead we want to toggle off the title itself. Next, let's format the x-axis label. We could do that here underneath the title section. You can update it right here. It's auto right now. I don't recommend doing it here. Instead, we're going to double click the field well, and then I'm going to replace this value here with the value of median yearly salary. And then typically I like to provide what are the units of currency. In this case, it's USD. So not bad. If I scroll over this visual, we can see that data scientists are getting paid $155,000. Notice that it says job title short in front of that. Because of that, I'm going to also update this y-axis right here to say job title. So now whenever I scroll over the tooltip, it looks a lot cleaner. So let's get into filtering these values down. Remember, we want data analysts, data scientists, data engineers, and also their senior roles. The common thing about them all is they contain the word data. So opening up the filters pane and underneath filters on this visual, we want to filter the job title. Now I could go through and select those 6, but I'm lazy. So I'm actually going to go into advanced filtering. And it says, hey, we can show the items when the value contains, in our case, we want it to contain the word data, apply the filter, and bam, we get those 6 roles. All right, so now we can actually sit back and analyze it. We see that senior roles are typically paid higher, except in the case of senior data analyst. A little questionable there. I don't know what's going on. But overall, all these median salaries are where I expect. Also, quick note, we're gonna be doing or focusing on median values throughout this entire course over something like average. If I go to that table view and sort salary year average in descending order, you can see we have a lot of high values. Here in this case, we have one job that has $920,000 as a salary. If we were to use average, it's gonna distort this value that we're gonna see. It's gonna make it much higher than what we'd expect. That's why we're using median, because it more or less normalizes what we should see for the salary. And as proof of this, I can just show you senior data scientists are at $155,000 for their median salary. If I were to change this to average, they go up to $155,900. And I don't know if you noticed, but all the other ones also increased. So it's really unrealistic for us to display these average values. That's why we're going to do median, because that's more realistic of what you would expect to see if you were applying for these jobs. Next question to get into relates on these lines, and that is, what is the highest paying job globally? So similar to before, we're going to be looking at those same 6 job titles, but for this, we're going to be looking at the top 4 countries, or the 4 countries that have the most amount of jobs. So back in our canvas, I don't like starting from scratch if I don't need to. So I'm actually going to copy this visual by pressing Control-C, make sure that it's actually selected, and then press Control-V to copy it down and paste it. I'm going to paste it underneath. I'm going to update the title to what is the highest paying job globally. So we don't have a repeat of last time, me doing the aggregation in the wrong column. So with this, let's change this into the correct chart type that we want to use. We want to use this clustered column chart. And if you notice, it went through and actually swapped that x-axis and y-axis to make sure the value is right. Unfortunately, it didn't keep our label. So I'm gonna go ahead and update that. All right, so remember, we want this with the country along the x-axis, and basically we have the different job titles aggregated in between it. So navigating to our visual, going into focus mode, I'm gonna take job country, and let's just drag it into the x-axis. Now, if you go through this, we can actually see that it combines every job title and also job country. So in this case, this is in Armenia, this is for data analyst, and this is their median salary. This is basically highly unreadable and highly unusable. What we actually want to do is we want to keep job country on that x-axis, but we're going to take the job title and we're going to drag it on down. Specifically, I want to take this down into legend. And bam, that is what we want. Although also highly unreadable because we have almost 200 countries. There's just too many countries on here to actually use. So for this visual, we need to apply a filter on it filter on this visual in the job country column. Now we could filter, I could scroll through this and see the different counts and select the ones that I want, but you know I'm lazy, I like to automate it. So we're gonna instead use the filter type and we're gonna change this now to use top N. Specifically, we want the top 4 countries. But what do we want the top 4 countries based on? Well, we want them based on the count of those countries. So I'll change this to count from first, and then I'll click apply filter. And there we have it, United Kingdom, United States, France, and also India in there. Now there's a lot of different data points going on in here. And I'm noticing right now too with that this x-axis, I need to update it to just country, so that way it's more readable. But there's a lot of different data points in here to actually view. If for some reason you wanted to get those data points, or maybe somebody else did, you click the 3 dots up at the top right-hand corner, and then you could go here to show as table. And then you have all these different values here, and you can actually see them more visually here. If you wanted to also, you could just export the data as well, and it's going to export it out. All right, so let's go back to our report. I want to clean up one thing real quick. If we look at that filters tab, remember we have job titles contains data right here on this visual and also right here on this visual. I actually want to apply it to the entire page. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just take this and I'm going to drag it into filters on this page. And as you notice, it's not actually working. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to drag job title short onto here, do that advanced filtering for those jobs that contain data, and then click apply filter. Now for each one of these visuals, we don't need to maintain it on here any long. It's just sort of redundant. I'll remove it on this visual, selecting this visual. I'll also remove it by selecting clear filter. So now it's removed on both of these, but it's applied when I click the page, it's applied on the page. Also, sometimes whenever you just click onto here, it's gonna generate these other visuals. It's sort of annoying. Anytime you need to remove them, you just click those ellipses and click remove. All right, so this, as a reminder, is a clustered column, or if I wanted to, I could change it to a clustered bar chart. All right, next up is a stacked column, or if you will, stacked bar chart. We're gonna make it into a stacked column chart. With this visualization, we wanna see not only what are the counts of the different job titles, but we wanna see the breakdown of whether they mention a degree requirement in the job posting. If we go into our table view, we have this column here on job, no degree mention. It's a true or false value. If it's true, there's no mention of a degree requirement in the job posting. It doesn't mean it doesn't require a degree, it just means that they don't mention it. So in the case of it being false, there is a degree requirement mentioned in the job posting. Anyway, let's actually visualize this for those top 6 jobs. I don't like starting from scratch, so I'm going to copy this first visual, press Command V, drag it over to the top right-hand corner. Personally, I like whenever we have these labels here, going into focus mode, written in this manner, and so keeping it as a bar chart. But like I said, we're going to be using a stacked column chart for this instead. Right now we're doing the median salary, but we need a count of the job titles. So I'll drag the job title short into that y-axis, Click that median off of here. Now we have the count. But we want to see the breakdown of job no degree mention. So what we can do with this is throw this into the legend. So taking job no degree mention, put it there. And now these values are stacked. We're going to do some cleanup of the columns, changing y-axis to job title, changing the legend to no degree mentioned, and then lastly, changing that title. So under format your visual, under general, under title, we change it to what are the top jobs with no degree mention. And looking at it, data engineers by far have some of the highest amounts of jobs that have no degree mentioned in the job posting. But data analysts aren't far behind. Last visual to make is a 100% stacked column or bar chart. In this case, we're looking at obviously a bar chart. Now this is great anytime you want to visualize proportions. Like in our last case, yeah, it's great that we can see what is the overall quantity values, but say we are stuck in something like senior data engineers, senior data scientists, we may want to better understand what are the proportions of jobs that this is likely to happen. In that case, we could build a visualization like this that shows what portions of jobs mention a degree. In this case, we could use something like a 100% stacked bar column chart to visualize this proportion to see what portion of jobs mention a degree. So let's build this bad boy. So a lot of the stuff is going to be using this visual right here. I'm going to just go ahead and copy it and paste it, and then come up here and change this into a 100% stacked bar chart. Moving this into focus mode, we pretty much have this completely built. We just got to update a few titles and update it to what portion of top jobs have no degree mentioned. And the only other thing to clean up on this is the actual x-axis title. I'll do that from here, and we'll change this to job count. So with this, although we did see from last time that data analysts and data engineers had some of the highest quantities, when we actually look at the 100% stacked view, we can see that things like senior data engineers and data engineers are both pretty much, it's like half the postings don't have a requirement or don't mention a requirement of a degree. And data analysts correlate as well. They're around 40%. And then data scientists are apparently pretty stingy. Almost 7% on both have a no mention of a degree, whereas like 93 require some sort of degree. So if you don't have a degree, if you're not focused on data analyst jobs, you should also be focusing on data engineer jobs. All right, so boom, that is the different column and bar charts. They're all along the top line here. The last thing I'm gonna do on this is just update this page title to be called column and bar, and then make sure you save it. We now have some practice problems for you to go through and get more familiar with when you should be using bar and also column charts and these different aggregation or variations of them each. In the next lesson, we're going to be going into line and area charts. With that, see you there. Welcome to this lesson on line and area charts. And after things like bar and column charts, which we covered in the previous lesson, this is the second most common type of charts that I find myself using. Let's jump into the final report to see what we're going to be building in this lesson. First, we're going to start simple, building a simple line chart, understanding what is the trend of jobs in 2024. Remember, this data set that we're working with only includes jobs from 2024. Next, we'll transition this over into an area chart, which if you see, it has a similar trend that our line chart did, but in this case, we're able to now see what are the different jobs that comprise or compose those different job counts. And anytime you have any type of stacked area chart, you have probably some sort of 100% stacked area chart. Finally, we'll wrap it up with this visualization, looking how we can combine column charts with also line charts. In this case, we're going to be comparing what is the yearly median salary compared to hourly median salary of those top 10 jobs. So let's get into building this bad boy of understanding what is the trend of jobs in 2024. In the Power BI report we've been working on, I'm going to create a new page and I'm going to change the title of this to line and area. Clicking inside the canvas, I'm going to insert in a line chart. We'll drag this into the top quadrant. So along the bottom, along the x-axis, we want to use the job posted date column. We're going to dive into this a little bit more. Right now, nothing's appearing. We need to put something into the y-axis. Specifically, we want the counts of jobs. Remember, we're going to just use that job title short column because we don't have necessarily a job ID column. This is going to be good enough. Okay, we can see from our visualization right now that if I hover over it, it's only showing one data point and it's a dot, it's not even a line, because it's only showing this for the year of 2024. If I wanted to, I can navigate down. We're going to dive more into drill downs right after this, but mainly I just show you that we will be able to navigate into all the different job titles depending on what we want. The main thing to understand is that for this x-axis, I'm going to actually close it out. Remember when we drag this job posted date over, it put this date hierarchy, which is over here in the column. I can actually open this up, and similarly it has year, quarter, month, day. Here I have year, quarter, month, day. For the time being, all we're going to do before we get into covering this drill down functionality that's highly complex, I feel, we're going to just remove these other fields of year, quarter, and then also day. And we're just going to keep the month for right now. I'm going to open it up into focus mode. We're going to build out this line chart to make sure that it has everything right and correct in it. And then we're going to jump into drill down using those arrows to navigate up and down in this. First thing I'm going to change is the title, going to format your visual under general to title. I only have jobs in 2024, so we'll call this what is trend of jobs in 2024. That x-axis label is a little redundant because we're already saying that, hey, we're looking at dates, so I'm going to turn off the title. Then for the y-axis label, I'm going to change this to instead be something more readable of job count. All right, so this is looking good. We have everything formatted as we wanted. If we remember, we had a trend line previously. How do we add something like a trend line? Well, previously we've looked at this build visual, we've looked at this format visual, and now we're going to look at this analytics underneath the visualization pane. Now this is really great anytime you want to add any kind of reference lines in here, such as if I wanted a minimum line, I could come in here under min line, select add line, and it adds this line in. Scrolling on down, I can even go into and turn on the data label. It's positioned on the left-hand side, it's above it. And what we want to show, you could do data value, name, or in my case, I'd probably like something like min. Not too bad. I would dress it up a little bit. I don't really like the name of min line 1, so I'm going to edit it and change that to minimum job count. Now I can also do the same and add an average line as I've done here and also change the name. The formatting isn't necessarily correct, so I could change the value decimal places to just do 0 and much more readable. But if we jump forward to what we're going to be building finally, I had on here a trend line, yet it's not visible if we actually go through our navigation menu. Specifically coming back here and looking under at further analysis, there's nothing for trend line. Unfortunately, whenever we just drag one of these column values over under date hierarchy, it no longer provides the opportunity to provide this trend line. So we'll add it later. For the time being, I'm going to remove this average line, and then I'm also going to remove this min line. I don't want them on there. So let's get into understanding drill down. I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go ahead and add all these column values back. Now you notice as I added all of these back, 1, these arrows appeared, and then 2, if I actually go into this add further analysis, trend line appears now, and I can click on, I can actually get a trend line. I can also change the formatting here into a light blue color. Anyway, I digress. Let's get back into drill down. So of all these, the easiest one is drill up. Right now I'm down in day. I can just click up and navigate all the way back up to that year. I'm also going to navigate back here. The first down arrow is to click to turn on drill down mode. It's going to be highlighted black. And in this case, I can click on points on the chart and then drill down into it. In that case, I drilled into 2024. And now if I wanted to drill into Q2, I can click that. Then if I wanted to drill into May, I could do that. If I wanted to drill further into May 13th, can't do that because that's as far as low down as we can go. If I wanted to go back up, I just click back up. And at any point I can turn off this drill mode by clicking on the drill mode and then just navigating where I want to. The next one is to go to the next level in the hierarchy. So as expected, we're going to click on it. We actually do navigate down. In this case, we're getting Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4. I'll click down again, get the months. But I click down one more time and we see that it's a list of numbers for month numbers. This double down arrow would be used in cases where you have multiple years and maybe you wanted to look at something like every single August or every single September. In our case, we only have 1 year of 2024. And so that's why when we drill all the way down to this, we're getting these following values, which technically this puts together, for this case, if we were looking at the second, this puts together January through December, the counts on the second. And then something like the 31st is super low at like 9,000 because 31st only happens 1, 2, 3, like 6 times in a year. Actually, I think it's 7. Anyway, I bring that up because typically you actually don't want that. Anytime I'm navigating to something like this, the down arrow that I want to use is this expand all down one level in the hierarchy. I'm going to go down and notice with this one, it actually has the year next to it. If we go back up, go down, this one says just Q1, Q2. So we know that we're navigating down in the hierarchy fully. So we have each of these, which is still quarterly, and then we get into monthly for that year. And then we see everybody's dailies across the entire year. Our data has a lot of seasonality to this. Specifically, if you were to count each one of these ups and downs, you count 52 for 52 weeks in a year. These low points are typically on the weekend, usually Saturday and Sunday, because that's when job postings are not getting uploaded because people aren't applying to jobs then. The high points are during the week. Anyway, this in my opinion is not very readable, so I'm going to drill up one level and we'll keep it in this monthly. So one last note on this. I just went through over the last couple of minutes explaining this drill down functionality to you because it's not that intuitive. Anytime you're building any type of report, it's good practice to put it and then save it on what it is you want them to view, because they're most likely not going to understand how to do the drill down and drill up unless you teach them how to use it. Next visual we're going to get into building is a stacked area chart. Now they do have an option for an area chart, and if there's only a couple values, maybe okay with it. I'm typically always going to recommend a stacked area chart. Anyway, for this, we want to see what is the trend of data jobs. Basically, we're showing what we had previously, but we're breaking it down further in the legend by job title. All right, so for this, the easiest thing is let's just actually copy Control-C and Control-V and build on this previous line chart that we have. And I'm going to just convert this into a stacked area chart. I'm going to change the title real quick to make sure that we're staying on task to what is the trend of data jobs in 2024. Remember, I like the title a little bit bigger than this, so I'm going to put a 20-point font. I'm also going to center it. If I select this previous visual, it still has this open, so I can thus update the title as well for it, putting it as 20-point font in the center. Anyway, back to this one, entering it into focus mode, navigating back to build visual. Remember, we want to break this down by job titles, so I'm going to drag that job title short into the legend. And then I'm going to change that legend to job title. Just to show that point that we're trying to make, right? This is a stacked area chart, and this is going up to the values of almost 55,000 here. If we were to do just an area chart, it causes it to overlap and then the values go down. This is just very, I'm having a meltdown right now. This does not show anything useful out of it. Stacked area chart already is a little hard to read. That makes it even harder to read. Similarly with this one, we can drill down in the hierarchy if I wanted to go to a daily basis. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need to take some aspirin for this. Going back up, could navigate into the quarters or fully for the year. We're gonna put that back down into monthly. One thing that you may want to add to a line chart or an area chart that has values that you may want to control is this. So underneath visuals and format your visual, they have this zoom slider. I'm gonna go ahead and turn it on. It automatically enables it for the X and Y axis. In this case, that allows the user to go in and zoom in on a particular area for what they want to do. So if they wanted to drill down into the daily portion, they could and then look at, hey, what's going on during this week right here. I can also enable, depending on what I want, if the X axis or Y axis, and typically I would just do it on the X axis, especially if it has date values. Navigate back up to month. Anytime we have any type of stacked visualization, remember we can do something like a 100% stacked visualization. In this case, 100% stacked area chart. This is the same data that we did previously, but just put into a graph in order to analyze it in a 100% format. Because of that, I'm just going to take that top chart up here, Control-C it, Control-V, move it into the bottom quadrant, put it into focus mode. As always, start with the title to what are the portion of data jobs in 2024. And then for the visual itself, I'll change this into a 100% stacked area chart. And bam! One thing I will note, this job count, anytime we did a percentage, I didn't do it in the last lesson, I probably should have, is I would probably annotate that it is a percentage by updating this value here. So now with this one, I feel we can read it at least a little bit better than just the area chart. We can see towards the end of the year, data analysts actually go up in their proportion, and they have around 30% of postings towards the end of the year. Pretty neat. Our last visualization to build, and that is a line and column chart. This one we're going to be looking at yearly and also hourly median salary for each of the 10 jobs that we have in the job title short column. Personally, I feel the yearly salary is more important in this case, so we're going to make it the columns because they really stand out to me. And then from there, we'll make the hourly the line. And personally, I don't like starting from scratch if I don't need to. So I'm going to grab this, where's the highest paying job in data visualization we made on the other page, copy it, and then paste it on in here, drag it down. We'll open up into the focus mode. And the first thing as always, I'm going to change that title to make sure we stay on task. And we'll change this to salary versus hourly pay of data jobs. I don't always do questions. I also sometimes do things like verses. People love verses. And so if you do that in this case, that cues them in of what they should be looking at in the visualization. Now let's actually format this into what we want. We want either a line and stacked column chart or line and stacked clustered column chart. Doesn't really matter. We're only going to be using one column. With this, we have job title on the x-axis, the column y-axis. I'm going to update this to median yearly salary and add USD onto it. And now we have the line y-axis. I'm going to drag salary hour average into this. And right now it's doing a sum. I don't want it to do a sum. I want it to do a median. And if you notice with that, whenever I click that, it then, because the values weren't the same or couldn't match up with the original y-axis, it created a secondary y-axis. I'm going to change the title of this to median hourly salary USD. Now, one thing I could do to dress this up is I could add what's down here of data labels. We're going to go ahead and turn this on. This is data labels that are applied to all series. I could adjust it to only do the hourly. Anyway, so data labels hasn't been working properly. I'm going to go ahead. Let's actually try. We want to do it only the hourly salaries. I clicked series. I want to apply this to hourly salaries. Turn on. Okay, it's on. It's working. If I want to do yearly, I click yearly and then toggle this on, or if I want to toggle it off. Let's say we want to do just the hourly. We can display it this way. Personally, I feel like there's too much information on this. I'm not going to apply data labels to this type of visualization. If we go back to our actual first visualization, this would be more one that I would apply data labels to. And with this, I could do things like add a background to make it call out a little bit better of what's going on with it. And then also going into value, making it something like bold, so it's a little bit easier to actually read. And bam, yeah, that's actually pretty good. Not too bad. In this case, if I were to have the data labels, I'd most likely turn off something like the y-axis, like the values in the title, because it already has it there. Additionally, under the grid lines, I just think that's too much. I could turn it off there. And now I have a more simplistic view of what's going on here with the data. So that is line and also area charts, or combo charts, if you will. Out of all these, the line chart is the most common right after column and bar, so it pays to know how to format this bad boy. All right, you now have some practice problems to go through and get more familiar with how to use these different types of charts. In the next lesson, we're going to be jumping into other common types of charts, such as pie, donut, tree map, and even scatter plots. With that, see you there. In this lesson, we're going to be covering other common types of charts. We still will be covering some more after this, but I don't feel that they're as common as these here, and also those line and column and bar charts. So let's jump in and see what we're going to be making for this. First up is a pie chart, and in this we're analyzing what portion of job postings don't mention a degree. Remember, we're data sets on job postings. Sometimes they mention a degree or they don't. This marks true when it doesn't mention a degree. Anyway, we'll make a pie chart out of this. And then similarly, we'll make a donut chart, which is basically a pie chart with a giant hole in the middle. But instead of doing postings that don't mention a degree, we're going to do which job postings are marked as work from home. Something kind of like doing. Next, we'll get into making a tree map, which is this bad boy. And in this, we're showing what are the types of data jobs. Basically, it could be something like full-time, contractor, internship, part-time, or even temp work. Tree maps are really good because whenever you have them with other visualizations, people want to click on them and you'll be able to filter your data down to what you want to actually see. Anyway, the last visualization we're going to be doing is a scatter plot, which is going to look at the hour median salary versus the yearly median salary for different job titles. And as we're going to come to find out, there's definitely a trend between the two. So here's the visualization we're going to be building, and it's looking at what portions of postings don't mention degree. Remember, we're using that field of job no degree mention. I think in the intro, I said it mentions degree. I had that backwards. It's what portion of job postings don't mention degree. So in our common charts canvas, we're going to come in and insert a pie chart. And after resizing, I'm going to enter into focus mode. Remember, we want to use that job no degree mention column. So I'm going to actually minimize this. Put job no degree mention into the legend, and it's appearing, the legend's appearing, but nothing's appearing. So we actually have to put some values in. Specifically, we want the count of that column. First things first, I'm going to adjust the title to make sure we stay on task. Change it to what portion of postings don't mention degree. So not too bad. I do want to do some cleanup. Mainly, I don't like this legend. I'd rather have data labels saying what is true and what is false, so they don't have to figure out which one's true and false from this. So under visual, I'll go down to detail labels. And for the label contents, we want to have the category, and I don't really care about the count, so I'm going to go to category % of total. Scrolling down to the values, we'll make this a little bit bigger. Not too bad. I don't really like that it has 2 decimal places. I just want 0. So not too bad. So this is pretty good for the detail labels. Because of that, I don't want the legend. I'm going to go ahead and turn that off. Now, anytime I'm making a pie chart, I typically want to use only 2 to 3 values in it. That's why we're doing this true or false here. And with it, right, the question is what portion of postings don't mention a degree? So immediately I want their eye to go to true. So I do want true to be darker in this. However, I'm not really a fan of the colors. So I'm going to go into slices. The true, we're going to maintain this dark blue. But for this false, I want a much lighter color. We'll leave it in the same palette even. And we'll make it this one. This, in my opinion, is much more readable and it draws it into where they need to go. So as we can see from this, 1/3 of job postings in general for all jobs don't mention the degree in the job posting. Next one to make is a donut chart. This one will be pretty easy. However, we're changing it up. We're going to be looking at what portion of job postings are work from home. So I'm going to take our original pie chart, Control-C it and Control-V it, drag it up to the top right-hand corner, and then I'm going to change this into a donut chart. Now with this one, we're looking at work from home, and we have a column on that. That's also a true and false value, so 2 values. So perfect for this. So I'm going to drag that into the legend itself and take out job no degree mention, along with putting that job work from home in the values and removing that job no degree mention. Put this bad boy into focus mode. As always, we're going to update that title first to what portion of postings are work from home. I'm not a fan of the coloring scheme once again, so we'll change that true to that dark color and we'll change the false to the lighter one. All right, not bad. I am noticing though the tooltips, right? It's very verbose in what it has there. We do need to update that. And I change it to is work from home and job count. So is work from home true? Looks like job count, it's like 63,000 jobs or 13%. Don't forget also when we probably need to update that pie chart as well. Now when you scroll over it, we can see, hey, is no degree mentioned? True, and the count, which count didn't update. Okay, that's looking better. Next up is tree map. And this is really good visualization to show a breakdown of what's available. But mainly I like it because if we actually go back to the report itself with everything else on, it makes it to where you want to actually interact with it. So in the case of the tree map, if I wanted to look at just full-time roles, I can click on that, and then all the other data filters for that. So it's a great way to draw users in and interact with your report. So inside of here, we're going to click here, and we're going to add a tree map. I'm going to drag it to the bottom right-hand corner, go into focus mode. For this, we're using a new column we haven't used yet. It's this job schedule type. And job schedule type has different values in it. This actually needs a lot of cleanup, but it has things like contractor, full-time, part-time, per diem, temp work. We'll actually get into cleaning this up in the next chapter, in chapter 3 on Power Query. So stand by for that. Anyway, we're going to drag this job schedule type into the categories and then also drag it into the values. First thing we want to do, like usual, is update the title to what are the type of data jobs. Now there's a few too many values here. You can see it's even breaking down further in the bottom right-hand corner. I want to filter this down to only specific values for the job schedule type. Specifically, if I move over this filter, whenever it has multiple different ones like contractor and full-time, contractor to internship, there's only like 2, 45, 40. I don't really want those. I want just the single value. So in this case, contractor, full-time, internship, part-time. Per diem doesn't have a lot, so we're not going to do that. We'll do temp work. And we'll call it good. Close out this filters pane. So at least a little bit more readable in what are the different selections and the top values of, that we can get. Now, I'm not a big fan of all these different colors, especially if you go back to your report. Like, it just doesn't match the palette that we're doing here. And also, in general, I don't like a lot of different colors. It gets visually distracting. Your users won't know where to put their eyes. In our case, we do want their eyes to go to probably the biggest value, if you will. So once again, we want to get this darker, and then the other values, these smaller ones, we want a little bit lighter. So what we can do is under Format Visual, under Colors, we could change each one of these colors individually for what it is. Like if I want to change this to contractor to pink, I'm not really a fan of this. Instead, we go into Advanced Controls and use this conditional formatting. Under the format style, we're going to change this into a gradient. And let's change this into those colors. So for the minimum value, let's use what we were using previously, this light color theme. And then for the maximum value, we're going to use the darker one of this. This looks okay. Click OK. And bam! Now we have something that's a lot more manageable in the eyesight. And when compared to all our other visuals, it fits in the visuals on where we want them to draw their attention. Last thing we need to do is just update the tooltips for this. We'll call this one schedule type for the category, and then for the values, job count. All right, not too bad getting this back into focus mode. The other thing that we want to do is we want to put, because right now we can see it, but what is the relative percentage of each of these relative to each other? So what I'm going to do is come in here under Format Visual, under the data labels. I'm going to go ahead and turn them on. And if you notice, they're actually a count. I don't really want count, but we'll deal with that for the time being. We will change, however, the value decimal places to 0, and I will make them slightly bigger. Now, like I said, I don't want to count for here. I can't change this percentage inside of here, but what I can do is going into values, clicking on this down arrow. Right now we have count, but then we have this show value as. We could do no calculation or percent of grand total, which is actually exactly what we want. We said full-time jobs are 90% of the job postings, contractors are 7%, internships are less than 1%, and following. The last visualization to make is a scatter plot. Scatter plots are great at showing the relationship between two different values. In this case, we can show the relationship between hourly and yearly median salary for these different job titles. So let's put this bad boy together. In our canvas, we're going to throw in this scatter chart. I'm going to go into focus mode. For this one, we're going to just start off, instead of doing the values, we're going to start with that x-axis, putting the yearly salary data there, and then the hourly in the y-axis. For both of these, we want to aggregate by the median. Then we want to break it up right by the job title, so we need to put in the legend, that job title short. All right, not too bad. Before we get too far, I do want to update the title on this to hourly versus yearly salary of data jobs. People love some verses. I'm also going to clean up what's in the field well to make these values more readable. So there's a lot more readable. We can see what's up here in the top right-hand corner. Machine learning engineers have $155,000 for the yearly salary, $60 for the hourly salary. May need to consider changing my job. Anyway, once again, if I go back to the actual report pane, look at this. I mean, the coloring on this just doesn't match the other palettes. And two, it's just highly distracting if I go back into focus mode. Where the heck do you need to look on this? Well, with a scatter plot in general, I don't want to necessarily draw your attention any specific location in this kind of manner. So I want to probably just remove the colors. However, this one's a little bit more tricky. In this case, we're going to go to Format Your Visual and we go to Markers. And expanding it out and scrolling on down to colors, if I try to, it doesn't let me change the color. I can, however, change the transparency. We're going to take that transparency to 100%, basically not make it 100% transparent. You can't visualize it. And I'm going to go into border. With this, I'm going to uncheck the match fill color. And now you see all of them are this dark gray color. What I can do is I can come in and make it that dark blue color that I like. And I can make the width of this bigger. That's a little bit too big. I could also adjust the transparency on this, but then my visuals aren't available. Okay, so not bad, but I'd argue it still needs, well, one, this is highly confusing because I have this job title legend up here with colors and none of it correlates. So under Format Visual, under the same thing, I'm gonna turn off the legend first, and then under category labels, I'm gonna turn this on. This allows us to now format those different category labels. I made it a slightly bigger and we can actually see where everything falls. And we can see something like data analyst is down at the bottom left-hand corner. Oh gosh. All right, so not too bad. Anytime I have any of these scatter plots, I want to see, is there some sort of relationship? I could, in this case, put in a trend line, make it a lighter color and a little bit transparent so it doesn't like take up the entire thing. And then bam, we can actually see, okay, in Q, our end users in, there is actually a trend. If there's a higher yearly salary, there's probably going to be a higher median hourly salary. Those that have senior roles like senior data engineers, senior data scientists are going to pay more than their counterparts. Well, at least in some cases, looks like this data engineer in hourly gets paid more than senior data engineer in their hourly. There's no more visuals to build, but I want to talk about a feature within Power BI dealing with editing interactions. If you remember from earlier, I talked about with this tree map, it's great because I can click it and then it will filter other data. But let's do something like, I'm gonna click contractor, which has less. What the heck am I supposed to make out of this donut chart? And what the heck am I supposed to make out of this pie chart? Like, I'm not even, like you can see, they're not even the same size. I'm supposed to do the math in my head and try to figure out how they are different. Basically, I'm not liking how they're cross-filtered. Well, that's where, if we go into the Format tab, they have this Edit Interactions. Now we'll go ahead and click it, and it stays clicked. As you notice, these icons popped up, and then when I turn it off, those icons pop away. So this enables you to edit interactions. But there's only one icon here. There's actually a little bit of a bug with Power BI. You can't see some of these visualizations and their appropriate things for edit interactions. So I'm gonna make these other charts a little bit smaller. Now we can see when I'm clicked on the tree map, all these other three around these have these options to edit the interactions. Anyway, the easiest one to understand is for the tree map, right? I can turn off to make it none for all of these, right? So they're not getting filtered. So as a test, whenever I just turned off edit interactions, as a test, I can click different things in here and none of the other ones are getting or having a affected. However, whenever I go to the pie chart, it is interacting with others, right? I did it specifically for this tree map. Now, I typically don't use this none. Let me turn back on edit interactions. I typically don't use this none to remove the filtering. Remember, by default, it was on this highlight for, at least for the pie charts. For this scatter plot, they only have one option, and that's only filter. We're going to leave the scatter plot as filter. Anyway, with the tree map selected, let's change these other ones now from being highlight to filter. I'm going to change it for that, and also the pie chart. Now, whenever I click the tree map and filter down, notice what it does. It doesn't actually do that shrinking down. It actually adjusts the actual pie chart itself and donut chart so it makes it a lot more readable. However, this is just for the tree map. If I go over to the scatter plot and wanted to look at something like data engineers and I clicked on this, it's still going to do this option. Notice now I'm selected on the scatter plot. This for the pie chart is on highlight. I'm going to change this to filter. And for the donut chart, I'm going to change it also to filter. Okay, now just testing it. Yep, it's getting adjusted. Two more I want to update for this. So same thing, I'm going to select the pie chart, click in here. Don't like how it's doing it. I'm going to change this one and then unclick it, click into the donut chart. I'm going to click this one. Oh, don't like how it's done. Going to change this one to filter. And now everything is back, or at least configured in a way that I actually like it. And so I can make these charts back to the same size they were, basically hiding those icons that were being hidden, and unclick edit interactions. Now just testing it out, I can click contractor. Yep, everything filters down. I can click the true portion of work from home. Yep, everything filters down like I want. So edit interactions is sort of an advanced concept to understand and get through. So that's why we have some practice problems to now for you to go through, not only build those pie and those donut charts, but also get some familiarity with how to use edit interactions. With that, I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to this lesson on maps. And although I use these less frequently, than things like bar charts, column charts, or line charts, these map visuals do have their place from time to time. So let's jump into understanding what we're actually going to be doing for this lesson in building 3 different maps. Now, Power BI by default has 3 different map types. The first one is called just map, really special, I know. The second one is called filled map because it looks like a filled map. And then the third one right here is ArcGIS for Power BI map. Basically, they want you to buy the extra ArcGIS. We'll get into all that in a little bit. Anyway, for the basic first map overview, we're going to be looking at which countries don't mention degrees in their job postings. This displays a dot over our specified location, in our case country, and the size of it is relative, in our case, to the job count. We can also break it down further into this pie chart inside of here for true or false values, in our case, true that it doesn't mention a degree in the job posting. Next up is our filled map. And I'll be honest, out of all the maps here, I find this the most useless, but I do want to cover it. Anyway, it fills in a certain color. In this case, we're just filtering the color based on what country is which country, which in my mind, I'm like, I don't really care about that. That's why I'm not really that big of a fan of this type of map, although I do want to go through it so you're aware of it. Now, the last one I actually like the most of ArcGIS for Power BI, and this one we're looking at what are the highest paying jobs globally. Here you can see, well, this country right here, this big one has the highest paying, kind of fishy. Anyway, this one's gonna come with a little bit of a catch, not the country, the map itself. And so my main recommended one is this first one. So let's get into building these map visuals. We're gonna start by creating a new page, and I'm gonna call this map charts. Now, if you didn't actually work through the first chapter in this, you're gonna come to find out that the map charts aren't gonna work. We have to actually enable them. And this is done by going into File, and then Options and Settings, and then Options. I'm gonna navigate down here under Global to Security. And for this, we wanna make sure that custom visuals are enabled, ArcGIS for Power BI, which is one of the maps, and then the map and filled map visuals are also enabled. These are the main 2 that you need for this lesson. Now, if you set up a Power BI Pro license and you've connected it to your Power BI app, you may need to take these additional steps that I did in order to enable it in the Power BI service so you don't get blocked from doing it in the app. If you didn't set up a free or pro account with Power BI, this portion is not applicable to you. Anyway, I'm gonna go to the settings icon up here and I'm gonna navigate to the admin portal. In the search bar over here, I'm gonna type in map. And for this, I wanna ensure that use ArcGIS maps for Power BI is enabled, and also that the map and filled map visuals are enabled. Whenever you enable them, you need to then go ahead and apply. And like usual, this can take up to 15 minutes to work. So while you're waiting for that to load, let's jump into building our first map visual. And again, this is going to be looking at which countries don't mention degrees in their job postings. In our blank canvas, I'm gonna select map. I'm moving into that top quadrant. And then we go into focus mode. All right, for this one, we're gonna be we want to aggregate it by the job country location. So I'm gonna go ahead and put that in here. Now notice there's a dot now for each of the countries. And just as a reminder, just so you can check it out, I'm gonna X out of this job country, and I'm gonna drag job location onto here. If you notice by this, there's a lot more dots on here. If I scroll over it, these get very more in deep detail. Like this was from Crawfordsville, Indiana. If you're watching this from there, Indiana, give a comment in the video below. Anyway, we'll use job location at a different time, but right now this is just too much data on this map visual. I don't like it. I'm gonna go ahead and X out of it. Instead, we're gonna drop job country down into location. Now this also has the option for using latitude and longitude, and this will be applicable to all the map visuals that we have. This results in even more precise data because sometimes your location data isn't going to populate in this map chart because it's not able to figure it out on where it needs to go. So if you have latitude and longitude data, which we don't have in this case, I recommend you use that instead because it's more precise. Now let's make these bubbles a different size. We're going to use this bubble size. I'm going to drag job title short into here, and it's now going to do a count of job title short. I'm going to rename this down to job count, and then also this location to country. So that way, whenever I scroll over something like the United States, I can see that, hey, the country is the United States and the job count is 140,000 jobs. Now remember, we want to see the breakdown of what countries don't mention a degree requirement in the job posting. So I'm going to take job no degree mention and put it into the legend. I'm going to change this to no degree mentioned. And now scrolling back over the United States, we can see that it's false for 109,000 values, and then it is true for 30,000 values. And silly me, I didn't update the title to keep us on track, and update it to which countries don't mention degrees in job postings. Going back to that build visual, there's one other field that's very common that's in basically every single visualization, and that's this tooltips. We can add extra fields to this tooltips to appear. If I wanted to, I could take that salary year average, drag it into here, make it into something like median, and then change this to median yearly salary. And now whenever I scroll over this, I can see that when there's no mention of a degree, the salary is $104,000 on median. But when there is a mention of a degree, it's $113,000. So it's a little bit higher whenever we do mention a degree in there. Pretty interesting insight. Next, let's get into the filled map. Like I mentioned in the beginning, I'm not really a fan of this, so we're going to kind of rush through it just so you're familiar with it and understand it. But as far as the capabilities, as I can see from this, or as you can see from this, I don't get a lot of insights out of it. Back in our canvas, I'm going to go ahead and insert a filled map. I'm going to start from scratch and not copy and paste just to make sure that you get it down of what we're actually doing here. We're going to use location field, and specifically for that, we're going to use job country. I'm going to go ahead and call this country. Next, right underneath it is the legend. And as we had in that final one, I can go ahead and put job country into here and putting this into focus mode. This is giving me all sorts of colors. Anyway, if I scroll over it, I can see things like the tooltips providing that it is what the country is. The other field in here that I wanted to do with tooltips again, I could drag in that salary year average into here, make that median and call that median yearly salary USD. Now when I scroll over the United States, I get that as well. Anyway, what I would hope would be more intuitive out of this, like something like the legend. Instead, let's say I wanted to color it in like a scheme or a gradient using something like the salary year average column. Now it's going to go ahead and color it, but it basically gives distinct colors for all the different values. Doesn't also even do aggregation in the legend. Basically, it's a hot mess. Not a fan of this bad boy. So I'm gonna go ahead and put country back in here, update the title to where our job postings globally, and we're gonna call it a day with this one. Now, where field maps fail, this is where I like ArcGIS. They come in handy and they actually satisfy what I need. In this case, we're gonna go through and actually make, based on median salary, what is the different color coding or the color scheme necessary to actually get it to visually indicate what is the highest salary. So back in our canvas, I'm gonna go ahead down here under ArcGIS for Power BI. I'm gonna insert it in. We're gonna go into focus mode so we can actually read this. Now this is the main issue we're gonna have with ArcGIS. We don't need to create a sign in. We're gonna be able to go in and actually continue as guest. But as you notice, there is a sign in here. So if we're going to go forward with sharing a dashboard, specifically in the Power BI service with an ArcGIS visual, we're not going to be able to do it unless your company or you pay the thousands of dollars to have an ArcGIS subscription. Long story short, if you're just like a student or somebody like me, a solo entrepreneur, you can, use this to make graphs and visuals for you only, but as soon as you want to start distributing to somebody else, you're going to have to pay a heck of a price. This is a report that I built that had an ArcGIS for Power BI in it that I upload to the Power BI service. Whenever I actually went to it and tried to use it with ArcGIS, it says, this map does not meet the requirements for published reports. So it's proof that you can't use it unless you're paying for it. Anyway, very similar. We can use latitude or longitude or the location. So I'm gonna drag job country into that location column. And the visual does take a second or two to load, but loads nonetheless. And we'll change location to country. Then scrolling on down below latitude and longitude, we have size and also color, time, and then also tooltips and join layer. Oh, and find similar. We're gonna just focus mainly on size and color. Now I'm gonna start with the size and put salary year average into here. And in this case, I'm gonna change it to median. Notice it is doing, because I did size, it's gonna do size of the bubble sizes. And this thing, I'll be honest, I can't really read it. We can adjust it later. But that's why we're actually gonna shift this one down into color, as this is much more intuitive, although I don't like the color scheme of this. This is much more intuitive of where are the higher salaries compared to everybody else. I'll change this to median yearly salary USD. Now, whenever I scroll over it, it's not providing anything. Probably got to put this into tooltips. And then I'm going to change this to median yearly salary USD. Now, scrolling over this, we don't get a country anymore, but at least we're getting the median value, which isn't correct. What's going on here? I still have it on sum. I'm an idiot. I should have it on median. Okay, median's out in the US, looking a lot more like the value that we need to have. Job country's not appearing on here, so apparently I got to drag this also into the tooltip. And now I'm getting country and also median yearly salary. Okay, so that's basically all the formatting we're going to do outside of here. The other thing we can do now to start formatting, especially the color and how it's all set up, is over here on this left-hand menu. This expand and collapses. The next one gets into the layers. We can see a breakdown of how they're actually breaking up the colors. And then we can also go into symbology to change, if we want, how we're doing the coloring by job country. We don't want to mess with that. We want to actually go into the style options. We're not going to change the shape because we're not doing shape right. We're doing color. We're going to change this. And personally, I like the blues and I like this blue 3 to where higher values are darker in color. Closing this out just to inspect from it. Okay, this is getting what I want. Other things to note from this menu, besides just this layers aspect, I can also go and change the different base maps that I have. I could change it into a dark gray canvas instead. I'm not really liking that. We'll leave it light gray. Then they have other things like a selection tool, a search tool, and then also do with further analysis. We're not gonna go any further into that. I feel like this is as good as we're gonna get with this, and this is all we need to know for this type of visual. Also, I forgot a title. Where are the highest paying jobs? So don't forget to put that in. So that is an intro into map visuals. You now have some practice problems to go through and get more familiar with these different maps. In our next lesson, we're gonna be covering our final portion on different charts you can build in Power BI. It'll be focused on uncommon charts. So it's gonna be rapid pace, basically just getting you an intro into what maps are also available inside the Power BI service before we move on to other greater things like tables, slicers, and whatnot. With that, I'll see you there. Welcome to this lesson on uncommon charts. Basically, this is a fitting title because we covered common charts, and now we're gonna cover some uncommon ones. Now there's actually like a dozen other charts that we haven't covered yet, and actually I'm gonna just cover them briefly here at the beginning so that way you're aware of them. But for this, we're gonna be focusing on 3 main charts. And well, for that, let's jump into the Power BI. Specifically, we're gonna be building a ribbon chart and then what's known as a waterfall chart. And then finally this bad boy down here is a funnel chart. These are all pretty easy to build, so we should be pretty quick to cover them. Now going into our notebook, let's look at some other uncommon types that we're not going to even get into in this video or even for the remainder of this course. If I go to the Insert tab, I have this section on AI visuals. They have Q&A, key influencers, decomposition tree, and narrative. You can also access them down here in the actual visualization pane. Anyway, these AI features, or AI features I should put in quotes, are really bad and I don't find any use out of them. Here I just click Q&A and let's just type in a question that I think it maybe, I don't know the answer, but it says, what is the median salary, I didn't spell it right, of data analyst? I'll go ahead and type that. And it doesn't even give us a visual. I cannot stand this Q&A feature or really any of the AI map visuals, and so I'm not going to go over them and I'm not going to recommend them. Next on this Insert tab is Power Platforms, and this you can create paginated reports, basically breakdown of reports that you want to send to somebody else. You could integrate Power Apps or even Power Automate. Both Power Apps and Power Automate are great tools to dive into further after this. But frankly, for the basics of Power BI, it's beyond the scope of this. And so we're not going to be going into any of this for this course. And on that note, related, looking down here in the visualization pane, they also have something like the R script visual and the Python script visual. Anyway, if I drag something or I would create something like a Python visual, yeah, we can put some values in here, but overall, as you can see, you have to be able to write in, for Python, you have to be able to write in Python. For R, you have to be able to write in R. I'm assuming most of you don't have the capabilities to write in Python or R, and I honestly don't use Python or R unless I really need to into a Power BI report, so I'm not going to recommend this either. And with that, let's get into our first uncommon chart, which is a ribbon chart. Ribbon charts are pretty cool because they show over, specifically I like to use it on a time basis. This is quarter down here. Remember, we can use our drill down. I'll drill down one more into month. You'll be able to see what is the top value over time. That's how it's actually sorting it. The lowest value is at bottom. I'll be honest, this one is a little bit of a hot mess. This is a little bit too many values on here. I could make this a little bit more readable by only having something like data scientist, engineer, and scientist on here to see what are the top salaries throughout the year. So let's get into creating this bad boy. I already started a new page called Uncommon Charts. You need to go ahead and do the same. And inside of here, I'm going to insert in a ribbon chart. Put it into that quadrant, and I'm going to go into focus mode. For the x-axis, I'm going to go ahead and use a time series data. So we're going to use that job posted date. Right now it's filtered to year, so remember we're going to use all the way to the right this drop down arrow right here, and I'm going to go into quarter for the time being. Now as far as the y-axis, we're going to once again use that median salary like we've been doing, change this from sum, median, and rename this to median yearly salary USD. So now we can see, even with just this, we can see that, yeah, over the year, median salary has gone up slightly. But now we want to break it down based on the job titles themselves. So we'll take that job title short, throw it into the legend, change that to job title. And then bam, we can see over the year what has happened here. It looks like senior data scientist came out at top at the end of the year with $152,000. Now, like I mentioned before, I'm not really a fan of this. I would probably more likely recommend something like a line chart for this. Although even with this, there's just way too many lines on here. So I'd probably want to filter down with the number of jobs that it has in here. But line chart, it's going to be my preference over something like a ribbon chart. Next up is a waterfall chart. And it gets its name because it kind of looks like it goes step to step to step, kind of like a waterfall does. But the point of this type of visualization is to show how portions of a final value are made up of things that can add and subtract from it. In this case, we're showing what is based on the total salary for a data analyst salary breakdown. This darker blue bar is what they're getting at the end, so $80,000. And then as it goes through, these lighter blue are the different things that add to the salary. And this gray is things that subtract from the salary, given as our final total. This type of visualization is very common in financial roles. Now, if you recall from our data, we don't have it in a manner, actually, we just need to go to table view. We don't have any data, especially numerical data, in a format that's necessary to actually make this kind of chart. So we need to insert some data in to create a chart like this. Back in the Home tab, I'm going to go in and we're going to enter data. we're going to go ahead and insert some values into here. Specifically for base salary, we'll say it starts at $75,000. Bonus is at $5,000. Stock options are at $7,000, not too shabby. Benefit values is at $8,000. Taxes and deduction at negative $15,000. I'm going to change these column names by double clicking on it. This will be the column of comp. This will be of amount. I'm using this for our waterfall chart, so I'll just call this waterfall data. We'll go ahead and load this in. Inside the data pane, I can see that it's appearing now with amount and comp. I can also go into the table view, selecting that table. We can see that it's in there. So let's go ahead and insert in that waterfall chart. I'm going to put in that top quadrant. For the category, I'm going to go ahead and drag in comp. And then we're not going to use breakdown because I don't want to break down any further. We're going to use the y-axis. Specifically, we'll drag in that for this. Right now, we'll just put it to sum. These individual values could be broken down more, maybe with another column, but that's beyond the scope of this. We're not going to do it. We're going to keep this simple. I'm going to open this up into focus mode. And the main thing that stands out to me is the coloring. Once again, I'm not a big fan of different colorings. I do like the aspect of they're doing green for positive values, red for negative, and blue for the final. But still, that's just too much in my opinion. So I'm going to go to Format Your Visual. And underneath here, I'm trying to find out where I can change the color. A little shortcut is I'm going to use the search bar up here and just type color. Then I'm going to scroll down until I find the colors that I want to. Oh, there it is. That's what I want to change right here. For increase, I'm going to make it a light blue. For decrease, I'm going to make it a dark gray. And then for the total, I'm just going to change it to this dark blue. All right, so bam, that's the waterfall chart. And like I mentioned, this has a lot of negatives to it in the fact that you usually don't get data that's in this format. So you need to use something like Power Query, which is going to be in the next chapter, in order to clean data up and get it into this type of format. Makes it an entire hassle. Last one to cover is a funnel chart. And similar to the last chart, you have to have the data in a certain format in order to feed it in and actually be able to make or reconcile what's going on here. Anyway, the point of this funnel is to show how people or whatever it may be goes through a funnel process. So in this case, this is job applicants per stage. Those that view the posting is around 5,000. Those that clicked apply is around 4K. Started the application around 3K, submitted 2K, interviewed 1K, and hired 0K. Which, going over the toolkit, looks like it's around 120. So only 2.4% out of this 100% got into getting a job. That's what funnel charts are great at showing. So let's create this real quick. We're going to throw in a funnel chart, put it into focus mode, and we don't have any data. We just need to enter that data. We'll put in first the value of viewed job postings at 5,000, clicked apply at 3,800, started application at 2,900, submitted at 2,200, interviewed at 500, and then hired at 120. We'll label the column names as stage and then applicants. Last thing we'll do is just need to make sure we update the table name, and I'll change it to funnel data. We'll go ahead and click load. Now with our funnel data, I'm going to drag I'm going to drag stage into the category and then applicants into the values. Now, one thing I didn't like from last time is how it goes 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then 0K. That I don't feel like that's descriptive enough. So under Format Your Visual, I'm not even going to search for it. I'm just going to the search and I'm going to type decimal. And we have value decimal places. I'm going to put this as 0, or sorry, not 0. We're going to put it as 1. So now this shows more of a breakdown of what's going on here so we can actually see what's going on. And that's the only thing I'm going to change with this. All right, one bonus section that I do want to add into this, and that is on get more visuals. What do I mean by that? Well, if you notice, we have these ellipses down here at the bottom of the visualization pane, and it says, hey, get more visuals. I'm gonna go ahead and click it, and I can say, I can import it from file, remove visual, whatnot. Here I wanna get more visuals. Now this is gonna pop up and show us some different ways we can get other visuals. I'm gonna go back real quick and call out something. You may try this if you're not logged in, if you don't have an account and you're not signed in, you're not gonna be able to go through and get more visuals without actually signing in. If you're not able to do that, don't worry about it, not a big deal. We have some practice problems using these, but I've made them optional, so you don't need to necessarily do them. But I'm gonna just go through and showcase what you're able to do with this. Anyway, we're gonna go ahead and search for something, specifically box and whisker chart. And it's good whenever you're looking at any of these that you look at the ratings and that at least does have some ratings. This one doesn't have any ratings, makes me question it. I've tried this one from data scenarios, so we're gonna go with that. Now, for this, I have the ability to now add this. I do wanna call something out real quick if I go back. If I go into this other one, Box and Whiskers Pro, they actually have underneath it plans and pricings, and you can get into some where, depending on the users and where you want to publish it, that they are going to charge you for this. So be careful of which ones you choose if you want to get charged or not. You'd have to enter in your credit card to do all that kind of stuff, so you're not going to get charged without knowing it, but it may come at a cost that they may not display it unless you're paying. Anyway, I want this one. I'm going to go ahead and click Add. Now we notice underneath the divider here, we now have this Box and Whiskers chart, which is a new one that we have available. I'm gonna put job title short into the category and then put salary year average into the sampling we want for this and salary year average into the values. Specifically, I don't want sum, I want the median. And then open this bad boy up so we can see it. Bam! Now I have a visualization that was not previously accessible to me via the standard ones in here. And I can actually visualize something for free. Pretty neat. Now I have noticed with a lot of these, the customization that you can actually do with this. Yeah, there is a lot of options. I'm not going to go into customizing this one. The customization can get kind of limited and then they can sometimes be buggy because they're not officially Power BI approved all the time. So that is something to think in mind whenever you decide to go out and get a visualization within the Get More Visuals. All right, it's now your turn to go through and build some of these uncommon charts. We actually have some practice problems as well that include practice problems on Get More Visuals if you want to get experience with that. Once again, those portions of the practice problems will be optional because you do have to have an account login to sign in. So don't worry if you can't accomplish it. In the next lesson, we're going to be jumping into tables and matrices. With that, I'll see you there. In this video, we're going to be covering tables and also matrices. And especially if you have end users like your boss, maybe that's more familiar with something like Excel, they're going to from time to time request that you put stuff into tables. Anyway, jumping into the Power BI file to show what we're going to be doing in this lesson. As we can see from that home page, we've covered everything we're going to cover for charts. We're now on to other visuals where right now we're covering tables, then we'll cover cards and next slicers. Anyway, let's go into tables. We're going to be building this table, which aggregates all the different key information from job postings that contain a yearly salary. Tables are pretty nice because I can click on the different columns and I can sort them depending on what value is where. And we can see something like this where data scientists at Netflix are getting $920,000. Gosh, full-time job. Anyway, we're also going to be going through not just this, how to make the table itself, but also conditional formatting. That's what these blue data bars are right here, and then these icons right here. And we're going to be using some quick measures to make these stars. Now, after we cover tables, we're going to go into matrices. If you're familiar with pivot tables in Excel, that's basically what this is. This allows us to do aggregation on certain columns. In this case, we're going to do aggregation on the job title short column to see things like salary and count. We can also have hierarchies within it. In this case, I can dive into business analyst and I can look at it in the different quarters as it progresses along. I use conditional formatting for the bars. And then over here on the right-hand side, we have job trends, which is using spark lines, which is the last thing we're actually going to cover for this. So let's start with creating this table. I'm going to come into create a blank page. I'm going to rename it actually. Call it something creative like tables. And inside of here, I'm going to come in here and select the table icon. We're going to extend it all the way over and make it in the top half. Now there's only one field well here, and that's the add data fields right here for columns. So we can come in here and start dragging things in. We're going to start with just the job title short column, which shows those 10 values. And then I actually want to see what is the full job title. So I'm going to drag that next into here. After this, I want the company information. So I'm putting company name. I want the salary information. So we'll drag in salary year average. Right now it's doing aggregation. We'll fix that in a second. And then finally, the last column that we're going to drag in for the time being is that job schedule type. Okay, getting back to that sum of salary, we don't want to necessarily do a sum. There are some cases like this. Oh my gosh, I can't even see this. I'm going to open it up in focus mode. There are this case where it is doing a sum, and that's because there's multiple jobs that fit this job title and company name. So it sums up all the salaries. I don't want to do an aggregation. So I'm going to click this down arrow right here, and I'm going to say, don't summarize it. Now I'm going to go back into the report so we can actually see it. All right, not too bad. I do have a bunch of blank values for salary or average. I just want to see the postings that have a yearly salary associated with it. So going into the filters pane under salary or average, I'm going to say show items when the value is not blank. And let's see if this works. Bam, does work. Now we're getting a bunch of salary values in there. Okay, let's go back into focus mode and do some just final cleanup. I'm going to adjust this column right here so we can see all of them. We need to adjust all these different column titles and update to make it look a little more readable. Job title full, company, yearly salary, and job type. Not too bad. Now with something like this, it's important to understand if I put this into a visual and somebody wanted access to this data, remember they can go to those more options and then export the data. And then if they wanted it, they could have it in something like Excel, and if they're more of a master of it, they can use it there. All right, let's get back to our table. There's one thing I want to do to this to spice it up, not necessarily conditional formatting just yet, but instead looking at what our final table is. I want to add these stars in here and be able to showcase based on a certain salary, if it meets my salary, it being 5 stars and then down to 0 stars. Now, in order to do this, back in our table, I'm going to go to that modeling tab, and what we're going to use is a quick measure. Now, measures in general, remember, we're going to go really in detail in it in chapter 4, but this, we're going to give a sneak peek and seeing the capabilities of something like quick measures, which honestly, we're going to come to find out it's quite limited. These quick measures generate DAX in order to satisfy our need. So we could do things like aggregation, filtering, time intelligence, totals. But we're going to go down to this one here of text and specifically star ratings. The first thing we need to do is pretty self-intuitive. We need a base value, and this is the value you want to convert into a star rating. Remember, we're going to be using this from that salary year average column. We want to base it off of that. So I'm going to drag it into add data. We don't want this to be sum, right? We want this to be median. So I'm going to go ahead and change this underneath here. And now we can do, it's going to provide what are the number of stars we want. And we want what is the value for the lowest star rating? Well, I'm going to say, hey, my lowest point that I want to give a star for any star for, I'm going to say, let's say 75,000. And then something that would exceed my expectations in salary, I'm going to give that of 150,000. So I'm going to go ahead and click add. And as we can see, I'm going to hide this off to the side. It generated all the different DAX necessary. This is up in the formula bar up at the top. And conveniently, it ended up putting it into, or I said unconveniently, it ended up putting it into our funnel data table. Now this is actually, I don't want it in the funnel data table, and also need to change its name. So we'll do both of those things. First is I'm going to change the home table to job posting flat, and then the name up here to salary star rating. If you notice it updated in the formula. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and close out of that formula, click into here. Now for this table, we want to add that in. So I'm gonna take this salary star rating as designated by this measures icon next to it. We're gonna drag it and put it right in that first column. Open out focus mode so we can actually see what's going on here, and adjusting the column so we can actually read it. Okay, this is looking like it's working. So something like 32,000 doesn't get any stars. Whereas something like 163,000 does get 5 stars because it's above that 150,000. Anyway, I really like the star rating, especially that quick measure. It makes it quick and easy to create a measure like this. Unfortunately, going back to quick measures and looking at it, honestly, I don't get a lot of value out of any of these other ones. I've tried to use it before with the exception of this. And really, I get more value out of writing my own DAX to create measures, which, like I said, we're going to go into it more in chapter 4. So just stay tuned for that. Next, let's get into building our matrix. And with this, very similar in format in that we want to do aggregation of the job titles, but we're going to do finding that of count and then also the different hourly and median salaries. We're not going to be inserting in the trend lines just yet or the conditional formatting. We'll be doing that after we set up the matrix. So inside of our canvas, I'm going to go ahead and insert in a matrix. I'm going to put the job title short into the rows, and then they have columns, but really we're going to want to do values. But let me just show you what's going on with this for it. I could put something like columns, the job countries in the columns, and then let's say I wanted like the count, which we are going to keep. So I'm gonna drag job title short to the values, and we're gonna do count here. Now we have, based on this, right, columns are the countries, rows are the job title short, and then inside of here, we have all the different counts depending on the country. With something as much as country and how wide this table is now, not finding much use out of that. So I'm actually gonna just remove job country. And we still have that job count in there. Other values we wanna drag into there are that yearly salary and hourly salary, adjusting them both to be those median values. Then I'm gonna go ahead and put this into focus mode, and then also cleaned up all the columns to job title, job count, yearly salary, and hourly salary. Now remember, right, this is a matrix, so we can create a hierarchy within here. And as we did previously, as I showed previously, I'd use the quarter. So I'm actually gonna grab quarter underneath job posted date. I'm gonna drag it into the rows. Now for this expand icon right here, I can see based on a quarter how it breaks down. Some quick formatting things to note on this matrix. What we can also do going into format visual and then under visual, you can change things like the subtotals. In this case, it's only giving us row subtotals. So I can toggle it on and off or what I want it. In this case, it's not gonna give us those column subtotals. The other thing is what happens if we want to format these numbers further? Let's take specifically the job count. So I can go down here to specific column, have job count selected. And then underneath values, we can actually change the display units that we want. Because right now, 128,994, that's kind of unreadable. So what I can do is I can change that to thousands, and then for the decimal place, put in a 0. Similarly, I can do the same for something like the yearly salary as well. I could change that to thousands, and then that one's also more readable. For hourly salary, I'm not getting much value out of those 2 decimal places, so we're just gonna change that to 0. Bam, much more readable, the data that's coming out of this. Now with these matrices, right, especially since we did that hierarchy of the quarter underneath here, you also have these drill downs up here for you to drill down into. And if you want to, you can expand all the way down by using the navigation up there in the top right-hand corner. Overall, I like to usually just dive into one myself and then dive further as necessary. Next, let's get into some conditional formatting to spice these visuals up and draw people's attention to where we want them to actually look for this. We're gonna start with our matrix first, and I wanna do job count. What I'm gonna do is click this down arrow, and you noticed right here we have conditional formatting. There's a few options: background color, font color, data bars, icons, and web URL. Let's start with background color first. Now we can get it to do based on a rule. I'm typically not a fan of actually rules of like, hey, set it at with this value, be a certain color. Instead, I'm gonna go to this of gradient. And it automatically picks up that we're doing a count of the job title, and it's setting the lowest value at this light blue and this other one, the maximum at a darker blue. Kind of like it, we'll go with it, and bam. Key things to think about though, when you use these blue type colors, I'll be honest, it's a little bit harder to read the numbers that's going on right here. So if I want, I can go back into conditional formatting for that background color and change this to be slightly less dark. And I think the numbers are a little bit more readable in that manner. All right, next one to notice for the conditional formatting, we'll go to yearly salary, conditional formatting. We'll skip font colors for now. We're gonna go to data bars. In this, the format style is data bars, and so the only option available. We're already doing the median yearly salary for this, and in it, we can specify basically the color. So positive bars are this blue, negative bars you could make if you wanted to be red, and the axis black. What I'm gonna do, all their values are positive. So I'm gonna go ahead and just adjust this to a lighter blue color so that way we can still read those numbers behind it. Click OK, and bam, we get this. I think it's still a little too dark. Unfortunately, we have to go back in all the way to data bars and then select the color that I want. I'm gonna do this light blue one, click OK. All right, that's a lot more readable. I'm also gonna go through and do this real quick for the hourly column as well. Making it at that light blue, then applying it, bam, looks good. This is all we can do for this matrix, so let's switch on over to our table. I went to focus mode, so let's start with that yearly salary. We're going to eventually put data bars, but I just want to show conditional formatting. We could do something like a font color, where it does a gradient from where it needs to go and where it needs to be. Overall font color, I know the coloring is probably pretty bad on this. In general, I don't get a lot of value out of font color, so I don't use that very often. So what I'll do is I'll open it up, go to remove conditional formatting, and we'll select remove font coloring. And go back in to add that conditional formatting for data bars, specifying that positive bar, we want that light blue color. All right, the next thing with this, let's give it some icons, specifically depending on a job type that I'm trying to get to or that I want. Maybe I want to be able to signify via an icon to cue my eyes into it. So I'll go to job type, go into conditional formatting, and for this one, select icons. Right now, the format that style that's using is rules. And so that's why it's using the is whatever text and then assigning it a certain icon. We can specify where we want the icon, left of data, icon only, or right of data. Right now, we'll just leave it left of data. And you can even change the type. They have a few different options you can choose from. We're going to end up changing it to, we're going to change it to this one right here with these circles and these up and downs. Basically, I want it to be green whenever if value is, in our case, I want it to be when it's full-time. Part-time will be a yellow. I'm not really a fan of it. And then red will be, I don't even want to look at it. That will be for jobs that are contractors. Go ahead and click OK. And now we got visual indications of the different types of jobs along with this. There's one other type of conditional format we can do, and that's with web URLs. And we're actually going to get to that in our practice problems. So for those that supported the course, you're going to get to that eventually. All right, the last thing we want to do is add a spark line. And that's what this is at the end of this that shows, it's called job trends, but it's the count of jobs over time. We can see very quickly that there's a trend over time where we have this dip down in October, November area. Anyway, I like using this, especially in these, it's only about 10 rows here. Great way to use it. But as far as our table, not really a big fan of using it inside of all these different values. It's sort of cumbersome at that point. So inside of what we have built some for, I'm going to go back into focus mode. And since the matrix is selected, I'm going to go to insert. Add a spark line is not grayed out. We can actually add a spark line. For this, we're going to do the counts of jobs. Like usual, we're going to use that job title short column in order to calculate that. So I'll select job title short, count, and then finally we'll also do for that x-axis, we want to do job title short. We'll click create. Now, I had a brain fart and I completely set that up wrong, but how can we actually fix that? Well, if we go back down into our fields, specifically our value fields, click this down arrow, I'm gonna go into edit spark line. For the x-axis, right, we're not using job title short. We wanna use that date, right? Because we wanna see it over time. Specifically, I don't want all the different days. So I'm gonna go into date hierarchy and I'm gonna just select month. Click OK, bam. That's actually what we wanted with this. And I'm gonna rename this to job trends. If you notice the spark line, it has this sort of trailing arrow similar to that spark line up there to signify that it is a spark line that we created. Now, let's say we wanted to format this spark line further. I would go into underneath format your visual, under visual, scrolling on down all the way to the bottom, we have spark lines. Probably the most important thing, it's all the way at the bottom. Anyway, the spark line selected is job trends. We could change the data color if we want. We could also adjust the width to be bigger or smaller. But the thing I want to draw attention to is this next section on markers. You could in here mark things like the highest and then also the lowest. Unfortunately, they only have one color option. So if I wanted to, I could call it the red, but then I'm like, which one's highest, which one's lowest? Because of this, I'm going to say, well, I'm not going to actually use it. Fortunately, with Excel, they give you more fine-tuning capability to give certain colors to certain values. So I could find that more useful, but in this case, I'm gonna leave it off. All right, so not so bad. We just went through tables and matrices. You have some practice problems to go through and get familiar with how to use these. All right, with that, see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're gonna be covering the 5 different types of cards in Power BI that we can take advantage of. And these are really important at displaying key characteristics about our data. Well, instead of me telling you about it, let me actually show you what I mean. This is our first project that we're going to be building at the end of this chapter. We don't need to go too much into it, but the key thing here is these are cards up at the top of the dashboard. That's where cards typically located are. This is the key information that we want users to see first. And they can display key information like job count, median salary, and even that previous 5-star ranking that we did previously. Can show it here. So let's get into building some cards. So in our canvas, I've created this new page. I'm gonna go ahead and call it something like cards, real original. And I'm gonna insert our first one that we're going to go over, and that's card. All right, with this, we have a field attribute that we can drag into. We're gonna start simple by just showing the median yearly salary. So I'm gonna drag salary year average in there. It does some aggregation. We're gonna change this to median. All right, so this shows the value, and then underneath it says median of salary year average. I'm actually gonna change that to median yearly salary USD. Now we can do some formatting to clean this up. Specifically going under format value, I can go into the callout value. I can make that a little bit bigger if I wanted to. I can then also go into the category label, make this one a little bit bigger, maybe even bold it. But overall, that's about it. All the specializations we can do with that card visual. But I actually have another visual that I would recommend instead of this one. And that brings us to our next visual, which instead of this card right here, we're gonna use this card parentheses new. So this one actually has multiple different fields within it. We're just gonna focus on the data field right now to compare what these two look like. I'm gonna drag in that salary year average into there, make it into the median value, and then call it median yearly salary. Now, I prefer this visual, this card new, over the other one because the title is up at the top. And in my mind, it's more intuitive to the end user for them to actually view. Now, I don't like that it centers it to the left. So under Format Your Visual for this card, I can go into Callout Value, go down to the values. I can change this to center. And then I can even bump up the size if I wanted to match 50. And then for the label itself, we could bump this one up too, make it bold to make it a little bit more readable. Now, I'm also not necessarily a fan of how it's drawn a border around this one and not this one. If I wanted to, once again, if I need to search for something, I go into search, type in borders, make it a lot easier. Let's just try border. Scroll on down, I can say here for header, for the card section, I can turn off that border. Now you be the judge for it. Which one do you prefer of these? Now, building single cards is not the only capability of this. We can actually do multiple cards with this card new. I'm actually going to slide this up here, and we're going to insert in a new card visual underneath it to demonstrate this. So inside the data field of this, the field well, I can drag in something like salary year average, put in like we did median. But we can stick multiple values in here. So I can also stick that of hourly in here, aggregated by median. And it's in one single card. I'm not a fan how it's centering it, so I'm gonna go in here into callout values and change it to center. Okay, but that's not the only thing with this, right? We got this data field. I also can do categories with this. Specifically, I can drag job title short into here, and it's showing me for each of the different job titles. I can scroll down to see more. I can see this all. So if I wanted to, I could put this over here, expand this all the way up. Oh, only 3 are showing. Why is that? If I want to adjust this, I would go into Format Your Visual under Layouts. I find that in the layout, if I change this to something like grid, I can get a little bit more, adjusting this to a max rows of 2 and columns shown of 1, but still kind of unreadable. It's too much data. We're just actually going to go back to what it was previously. And I'm going to go stick in that corner down there. Anyway, this is my preferred visual out of every visual we're going to show here today, mainly because of what we demonstrated above to get that title above what the callout value is. Next up is this gauge card, and it can be used in certain situations. Specifically for us, for this yearly salary, we can use it in a manner to show what is the median salary, but also what's the minimum, what's the maximum, that 920,000, and then what is this average or target value. So inside of our canvas, I'm gonna insert this gauge card. And I'm gonna put in this top quadrant right here. Now for the value itself, I'm gonna go ahead and expand this into focus mode. For the value itself, we're gonna put in that salary year average. And remember, we want that to be a median value. Automatically with this gauge card, whenever they put in this median value, it automatically puts the minimum or the minimum as 0 and the maximum as double that. So where the gauge goes in the middle. Anyway, we can set the minimum and maximum values by dragging these over into here, specifying, hey, we want the minimum for this. And now we can see, hey, the minimum is 15,000. Similarly, I can drag this into the maximum value and we can make that, well, the maximum. And then they also have this target value. We don't really have a target per se, but you could put, in our case, I'm going to drag the salary or average in there, and we'll just put in the average in there. Now this does have a tooltip come up, so it's behoove you to go through and actually put in what is the actual names for these. And so we can see that the median salary is 113,000, average salary is 120,000. Let's go back to our report, see how it views from this. Not too bad. Like usual, let's actually update that title. So we're gonna change that to median yearly salary. I'm also gonna bump the font up and center it. We can also change the font of other things like these data labels, which are the min and max values. I could bump it up to something like 20. For that average value, I could go to that target label, make this also 20. Also take off the decimal places off that. I don't want that on there. And then finally for the callout value itself, I can adjust things like the font if I wanted to, make it bold, and that's about it. That will move with it. Fortunately, you can't, or at least underneath here, I can't control the size of this callout value. Next up is a multi-row card, and like the name implies, it has multiple rows. To make things easier on ourselves, I'm gonna take that card new, do a Control-C, Control-V, and then with this selected, I'm gonna then change this into this one of this multi-row card. All right, in our case where we had those 10 different job titles and using in that card new, I think this multi-row card going into this focus mode is a lot more readable and a lot more user-friendly and intuitive. I could even drag in, if I wanted to, something like job title short, and we can get an aggregation of it, specifically of count. As usual, you want to go through and clean up all the field names to make it a lot more presentable, but overall, pretty happy with this. The last card to talk about is a KPI card. There's a lot going on here, but the main purpose of this is to show a callout value, if you will, and then from there, some sort of trend that's going on in the background. If you're at or above your goal for whatever you're doing, whether it's sales or returns or whatever it may be, it's gonna be green. If it's below, it's gonna be red. Hopefully it goes without saying, you could change the colors if you want to. Anyway, let's build this bad boy. I'm gonna take this visual right here, I'm gonna copy it and then paste it. We're running out of room on here, so I'm gonna just slide some stuff around. With this new card selected and down at the bottom, I'm gonna now change this into a KPI card. And it's not gonna show anything. It says, hey, fields for both value and trend axis are needed. So for the trend axis, what we wanna look at over time, I'm gonna say we wanna look at that monthly job posted date. Okay, taking this into focus mode to look a little bit more into it. So what's going on in the background is it's showing how that median salary is changing over time. Right now, we don't have a target. Unfortunately, I don't have any data to, if you will, show a target for this. Like there's not another column for target salary based in that time frame or something like that. So all I can do is just throw in something like the yearly salary into there. Right now it's doing an aggregation based on the sum, which apparently that's less than what the median is. I don't know how that's possible, but if I set it to the median itself, to basically set it equal to itself, it's 0%, it equals itself, it maintains green. Once again, this is for data that maybe has, you have some sales data and then some target sales data, and then you could combine the two to combine whether you want to have this green or red value show for these values. All right, it's your turn now to go through with those practice problems to get more in depth and familiar with how to use these different cards. In the next lesson, we're gonna be jumping into slicers, and we're almost, well, 2 more lessons left, and we'll be done with this chapter. With that, I'll see you there. All right, 2 more lessons and we're gonna be getting into our project. In this lesson, we're gonna be covering slicers, and it's a great way to prompt your users to interact with their data in order to make selections and dive in deeper to find insights. All right, here I am inside of our final solutions file. In it, we're gonna be going through all the different slicers. In no way do I ever recommend you actually make a report with this many slicers inside of a report, but this is mainly for demos so we can see all the different types that are available. We'll have a little bonus section at the end that whenever we filter down to whatever data we want, We're going to add this button to where if we want to clear all slicers, we can just click that and it'll clear it. So, little bonus. So let's get into the three major types of slicers. I'm going to create a new page right here and call it slicers. Inside of our canvas, I'm going to go ahead and insert in a slicer. Let's go into focus mode. And for this, we're going to keep it simple. We're going to just go into the job title short portion. All right, so this is our slicer. Right now, we can select basically one value at a time. Now, the three major types of slicers going under Format Your Visual, under Slicer Settings, are controlled in here. Right now, the style, they have vertical list, which is what we're seeing. Tile, so I could select different options like this. And then the other option, which I also really like, is the drop down, to where the user has to go in, select the drop down. They may have to scroll, but they can select what they want inside of here and then still see that it's selected. Now let's actually see this interact with a report. I'm going to go to our column and bar chart example that we put together, or the page we put together. I'm going to copy this report and then paste it right here underneath here. And then you can see as I paste it in here, it already filtered down to what I want, which actually brings up our next point. What happens if we want to quickly clear it? Like, yeah, I can come in here and uncheck that, but that's a little burdensome. So instead, if we have something selected like Data Analyst in this case, if you notice, whenever I'm on top of the slicer, I can come up here to the top and select Clear Selection. And then it updates with the selection clear. Now, this isn't intuitive to end users. So at the end of this lesson, we're going over how we can create that button to clear all slicers if we want to. I'm gonna do some formatting changes just to make it a little bit more visual as we go through some of these demos. I'm gonna make this graph all the way big. And make this take up this. I'm also going to change the font size. You don't need to do this unless you want to, but I'm going to make it a lot bigger so we can actually see it. All right, let's go over some functionality more on this. I'm going to transfer this back into a vertical list. Okay, the first thing is this. What happens if I want, like in this case, there's only 10 values, but imagine if there's 100 values and I need to search through it. How am I going to be able to do that? Well, I can click the ellipses up here and select search, and this now enables search within here. So I could search for something like, hey, which ones contain the word data, and all of them pop up. The next thing is, what happens if I want to select multiple values? So in this case, I have data analyst, business analyst, like I can't select multiple values. What am I supposed to do here? Well, if we go under Format Your Visual, Visuals, and then Slicer Settings, under Selection, we can see that by default, multi-select with Control or Command is enabled right now. So if the user wants to input multiple values in this, they have to hold Control and then select all the multiple different values. Kind of annoying if you ask me. Now, let's say you only want them to select one value at a time. Well, you can turn this single select on, and then it turns into radio buttons, which prompts them that, hey, you can only do one value at a time. In this case with job titles, that's not necessarily applicable, so I'm going to turn that off. And then the other one I am going to enable that's not enabled by default, that you should turn on typically, is Show Select All. And this is a fast way for them, besides using that clear slicer, to just, hey, select all to get back to where they need to get to. For the time being, I'm going to switch this up and we're going to just change this into tile. And it works in the same way. I can select multiple values by holding Control and then going through and clicking on the buttons. Now for categories, these are the three major types: vertical list, tile, and dropdown, but there's actually other types of slicers. Let's find out how we can make those. So I'm going to come in and create a new slicer, and I could drag in a number column, or in this case, I'm going to drag in a date column. Now for this one, it's using what we call a between slicer. I know this, I can go into Format Your Visual, Slicer Settings, and now whenever I do this drop down, there's a lot more different options in here. You can do between, between meaning I can slide this and move it anywhere between. We can see that the data did update during that time. I could do before, where only on one side it's allowed me to move. After, on the other side, allowed me to move. Drop down, as we saw before, no change here for that. And they do have this one on relative date or relative time. This one, I can't really even see this. This allows you to filter based on something like, oh, the last one, if we wanted to, last 1 years. And we can't see anything. Actually, let's go back to the report. Oh, and it's not working. This is actually a known issue. Let me show you what I mean. I'm gonna actually switch this back to between. I'm gonna go and clear the selection so that way this, and I actually had to drag this end date down to get it to work after switching it to between. Anyway, this is a known issue with Power BI. As you see, whenever I drag that start date back and forward, it's causing the filters or causing the other visuals to end up breaking. And so what I have to do is I have to basically clear selection and then it gets back to working. Anyway, this is a bug. Somebody on Reddit reported this a month ago. I'm filming this in May of 2025. So maybe by the time you're filming this, or sorry, you're actually going through this, you won't have this error coming up. But just know that Microsoft is aware of this issue and they're trying to troubleshoot to fix this. So anytime you enter this error by just like filtering by start date, you can just clear the selection. Right now, I'm going to recommend we don't use any between filters because of this, specifically for any dashboards that we're trying to build. Hey, we can also do one other thing with this. Specifically, we're not limited to just dates. If I wanted to, I could take something like the salary data and stick it into the field. I'm gonna get rid of this. And then change this visual, the slicer setting back to between. But now I could adjust what salary range I wanna look at for this. Now for all of these slicers, I do recommend updating the title to make it more intuitive of what's going on here. You can adjust it underneath the slicer header, but I'm gonna recommend just going into the field and changing it to an intuitive title, like this one's of filter salary range. Our top title one now is select job title, and then update this one to something like filter posting date. So what happens if we wanna use slicers on multiple different pages? Well, we do have an option to sync slicer. So in this case, I'm gonna take this tile slicer that we have right here and copy it. And then we're gonna go to the column and bar page. I'm gonna paste this bad boy into here. And it's gonna say this, hey, do you wanna sync slicers or sync visuals? One or more of these copy visuals can stay in sync with the visual it's copied from. Do you wanna keep them in sync? In most all cases, I do want to do this. Now, if you remember back to our column and bar lesson, we did a filter on this page for job title short for all job titles that contain the word data. So in this case, there's only 6 values here, 7 if you include select all. Anyway, if I make a selection, like in this case, I'm gonna hold control and do data analyst, data engineer, and data scientist, all 3 selected. And then when I go back to the slicers page, these are also selected here. Now, what if I want to unsync it or customize the syncing behavior more? Well, in the ribbon, if we navigate to the View tab and we go to Sync Slicers, I'm gonna close out of Data and also in Visualizations. We have a Sync Slicers pop up. I'm going to select the slicer that I want to investigate further. And it provides a list of all the different pages we have, so column and bar, all the way to slicers. This first column right here indicates whether the slicer is synced between the other page. And then this other one indicates whether it's visible or not. So on this slicers page, I could make this unvisible or invisible and take it away. Typically, I would just delete it. Anyway, we could also unsync it. So if I wanted to unsync these slicers, I could unsync it here. And now on this page, I'm gonna select senior roles and remove these. However, when I navigate back to column and bar, the data is still filtered for data engineer, data scientist, data analyst. However, it's filtered down and our slicer's missing. This is actually sort of weird behavior, but if we go into view and I go into selection to show this up, we can see all the different visuals in here, right? Like, you can do the hide if you want to or not. The slicer became hidden because we basically unhid it. Anyway, we have those 3 values right here. I'm gonna go ahead, I don't want this slicer on this page anyway, so we're gonna go ahead and just delete it anyway. But now we understand how we can sync slicers between different pages. In almost all situations, like I said, I'm going to sync slicers between pages to make it that much easier for the end user to navigate between pages and have their current selections maintained as they go throughout. Last thing to talk about is the Clear All Slicers button. Like I mentioned previously, this isn't necessarily the clear selections up at the top of the dropdown. It's not necessarily super intuitive for users to click to clear their slicers. So up in the ribbon and their insert, I'm going to go to buttons, and we're going to insert a button of clear all slicers. Let's make room for this up at the top. I'm going to drag that right into the center right here. So now, let's say I go through and make some different selections and filter also for a certain date. Whenever I want to clear this, I can just come up to clear all slicers, press Control, and click it. If I want to dress this button up a little bit and go under the format buttons, under style, make the font a little bit bigger, make it bold, go down to fill, turn it on, change it to this blue color, and then maybe put something like a shadow underneath it to make it stand out a little bit more. Also not really a fan of rectangles, so underneath shape in here, I can come under this and I can just change this to round rectangle. All right, good enough. Now there's one other button I want to call your attention to that you can add to this. I'm gonna go under the Optimize tab on the ribbon, and it's an Apply All Slicers button. And I'm gonna drag that over here for the time being and drag this over. Let's first demo it and then I'll explain it. I'm gonna make multiple different selections, so data analyst, also data engineers, and then data scientists. You notice the button went from that light gray to a dark gray. I'll also change the date. Also during this, which I didn't call out, none of the data updated. So now I can click click this, and now the data will update. Now, why would you want to do this? So I cleared all slicers. If I go through and just actually select all the items as it's filtering, actually, I have to get rid of this button to actually demo that. I'm gonna go ahead and remove it. Yeah, this will change the slicer behavior, but mainly I want to just demonstrate whenever I'm clicking this, the data's updating pretty dang quickly. So something like that of underneath the Optimize tab of this Apply All Slicers button, in this case, based on how small the data set is, not really useful and probably going to cause more confusion for the end user. This type of button would be used in cases where there's a very large data set and it's taking a long time for the data to refresh. And so instead, I'd allow them to select all what they wanted to do and then apply the update to all the visuals. So if you have this on there of this Apply All Slicers, go ahead and remove it. We're not going to use it. And I'm going to go ahead and clear all slicers as well. All right, so you have some practice problems and now go through and get more familiar with using all these different slicers and also some practice with buttons. In the next lesson, which conveniently we just had an intro to buttons, we go further in detail on buttons and also bookmarks. So with that, I'll see you there. Welcome to this last lesson in this chapter on buttons and bookmarks. And I may be a little biased, but this is by far my favorite section because we can have a lot more fun with Power BI now. In our solutions notebook, let me show you what I mean. So in the first half, we're going to be covering buttons. Buttons aren't really that difficult, and you've made some already. In this case, I want to go to a certain lesson in here. I can navigate with the which chart, and it navigates me to that page, and then I can navigate back. All this was configured with buttons. We're going to build something similar to this for the first half of this lesson. Now for the second half, we're going to move on to a more complex topic of bookmarks. Anyway, let me show you what bookmarks can do. Here we are on our page of column and bar charts. And I have this button up at the top for a bookmark. And whenever I click onto the button, I have appearing on top of our visuals a slicer that allows us to navigate down to whatever data we want. So I'll make a few selections. And then once I'm done making those selections, I can go ahead and click this button to close it off, and it's filtered down. Anyway, revealing the magic behind the scenes, going to the View tab under Bookmarks, I can see that this is controlled via bookmarks. Specifically, this bookmark here and this bookmark here, which we're going to be building during this lesson. And these bookmarks are just placed inside of the action for the button themselves. Okay, anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's actually get into buttons. Like I mentioned, we're going to be building a page like this. So inside of our Power BI report that we're on, we need to first create a new page for this home page. I'm going to go ahead and name it home. And then I'm going to right click it instead of trying to drag it over. I'm going to move to, and I'm going to move to front. Inside of this blank canvas, I'm going to insert a title. We can do this by going to the Insert tab and just inserting a text box. And then in my case, I'm just going to format to say Chapter 2 Visualizations, real original. All right, let's build those buttons for the different pages. This one's actually really simple. Underneath buttons, I'm gonna go to Navigator and then Page Navigator. These buttons then pop up. I'm gonna move them and recenter it. We're gonna format it here in a little bit, but just wanna demonstrate how it is working right now, right? Home is, we're on home, so it's automatically black. And then column and bar, if I wanna go to that, I'm gonna click Control, and then I'm gonna be able to navigate to it. So let's format it by ensuring we're selected on it, go into the Format Navigator, and under Shape, you know I don't like rectangles, I like rounded rectangles. Next, I'm gonna go into the Grid Layout to adjust how it's done. And we're gonna change this from horizontal to grid. And from this, we can specify how many rows and how many columns. For this, we're gonna say 3 rows and 3 columns. Now navigating underneath Style, I'm gonna change the font size to a little bit bigger, make it bold. And if you notice, it only changed these buttons. It didn't change our home one. And that's because that's the selected one. So we can also change this one to 20. Anyway, going back to those that are default, we can then go into under Fill. And you know, I love me some light blue. So we'll stick with that. And then we'll also enable the shadow to make it look a little more poppy to entice people to press the buttons. All right, this is good enough. Now, as you remember, if we clicked on something like press Control and go to column bar, yeah, we're on column bar, but how the heck do we get back to the home page? Well, we can add a button for this. Now, inside of the projects folder under resources and then under images, we actually have an image in there of a home icon emoji. We're going to use this for our button. So underneath the insert ribbon, I'm going to go to image. We're going to navigate to that projects folder, resources, images, and then select the home emoji. From there, I'm gonna slide it up into the right-hand corner to make sure it's not blocking anything. All right, right now, this is just an image. There's nothing happening with it. It doesn't do any actions when I click Control. We notice we have Format Image pop up, and we have action, and right now it's off. So obviously we want the action to be on. Now we can assign different actions. We could assign book a bookmark, which we'll be doing later. Could assign page navigation, which probably what we want to do, but they also have other features to do as well. We're going to just stick with page navigation. For this, we need to specify the destination, and we want to go home. I always want to go home. So now with this, if I go ahead and click Control and then on the home button, it navigates me here, and I can navigate back here. All right, easy way. Let's go ahead and just copy this, press Control-C, and then I'm going to just navigate into every single page and paste it into there, pressing Command-V. Or Control-V. All right, navigated to the last page. Let's go back home. And with this, remember, we have to press Control plus the click. Some of our users that are new to this may not know they need to press Control. So we could use what's called a Q&A feature or Q&A button to prompt them to do this. So under the Insert tab, I'm gonna go to Buttons, and we're gonna go to this one on Help. I'm gonna stick it up in the right-hand corner, and this is pretty generic and understanding that users probably need to go here if they have help. Now, clicking this button, I'm gonna go into Actions itself. I wanna turn on these actions. And the type of action I wanna do for this is a Q&A. Then I'm gonna navigate here to under Tooltip. The tooltip is on. And for the tooltip, or the answer to the question, if you will, I'll say press Control while clicking a button to select. So now whenever I'm on this page, if I just scroll over this, this pop-up comes up. It says press Control while clicking a button to select. And they don't even have to actually select the button. Sorry, got a little bit confused. Whenever I click Control and actually click this button, it pops up Q&A. Is not what I want. I don't want, remember we went over Q&A feature. The thing's horrendous. Instead, what we want for the action for this button is we want it to just bookmark and the bookmark to be none. So if they were to actually Control click this, nothing's actually gonna happen, but they have the tooltip pop up. Got a little confused there. And that's a great segue into our next section on bookmarks, because now we can see that we could set a bookmark as an action to a button. So let's get into making our first bookmark. What we need to do is go to View tab on the ribbon, select Bookmarks to pop it up. In it, the instructions are pretty simple. It says filter data to get to the state you want to capture, and then click Add. So let's first just capture this state right here that we're in to demonstrate what's going on here. So I'll click Add. And nothing special, just pops up here. Now, let's say we want a filtered state. Say I wanted to select, in this case, data engineer, data scientist, and data analyst. By the way, I'm holding control for all those. And I want to bookmark this view. Well, then I would go ahead and click add. Okay. Remember previously bookmark 1 is the unfiltered one. So if I were to click it, it's going to go to that. And if I go to this one, it's going to go to that. Now these names are generic, so we're going to name them real quick. To column and bar unfiltered, and then column and bar filtered. Like I said before, we could go in, insert a button. In this case, I'll just insert, we'll say a blank button. I'll make it nice and big. And of course, change the fill to a light blue color. We're going to end up deleting this button, so I don't need to necessarily use this. Anyway, in the action, I can turn it on, go into here, turn on bookmark, and set this bookmark to something like filtered. So now whenever I click this, pressing Control click, it's going to filter my data. But if I could click it again, it's not going to unfilter it. I'd have to create another button for unfiltered. Anyway, that's for demos only. We're going to go ahead and just delete this button. Now diving into this bookmark a little bit further, going to the filter, going to the 3 dots associated with this, we can see for the pop-up up at the top, they have options like update, rename, delete. You could also group bookmarks if you want. We're not going to do that. The key things down here are we have these attributes selected. These are the bookmark properties on whether it's going to save things related to the data, display, or if it was related to the current page. So let's demo why this is important. Going back and selecting this for column and bar charts filtered. If I were to select this one and then unselect data, so it's no longer selected, and then from there click update, because it's updating this bookmark now. When I go to unfiltered, it's going to unfilter. And then when I go to filtered, it's not going to actually filter the data anymore because we have data unchecked. So let's actually put that back where it needs to be. We'll select data engineer, data scientist, data analyst. We'll change this to data and then also click update. Now navigating between the two, they work just fine. All right, next up, what do we mean by display? Well, display deals with what visuals are shown or not shown. Let's unfilter this data. Let's say I wanted to insert in a slicer. So I'm going to put this bad boy right here. I'm going to drag in the job title short column for it. For right now, we're going to change the settings. We're going to make it into tile. I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. Also, let's close out of this data pane. Everything's getting sort of small. Anyway, as expected, right? I could use this and holding control. I could select multiple different options that I want. But what happens if I wanted to use a bookmark to control whether something like this visual is visible or not? So let's first record a bookmark with this slicer available. I'll go ahead and click add and then call this column and bar slicer. Okay, so now this one's activated. And now I want a bookmark where it's not visible. Well, I'm going to go into the view ribbon and go to selection. Also going to close down on visualization. Got too many panes over here. Anyway, if you remember, we went over selection pane previously. We can hide or display certain options. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hide it. And now let's add another bookmark and call this column and bar no slicer. So now with the bookmark, I can toggle between being a slicer and no slicer. Now visually, this is actually, I don't really like this, how this is done visually. So I'm going to just show a quick little trick how we can fix this. Going to the insert, I'm going to insert in a shape, specifically a rectangle. Make this bad boy take up the entire view. Put this underneath the slicer, so the slicer's on top of it. And then for format shape, we're going to go into the style, change this to the color of black, and then change the transparency to something like 75%. Okay, so it looks like, hey, it's popping out in front. I can insert another shape behind it, putting it behind the slicer itself. And for this one, I'm going to change the color to just white. This one will leave transparency at 0. All right, so now for our bookmark for the slicer, I want to update what it looks like. So I'm going to click it and click update. Now, when I navigate between no slicer and slicer, that didn't work. That didn't work because for no slicer, I actually need to update this one as well to remove this shape and this shape. So we'll update this one as well. Now, slicer, no slicer. Now let's add buttons to activate this. So under Insert tab, under Buttons, I'm just going to use this one here on Bookmarks. I made it slightly bigger. And then in it, we're going to navigate to the Format button. And under Action, I'm going to change this bookmark to activate the slicer. So now whenever I click this, it activates the slicer, but the button's still there. I actually want the button to disappear because we need to stick another button in that place to make the slicer disappear. So with this, I'm going to hide this button. And once again, I need to update this slicer view. So I clicked 3 dots, clicked update. Now navigating back between the two, testing it out, click the button disappears. Okay. So now let's add a button on here. For this, we're just going to keep it simple. We're going to add this back arrow and we'll go into formatting that button, the action. Specifically, I want it to go to a bookmark and we want to go to column and bar, no slicer. Now testing this button, I'm going to click it and both buttons are appearing. That means we need to, on this visual, hide the back arrow button and thus update this no slicer to make sure that includes it. Okay, this should be the final tweak for this. Yep, now I can use these buttons to navigate back and forth and I don't have to go to this bookmarks pane. Now, one major thing you may have noticed with this, let's say I clicked open this and then I selected data analyst, data engineers, data scientist, and then clicked back. My data resets. What the heck is going on here? Well, as we demonstrated in the unfiltered and then also the filtered example, which apparently I need to update these as well, visuals, we'll get to that. We need to adjust what is going on with the data metadata that's going on and being saved here. Specifically, we don't want to keep exactly this data in here. So just to make sure I'm clear, I have no slicer selected. From there, I'm going to uncheck data and then I'm going to click update. I'm going to do the same thing now with the slicer. I'm going to uncheck data and then with that, click update. So now whenever I'm working with this and I select data analyst, data engineer, data scientist, and then close out of this, it stays because that no slicer bookmark is not preserving the data state. I'm going to update the filtered and unfiltered real quick. For the filter, I want to hide basically all these different things that we had on here and then click update. For unfiltered, I want to do the same thing and then click update. Okay, this is a great way. Now we can just cycle between all these, make sure that it's working. Everything's working fine. Looks like I'm sort of a silly. I didn't maintain the buttons as they needed to be. Specifically that bookmark filter. I'm going to just update that real quick on both of these. So as you can see by that, this can get real finicky to make sure that you want everything to work properly and everything set up just fine. So that way there's nothing that is interfering with the other thing. So bookmarks can get really technical. Because of that, we got some practice problems for you to now go through and test your capabilities with creating buttons and also with bookmarks. With that, we now have all the skills necessary to dive into our first project. And for that, we'll be building a data science dashboard with this data set we've been working with and a lot of the visuals we've already built. All right, with that, I'll see you in the next one. Welcome to this first of 3 lessons in building our first project with Power BI. In this lesson and the next lesson, we'll be building the first and second page of our dashboard. And then in the final lesson, we'll be going through how we can share it via something like Power BI service or even something like GitHub. So before we get into actually building this dashboard, we need to understand what are some basic or best practices to implement to create a dashboard that people are actually going to use. I can tell you from personal experience that a lot of dashboards that I built, especially in my younger days, that I didn't have these type of principles in mind. I guarantee you they're not in use today because of that. And specifically, it starts and also ends with 2 main questions that you should always be asking yourself. What problem are we trying to solve with this dashboard? And who are we designing this dashboard for? You may think that you have the newest and greatest dashboard built, but if your end consumer, your stakeholder, doesn't have the same concerns or same problems that they think are being had, they're not going to be using the dashboard. This is a great example, or actually I should say a bad example, specifically how somebody built a dashboard and didn't think of those 2 questions. I mean, just looking at it, who do you think this is even intended for? and what problem are they trying to solve. This is a dashboard I found online, and it's a dashboard that obviously deals with something around sales for a company. But even as a user myself, where should I be looking and what should I be drawing my attention to? From a design perspective, there's entirely too many colors. And for that pie chart up there, or that donut chart, once again, you should never have that many values inside of there. All right, this next example, they're gonna get better, by the way, as we go along. This next example, not too bad. This dashboard is obviously being used for some stakeholders within supply chain and sales that want to monitor the performance over time, and they have specific attributes that they're looking at. From a design perspective, though, I'm going to say this has, once again, a little bit too many colors. Mostly I'm getting drawn to those portions that are red, such as that profit and that ranking overview at the bottom. But that red doesn't mean that it's bad. It's just how they colored it. Not really a fan of it. I do, however, like that it is dark mode. Next up is this one on call center dashboard, and easily I can see from this is monitoring how active a call center is and specifically what areas are most active. So this is probably made for some sort of manager within a call center to monitor performance and see if there's any irregularities. I'm liking the design aspect from this. It's very simple. They kept simple color palettes to draw your eye and attention into darker colors. Although I would argue that some of the lighter colors are a little too distracting. But overall, nice little view. Oh, and it has a little dark and light mode that you can switch between. All right, last one's probably my most favorite. In this one, we can see that clearly we're monitoring some sort of web traffic. And we have the cards up at the top in order to draw our attention into the most key metrics, and then visuals underneath this in order to reinforce what's going above. I really like this type of design, and I'm going to recommend it. I'm really liking these sessions and page views because we can see we do have some anomalies here in some portions. So that would cue me in as a manager of this that I'd want to maybe go and investigate those areas. And why we have, it's probably at the same time, why we have these bounce rates and page exits during that. And probably we have this large spike right here. Anyway, the simpler, the better. Really love the simplicity of this. So getting into the planning of our dashboard, we want to first start out by looking at and answering those two questions that I previously was scrutinizing. First is, who are we designing this for? Specifically, we're going to design this for job seekers, job transitioners, or swappers, basically somebody looking for a promotion within a company. And specifically those that are working in data science, because I got data on data science jobs. And what problem are we trying to solve? Well, those look for roles often struggle because information about the job market is scattered everywhere. There's no single location to get an overall trend of the market, typical compensation levels, and even job quality. So that's what our dashboard is aiming to solve. Because we could go to something like LinkedIn, search for a job like data analyst, and yeah, it provides an overview of different jobs available and an amount of results, but there's nothing related to trends, expected pay, and whatnot. So we're going to be aiming to solve this. So anytime you're starting out, I recommend actually going and, if you will, drawing out or just giving a rough sketch of what you want to accomplish with your dashboard. And if you have stakeholders available, you can show them what you're thinking and then get direct feedback, so make sure you're not going down a wrong avenue. For this dashboard, I did this beforehand and put together a rough sketch of some things that I'd like to have available on a dashboard for me to have access to. I've been in a position of job searching, so I really put on that lens to try to analyze this and dissect if this is how I wanted it. Key things with this is I like to keep it symmetrical, right? So I have all of my cards up at the top. I have the graphs equally spaced and equally made. I want to keep the visuals as simple as possible. So that's why I have the line and the bar charts on the left. We'll have a table and scatter plot on the right-hand side, which I feel is less likely for them to look towards, but also we'll have that key information, especially in that table if they want to export it into Excel. So let's get into building this bad boy. We're going to be doing a rough draft first. We're going to be starting from the top and then building down. So in your current workbook, we're going to stay in here because we're going to copy a lot of different visualizations from it and also use that same data set that we cleaned up. And then I'm going to create a new page and we're going to call it Data Jobs Dashboard. We'll leave the page all the way at the end. When we're done building this dashboard, we're going to go ahead and delete all these pages and save it as its own Power BI file. But for now, we'll just keep it all together. Anyway, first thing I'm going to do is put a title in here. So I'm going to insert in a text box. And inside of it, I'm going to put Data Jobs Dashboard, and I just formatted it to be a little bit bigger. Next up, I'm going to insert a slicer. So I can go to our slicers pane, and I'm going to select this one here on the job title. I'm going to insert it in. In this case, I want to keep them separate because they're their own dashboard, so we're not going to sync. And I'm going to minimize some of these panes over here so I can come into here. Anyway, I want to change the format of this slicer. Specifically, I just want it to be a drop down. I don't want it to be too crazy. All right, so that's good. Now let's move into putting the cards up. Remember, we're going to be doing job count, job rating, yearly salary, and hourly salary. I also have it in this format because job count, these graphs underneath it are going to correlate to the count. And then whereas the salary, everything underneath it, the scatter plot that deals with salary, and the tables are going to deal with salary. So I'll leave that on the side. So it makes it symmetrical, but also intuitive. On the cards page, I'm going to copy this one that we have on median year salary, Control-C, and then paste it in over here. I'm going to align it towards the center because I know I want it over here, and we'll put it right here. Okay, I'm going to copy this one and then adjust the spacing. I also adjust the width a little bit, and then I'm just going to go ahead and copy this, paste another one right here, and then another one right here. First one, remember we want job count, so I'm going to take that job title short, throw it into here, change aggregation to count, and then this to job count. Next thing, I want that star rating for this, so I'm going to take the salary star rating, drag it into here, and this one looks like it's formatted good. And the only other one, we need to change this one from median yearly salary to median hourly salary. Not too bad, not liking how this number is formatted here. So under format or visual for this one, going into the values, changing the settings to just job count itself. We'll say the value decimal places to 0. Now let's put some visuals in here. We'll start with top left, getting these job count over time. On our line and area page, this one's good enough. We'll take a Control-C of this, and I'll paste it right in. Next up, I want our job counts per job title. This is the closest one I can find on our column and bar chart page. So I'm going to copy this. We'll just have to alter it. And I'll paste this in down here, squeezing it in. And then we'll change this from using that median yearly salary to instead using the count of jobs. Next up is that scatter plot in the top right-hand corner. If you navigate to that common charts page, we're going to be using this one. I'm going to copy it and paste it right into here, format where it needs to go. All right, the final one is our table, or more specifically, our matrix that we made. So I'm going to go ahead and copy this, and then we're going to put it down at the bottom right-hand corner. All right, so not so bad for a rough draft. We have everything that we want inside of here. If I wanted to, I could filter down for something like business analyst, and it shows us everything we need for this. Let's get this bad boy cleaned up now. And here's a look at where we're gonna finally get to. Specifically, I like adding backgrounds and boxes to sort of box things off to draw people's attention in to where they need to go to and look. In this case, once again, I'm keeping it very symmetrical, but like I said, like with this job count, this area deals with counts and this side really deals with salary. So that's why I've designed it in this manner. Anyway, all this is doing is inserting shapes into here, and specifically we're inserting it behind the visual. So going into insert into shapes, we're going to insert in a rounded rectangle. I'm going to put it over on top of the area that we want. We'll adjust the formatting here a little bit, but first under format shapes, under the style, you know I like that light blue, so we're going to start with light blue. Also, I like shadows, so we're going to add a shadow to this, and it also makes it a little bit smaller and not touching the edges. Now with this selected, I've formatted enough. I'm going to Control-C it and then Control-V. I'm going to go through and just put this over all the different visuals in here. We'll then adjust the order after this. Not too bad. Going into View and then Selection. First of all, I'm going to select all of them together because I want to group them just to make it easier. I'm pressing Control while I do this. And then I'm going to click the 3 dots and click Group. Okay, so now it's all one group. I'll then name this to Background. And then I can take the background all the way to the bottom of the selection so that way it puts it behind. And now you're like, Luke, what happened? It disappeared. Well, as you can see through the cracks, it is there, but we have to actually remove the backgrounds of all these other things. What do I mean by that? Okay, let's select a card. I'm gonna minimize this and go into Format Visual. So inside of here, I'm gonna just actually search, and I'm gonna search for background. Underneath effects, I'm gonna turn off this background, and then also on the cards itself, I'm gonna turn off that background. And we gotta go through and do this for all of them as well. Turning off the effects background and then the cards background. For the graphs and visuals, it should be only the effects background that you need to turn off. But for the matrix, we need to not only do the effects background, but also you can see there's other white behind it. And for it, we need to go to Layout and Style presets. This style is on default right now. We're gonna change it to none. Now what I'm gonna do is just go through and adjust the size of all this to make sure they fit within their appropriate squares. All right, so looking good, not too bad. If you wanted to dive into one of these, such as we did before, we can enter obviously focus mode and we can still see everything visually. But the only thing that I'm seeing left is how these icons have this white value and it can get sort of distracting from what's going on there. These are controlled under General and Header Icon. You can't just toggle them on or off, unfortunately. You have to actually change the transparency to 100% to make it sort of hide a little bit better. So I'm gonna go through and just hide all these different ones. All right, not too bad. Gonna go ahead and save this. All right, we're gonna stop right there for this page. In the next lesson, if you will, we'll be building the second page for this, and we're gonna be using a new feature that we haven't discussed yet, and that's drill through. There's no practice problems for this lesson or any lessons in the project. And with that, see you in the next one. All right, welcome to the second of 3 videos in this project section. We're now gonna get into building our drill through page. And you're probably like, what the heck is a drill through? So let's actually demonstrate it in action. Here I am in our final dashboard right here. And right now, users can go through and see different things. And typically they're going to want to look in or dive in deeper to something. Let's say I'm a data engineer and I come in here and I select data engineer to find out different values about it. Well, I want to learn more. Well, if you notice, this button up at the top became, well, moved from a grayed out to actually ungrayed out, if you will, or a visible. And so now it says drill through to job title. And what I can do is press Control, click to it. And now we're directed to our drill through page. And this is what we're going to be building in this course, specifically for this lesson. Anyway, with it, this has specific metrics that I feel are more applicable at a job title level. And remember, we selected data engineer, we have that at the top, but then we have things like the hourly and yearly salary, the different percentages for all the different attributes, and then some different visualizations as well. Anyway, if we want to navigate back to home, we can click this icon to go back, and bam, we're back at the data jobs dashboard and everything's cleared. So let's actually get into building this drill through. So in our Power BI file, I'm going to create a new page and I'm going to call it job title drill through. First thing I'm going to stick in here is a card, similar to the last thing up at the top, that displays what is the job title we're drilling through to. So I'm just going to come in here and I'm going to steal it from our first dashboard, at least the formatting for it, and paste it up here in the top. Now for this, right, I want the job title that it's filtered to is displaying in this card. So I'm going to drag this job title short column over into the data to replace it. And I'm going to call this job title drill through, since that's the name of our page. Anyway, right now I'm aggregating to the first value that appears, and right now it's business analyst. So let's actually experiment with, or actually implement, our drill through. So you may have noticed before on that visualizations pane, if I actually scroll all the way down, they have this section here on drill through. And this says, hey, you can add drill through fields here. For example, we want to drill through based on, well, what this card has too, but that job title short column. And inside of it, it allows you to filter the data for what you want. We're going to leave everything as is. So overall, you can see nothing really changed on this page. Well, something did change. We got this back arrow up at the top left-hand corner. But this now is where the magic happens. I can go to Data Jobs Dashboard and something like Data Engineer, I can go ahead and select it, right? We don't have a button just yet, But what I can do is I can right click it, and inside of this pop-up, it says drill through. And then it says we can drill through to the page of job title drill through. And I'm now taken to that page, and that page is filtered for data engineer. One note, you can selecting this card itself and then scrolling on down to drill through. Right now we have keep all filters on for the drill through. So basically the filter on the other page, that cross filter is applied to here. And any other filters that we may have on that page are applied to this page. I like to keep it on, keep it on. Oh, and then to demo, we still have that, we have that arrow up there. The arrow then takes us back to the previous page in the report that we came from. Now, this isn't specific. We didn't add anything to the data jobs dashboard, just a demo. If I went to that column and bar section, we could do the same thing inside of here, drill through to that job title, drill through, and then we did it for senior data scientist, so I could navigate back to that as well. All right, so let's start building out this page. We're gonna start at the top, building out these visuals, and then working our way down into the map, bar chart, and also the tree map. I'm gonna take our yearly salary gauge and copy it from our cards page, put it all in, format it down, duplicate this, and then change everything so that way it's hourly salary. Don't forget also to change the title. Next up are those fancy dancy donut charts we made in the common charts lesson. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, and then from there, duplicate it 3 times. I had to move things around. It's not gonna be as symmetrical as I want it. I'm also gonna change these titles now. I don't want them all work from home. So change it to no degree mention, health insurance. Now we need to actually adjust the values in here to actually use what we're supposed to be using. All right, not too bad. I messed up the coloring here. I need to just clean it up while we're in this. Specifically, I'm gonna change all the true values to this blue color and the false values to like a lighter gray. That way these all have a similar type format. All right, 3 more visuals left. I'm gonna go to the map charts. I'm gonna go in and steal this one here for where we were looking at the mentioning of the job postings, mention degree. We're actually gonna remove that from the legend. Go ahead and put that in there and then remove that from the legend so it's only showing job count. And give it the title, Where Are Jobs Globally? Next up from the common charts lecture, I'm gonna steal this one, or what are the type of data jobs, and put that one in right here into the center bottom right. Last one that needed, this one we don't have already. I'm gonna insert in a stacked bar chart, make it fill in the remaining value. For this one, I wanna look at that job via column, specifically the count, like where are the job postings? As we can see, LinkedIn is the top one. And then I update this to what platform has most jobs, along with changing this one to what are the types of jobs. So this has most of what we want. Let's actually test it out. We're gonna go back to the data jobs dashboard, and we can now click on this. And if we want to right click, drill through to the job title through page. Now we're looking at everything for data engineers, can see where they're located, what platform we go to, and what type. Not too bad. I wouldn't mind now going back here. We do want a button up here because most users are not going to be intuitive enough to think that, hey, I can right click and go to the drill through. So under the insert tab, I'm going to go to buttons. And for this, we're going to insert a blank button that's going to be put up here. We'll then go ahead and now format it. Now we'll go into format button. We're going to turn on the action itself. Specifically, we want it to drill through. So we'll change this from back to drill through. And for the destination, we need to make sure we select job title drill through. Okay, so now just testing this out, I click data engineer. It's no longer grayed out, clicking control. It navigates me to this page and then I can navigate back. But this button, we don't need to just leave grayed out. Let's actually format it by making it into a round rectangle, turning on the fill and making it obviously to a light blue, and then turning on the shadow. Oh, we obviously want the text on in there. I'm gonna crank up the text size. That says drill through to job title. I'll even make it bold. Okay, so now whenever we're inside of here, if I click on something like data engineer, boom, it's popping up, press control, drill through to job title, and I can navigate back if I want to. All right, so similar to that last page we did, we need to now clean this up. I wanna put some, like we did in this one, put the borders and the background behind it. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy this, press Control C, and then paste that into here. We're gonna have to reformat all the different sizes in here. First things first, I'm gonna go into the View tab and open up the Selections pane. We're also gonna close these on downs to make a bigger view. Anyway, remember we named it Background for this. I don't need these top 2 in here, so what I'm gonna do is just select Ungroup, and then we're just gonna go ahead and Actually delete it then by removing it. Okay, now that these are ungrouped, I can just drag these into position where I want them. All right, not too bad. Pressing Control, I want to group these all back together. I right-clicked it, plus Group, renamed again to Background, and then move all the way to the back. It looks like I missed a shape. I'm gonna go ahead and just drag this on down, and then open up Background and throw it inside of there, because apparently I forgot it. Okay, like last time, we need to remove these white backgrounds on here. So going into each one of these visuals themselves, opening up that visualization pane, and then in the search bar, putting in background. I'm gonna turn off the background effects for these. Getting to the map, I was able to do that as well with background effects. This one also, and then finally our tree map. Okay, these all need to get resized now to fit in there appropriately. Like last time, I don't like these header icons with this color here, so I'm gonna make the transparency 100% and do this for all of these. All right, so boom, let's test this bad boy out. We're gonna navigate back. Okay, inside of our data jobs dashboard, if we want to dive into something like data analyst, we can see the key statistics here, and then diving into the drill through itself, I can see that just for data analyst, what are all the different metrics for it? And if I wanted to, I can filter down even further inside of here. All right, so that wraps up what we're going to be doing for building out this first project. In the next lesson, we're going to be jumping into actually how we can share it using Power BI service. And if you don't have that, or you want to do a different option, we're going to have GitHub as well. With that, I'll see you there. All right, welcome to this lesson on going through how we're going to go share this first dashboard. And first of all, congratulations for completing this first dashboard. It's quite an accomplishment. Now this video is completely optional. You can decide if you want to go through it or not. Basically at the beginning, I'm going to go over what are the different options, and then the majority of it's going to be spent on how we can actually set up and share your project on GitHub. But if you don't want to share your work and potentially get a new job with higher pay, feel free to skip to the next chapter on Power Query. So let's go over these three options that I'm going to recommend for how you can go about sharing your dashboard. The first one is the most recommended option, and I think that you'll get the most visibility with it. Specifically, it involves LinkedIn, and I have a lot of success sharing projects on here and gaining future opportunities because of it. Inside your profile area, they have a section down here at the bottom on projects. And this is where you can showcase all your different work. It's pretty easy to go through and actually add in your project. Besides that, the second option is what I also recommend of actually just making a post and then linking to that project that you've created about this. However, there's a pretty key limitation with sharing projects in LinkedIn. I'm going to go through this data science one just to show. Specifically, I can write about it inside of here and say what I did. But then if I want to direct them or give them the file of what I did, where do I do? The only thing I can do is link them to another location, which now gets into, this is my second option for how you should combine this with LinkedIn to not only share on LinkedIn, but also put all your work inside of here. For those that are not familiar with GitHub, GitHub is an online repository that allows you to keep track of all your different projects that you're working on. I go through and actually, like you noticed before, I've shared all my courses here because I consider it my work. And it makes it super simple for somebody to come in and actually view it. Anyway, let's get into what we're going to be building for this. Specifically, we're going to be setting up what's called a README file, which that's what this is below here. And this is going to document on GitHub all of the different work we did in creating this dashboard. We'll include all the different skills we showcased while building this. And then we're going to break down each of those pages that we've created while building this. Now this, like I mentioned, is the README, but then I can also store this Power BI file, which is right there. And so if a user wanted to access it, all they got to do is just download it. And they can just do this by clicking on the file and then going down to download. And you may be like, Luke, what about the Power BI service? How could you integrate that with this? Well, I actually integrated this with this README. If you have the option for this, anyway, I include a link inside of here. It says, hey, view the interactive dashboard here on the Power BI service. I click on it, and this navigates me to the online version of our dashboard, and people can go through and actually interact with it to see all that we built and get some use out of it. Now, I feel a majority of you are not going to be actually using the Power BI service because it costs $14 a month. And frankly, I feel that's overpriced just to host a project. So there'll be a completely optional statement that you'll be able to include if you want to or not in your GitHub repo. So for the remainder of this video, we're going to be going through these 3 major steps in order to get our work into a README and then onto GitHub and then share on LinkedIn. Let's walk through it real quick. In the first portion, we're going to install all the required tools. Don't worry, they're completely free. Specifically, they consist of a tool of Git and also VS Code. Git works in the background and is basically going to track all of our different changes and allow us to monitor our work. And then VS Code is what's working on the front end to allow us to create that README, organize our project files, and then send that up to GitHub. Because of that, we're going to need a GitHub account, which we're going to do during this portion. For the second part, we're going to prepare the project. We're going to create that README that I showed you on GitHub, and then set up the file and folder structure correctly to where we can then upload it. Which takes us to our third point of sharing our work. We're going to put it onto GitHub and then link it on our LinkedIn and also make a post. Like I mentioned before, if this isn't of interest to you, feel free to skip to the next video. The first thing we need to do is get Git installed. Now, Git is a free and open source distributed version control system designed to handle everything from small to very large projects. It's by far the most popular tool used for basically tracking changes with files and allowing large teams to collaborate together. To break it down more simply on what it actually is or what's happening there, here I am inside of my folder, or what we'll know as my repo or repository for Power BI. Anyway, there's some hidden files in here. I'm on a Mac, I'm gonna press Command-Shift-, and I can unhide these files. Anyway, I have a .git file and a .gitignore. Anyway, the .git file is the more important one here. Basically, this is the file that's being maintained to keep track of all the different changes inside of this project. Because I am using Git to manage this project, it then allows me to then host this project online, specifically on GitHub. GitHub being an online repository for those that are using Git, they can send things to this, what we call a remote repository, to keep your projects here. Anyway, if I didn't have Git locally on my computer whenever I build these projects, then I can't use GitHub. So this allows me to use GitHub. Anyway, back to the page where we need to download Git. You can just navigate to the link below and we're going to go into downloads. You're most likely on a Windows, select that, and we'll start to click here to download using the ARM64 version. For you, it should probably recommend what type of computer you have. You may have an x64. It'll recommend it up at the top. Click that one. Once the download's complete, launch it. Allow it to access your device. We're going to go through the installation and just leave everything set to the default. There are about 10-ish items that I selected OK, and now I'm installing. Once it's complete, I'm going to unclick this and then just go and finish. Git is now installed. The next step is getting VS Code. Now, this tool of VS Code is a text editor, and it's pretty simple. I just want to demo it before we actually go and install it. We're allowed to see all the different files for a project. So in this case, this is my Power BI file. And we are downloading this and using this for 2 main reasons. First of all is because we'll be able to create a README inside of here. And this README uses a special markup language, which I can view what this markup language looks like or what it's going to look like on the internet right next to it. If you recall, this looks very similar to what's on GitHub. The other main reason why we're using this is because this allows us to interact and push this up to GitHub using Git behind the scenes. So this is a great tool, especially I like using this with things like Python and SQL. Anyway, how are we going to install it? Just go to the Microsoft Store, search for VS Code, and it should be the first one, not this one that's the insiders, but this one right here. Once it's installed, you can just open it right up. They have a getting started screen right here. We're going to skip this for the time being. I'm just going to close out of it. The last portion to do in setup is setting up our GitHub account. For this one, pretty simple. All you have to do is just go enter your email and sign up for GitHub. Once logged in, you should be directed to your profile. If not, click your icon in the upper right-hand corner and navigate to your profile. Anyway, with this, I would go forward and actually setting up your profile, specifically adding a profile picture, and then any other links or information about yourself inside of here. Over here on the right are my pinned repositories, and you'll be able to add this later on whenever we add our project. Now that we have everything needed installed, we're gonna now jump into preparing our project. We're gonna do two major steps. First is just setting up our project and having our folder where we need it accessed inside of VS Code. And the second step, which is probably the longer step, is actually creating our README. First thing we need to do in getting our project folder all together is, well, getting our Power BI file in order. Specifically, we've been working within this entire folder or this entire file that has all of our work from everything in chapter 2. I only want to have the dashboard page and the drill through page in there. So how are we going to do this? Well, first, I'm going to save this with the appropriate title so I don't lose any work just in case. I'm going to save it as a new file. So I'm going to save it with the name Data Jobs Dashboard and save it to a known location. I'm saving it to the desktop for me. Now that I can see it is saved, I can then go through and get rid of all the different other pages. Also, I added these home icons on here. I don't think you did, but if you did happen to, I'd go ahead and remove them because it's not going to take you anywhere. With the dashboard or the home page selected, that's very important you do this. Now go ahead and save this because whenever somebody opens this file, it's going to be navigated to whatever page you have saved last. At this time, I'd also recommend going through and publishing to the Power BI service if you have that set up. Once that's done, I'm gonna go ahead and close out of it. So let's go ahead and open the folder for our project or for the folder that we're gonna be using for this. In this, I'm gonna go ahead and select File and then New Window. Whenever I do this, I have this start open and it says, hey, do you wanna open a folder? Yes, I do. Specifically, we need to open our project folder, which we haven't created yet. So I'm gonna click on Desktop because that's where I want it. I'm gonna create a new folder and then I'm going to name it what I want the name of this project to be called. And I'm going to call it simple, like Power BI Dashboard. It's going to select that and select folder. It's asked if I trust the author of this. The author's me. I don't really trust myself, but I'm going to click yes anyway. Now, right now, over here on the left-hand side, this is the File Explorer. And right now, there's no files inside of it. So first of all, we want our Power BI file inside of here. The easiest way to get it in there is just open up File Explorer, drag that Power BI file that we have, wherever you have it saved, and into Power BI Dashboards. Closing this out, you can see that the Power BI file is now there. Notice you're gonna have this sort of error message. This file is not displayed in text editor because it's either binary and, well, it is binary. It doesn't support the method to actually view it here. You can't view Power BI files in VS Code. Not a big deal, gonna close out of this. Now, the next thing we want to do is create a README. So up here on the icons, you can create a new file, a new folder and whatnot. We're going to create a new file. For this, we want to create a markdown file called README. It's really important we name this correctly. So README in all caps and then .md. When we do that, README opens up on the right-hand side for us to go through and text edit it. They have this pop-up here for basically prompting us to use GitHub Copilot. You can use that if you want or not. We're not going to be trying to demo it for this video. Anyway, I can type things in here like this is a test. And then if we want to see what it looks like, we come up here to the right-hand side and we open the preview to the side. I'm going to minimize the Explorer right here so we can see things like this is a test. Now, we're going to go through some basics now of how to format in Markdown. Well, if you navigate to the link below, this provides a cheat sheet of how you can use this basic syntax in order to mark up your document. We're going to go through these basic items first. So first thing is I want a heading. So I'm going to put a hashtag and then followed by what we want to put. In this case, I put the title of our project. I could also do things like a heading. That was a heading 1. I could do a heading 2 and put an introduction. And then underneath it, put a couple sentences of what we went through and actually did here. Now there's some things I want to emphasize in this. And so I want to bold them. In order to do that, I'm going to put 2 asterisks around where I want it to bold. And luckily it makes it nice and highlighting it here inside the Markdown file, but then you can also see it in the preview. I could also use something like a single asterisk to make things into an italics. Now let's move on to some other items. I'm going to go into what skills we showcased with this. And in this, I want to use bullet points. So what I can do is use a dash and then space. And as you can see, it made it into a bullet point and then list the skill. In this case, I put data transformation ETL with Power Query and then put a little synopsis about it. I'm gonna go ahead and add some other skills as well. Feel free to choose which ones you wanna highlight, but specifically I have implicit measures, core charts, geospatial analysis, KPIs, and dashboard design. I'll also go over some interactive reporting, how we use slicers, buddings, and drill through and whatnot. Anyway, whatever you wanna highlight, put it there. Now, if you remember from my repo on my README, we had an image up at the top. How the heck do we go about putting an image in here? Well, navigating into that Power BI file, we're gonna go ahead and use a tool called Snip that's automatically on your Windows computer. For this, as it says, you need to press the Windows logo key plus Shift plus S. So I'm gonna do that right here and snapshot that bad boy. I selected markup and share, so I wanna go in and actually save it somewhere. So I'm gonna navigate back to that Power BI dashboards folder that we have, and I'm gonna create a new folder in here called images, because I wanna keep all my images in one spot, not I'm all over this place. Anyway, inside of here, I'm just gonna call it something like project 1, page 1. Then I'm gonna repeat this again for the second page. Saving it as project 1, page 2, save it. So now let's put this image inside of our README. In our little cheat sheet here, we can see that in order to insert an image, we need to use this syntax right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and just copy this and then paste it right above the title. Notice here, it's got this broken image because we haven't connected the image yet. I'm gonna call this dashboard page 1. And then inside of parentheses here, that's where we wanna go to the location of the file. I'm gonna hit / and then this is gonna pop up, show me all the different files here in this repo. Remember, if I open up the Explorer, I can also see them here. So let me demo that again. Whenever I hit this, I get Data Jobs Dashboard, which is right here, Images folder, and README. Let's go into Images. And then from there, I can do / again and insert in what file I want. I want this project 1, page 1 PNG, and then put that close parentheses. And bam, now it's appearing right here on our README. I'm gonna close this out, make this a little more readable. Now below these skills showcased, I'd like to also go through and break down which contents or what each one of these pages contains. So I'm gonna create a heading 2 for dashboard overview, and then do a heading 3 to go over page 1 high-level market view. For this, I'm just gonna copy this image that we have above and put it in right underneath this. Now with that, now that it's in there, I'm just gonna give a short little description under this, maybe 1 to 2 sentences of what we're doing in this page 1 of our dashboard. And then right underneath this, I'm gonna do the same thing for page number 2. And then finally underneath it, I'm gonna wrap it up with a conclusion. What are my lessons learned? What did I get out of this project? All right, bam. This project README is done. One quick note, if you did share this on the Power BI service, I would go ahead and add that link in right here, right below the picture, the first picture. For links, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put all the words that we want in the link in brackets, and then in parentheses, we're gonna put the hyperlink to where the dashboard is. It's similar to pictures, but it doesn't have that exclamation point in the front of it. Anyway, I created a shorter link, and so now whenever I go to click on this, it will navigate me into my web browser, which connects me directly to the dashboards itself. Pretty neat. All right, so we've set up our entire project folder and created that README. Next thing we do, smooth sailing, we need to upload to GitHub and then share on LinkedIn. So inside of VS Code, I'm gonna close out this preview, but I'm gonna go ahead and save this by pressing Control S. You can also just go up into File and select Save as well. And I'm gonna close out of this, open back up that File Explorer. Okay, so this is our folder structure right now, right? We have a Power BI file, the README, and then our images in here. In project 2, we're gonna modify this structure and also upload the same thing into GitHub, but for now being, this is gonna be perfectly fine. So I'm gonna move on down here and go into source control. And what's gonna happen with this now is we have 2 options to either initialize the repository, and that's basically setting up Git to track those changes within it. And then the second option is publish to GitHub, which is basically initializing the repository and then publishing to GitHub. So it takes the next step of publishing to GitHub. We wanna do this second option because that's what our end goal is. So I'm gonna go ahead and select publish to GitHub. And it says, hey, we want to sign into GitHub because right now VS Code is not linked to GitHub. Go ahead and authorize it. And I'm going to enable to always allow VS Code to open links of this type. Oh, no, I didn't mean to click cancel. Oh well, they'll be fine. In here for the name of the dashboard, I'm going to press enter. Actually was a big deal. I need to go back and select open. Anyway, it's asking, do we want to publish as a private or public repository? We want to make this public. It's asking us what files do we want to include in this? We want to include all of these files in here, so I'm going to select OK. It's telling me, I'm thinking because I'm working in a virtual machine with parallels, that I need to manage my unsafe repositories. You may not have that pop up, but anyway, I selected it and moved on. Now we're going to be committing this as their changes, and then from there, pushing it to GitHub. So I'm just going to enter a message in here. I'm going to enter in something original like first commit, and then click commit. There's a pop-up and says there are no stage changes to commit. Okay. Would you like to stage all changes and commit them directly? For this, I will have this set to always. I always want to do this. Now you may get this error right here. Make sure you configure your username and user email in Git. This is really common. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to cancel out of this. And then from there in the search menu, I'm going to go enter Git, and we're going to go to Git Bash, which is actually an app that we installed when we installed Git. You're going to type in this, git config -- global user.name 𝗏𝗏. So we just set our name. We now need to set our email. So then we're going to run git config -- global user.email, and then in double quotes, your email, and then press enter. Now back here in VS Code, it's going to say, hey, I want to publish the branch. And it's going to take you through, there's a little bit of a issue or a flaw with VS Code. It's going to try to take you through, going through and setting up the repository again. It's going to say, hey, you've set this up already, it already exists. So we got to do a little bit more interaction with the terminal. In order to do this, we're going to come up to the file menu and go into terminal and select, hey, we want a new terminal. And we're going to run this command, git remote add origin. And it's really important that we have the correct link of where your dashboard is on GitHub. Specifically, it should be github.com, your username, and then the name of our dashboard, and then .git. Go ahead and click enter. So I did some changes up here. Let's try this again. I have a pop-up here to, I don't know why it's super small like this. I got a pop-up here and it says sign in with your computer. It asks if I want to authorize the Git ecosystem. I in fact do. And it looks like everything from VS Code is sent up there. So now inside of GitHub, I can go here on the right-hand side. If I go to your repositories, I can see that my Power BI dashboard is there, that folder. And it has everything, all the folders and files that we had, along with our README that we created with all the different information in it. It's all there. All right, there's only 2 steps left, and they're both on LinkedIn. The first is navigating down to your project section and adding in this new project. In here, I'm going to give it a name, a short description. I'm going to list some of the key skills. You can list up to 5, but make sure you're calling out Power BI specifically. Also call it Git and GitHub. Adding media is probably the most important part. And that's for, we want to include a link to our GitHub repo right here. Once that media is added, select a start and end date. And then from there, go ahead, click save. Last main portion is now making a post. In it, feel free to call out myself and Kelly. I love checking out all your different projects. And then also share that link to it. I included also a picture to make it a little more interactive, and go ahead and post it. All right, so if you've made it this far in this video of sharing the dashboard, congratulations. Sharing it, especially with GitHub, especially the first time, is intimidating, but I promise you the more and more familiar you get with it, the easier it becomes. And it's my recommended choice, this method of sharing, that I use for sharing any type of work, whether it's Power BI, Python, SQL, or whatnot. All right, in the next video, we're going to be jumping straight into more of an advanced section, jumping into Power Query so we can see how to clean up some data. With that, I'll see you there. All right, welcome to the second half of this course, and we're about to crank things up a notch. Specifically, we have 2 chapters left, this one on Power Query and the next one on DAX. Both of these are going to supercharge your powers in Power BI in order to make more effective visualizations. Anyway, into this chapter. This one's going to be focused on Power Query. Power Query is a tool used for ETL, or extract, transform, and load. You hear data engineers talk about this all the time. Let's demo a use case real quick. So back in my old days working as a data analyst, every month I'd get a new report similar to this, where in this case, that's the job postings, but this is for all the job postings in January. So like any good employee, I then take that Excel sheet from my boss and put it into a Power BI dashboard. In this case, I have a job count and then also the jobs over time in January. But then we get into our next month and February rolls around and I get this new Excel spreadsheet that we can tell by job posted date has the jobs from February 2024. What the heck am I supposed to do now? Well, I know what a lot of you done before because I've done it too. I've had to collect all this different data and specifically copying it using Control-C and then navigating into my January file, scrolling all the way to the bottom, and then putting this data in here inside of here, saving it, and then going back into my Power BI file and clicking refresh now that that January file is, or that former January file is now January, February, so I can get this new data in. And then these jobs are now updated to include not only January, but also February. Also got to update this title. But our data is now updated. Mind you, I have to do that copy from that other file to the new file. If only there was an easier solution. Well, with Power Query, there is. All I have to do is put a folder with the Excel files I need. So in this case, I have the January and February. Let's now add in March. So I'll paste it in. And now we have 3 months worth of data. Whenever I go back to Power BI, click refresh. In this case, I've set it up to now pull from this folder. You didn't see this. I'll show this in the video. And now these files are updated for, actually just go up to make this a little bit easier. They're updated for January, February, and also March. Now you may be like, Luke, you still had to click that refresh button. Well, actually, if you put it into something like the Power BI service using Publish, you can schedule automated refreshes, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. So just make sure we're on the same page. What is Power Query? Like I said, it's an ETL tool in order to perform extraction, transformation, and loading. In that previous example, we extracted data out of a folder. We transformed it by putting it all into a single table and then loaded it here into Power Query or into Power BI so we could visualize it, ETL. You access Power Query inside of Power BI underneath the Home tab, basically this entire section right here on data and also queries. This is Power Query. Fun fact, if you're inside of Excel, you would just navigate to the Data tab and there, like right here on Get and Transform Data and Queries and Connections, this is the portion that deals with Power Query. Everything that you're going to learn from me today in using Power Query inside of Power BI is going to be able to replicate it and used inside of Excel. So this chapter on Power Query is going to be broken up into 6 different lessons. In this lesson, we're going to have an intro, do some basic examples, and then next one we're going to get into using basically another GUI called the Power Query Editor in order to edit our transformations. In the third lesson, we're going to be moving into actually importing in the data we're going to be using for the final project. And then from there, with the 3 remaining lessons, we're going to get into some more advanced techniques in using things like the M language, append and merge, and whatnot. Now, regarding the Power BI files for this chapter, things are going to be a little bit different from what we did previously. In this, we're going to have a file for each lesson. These files are going to be what is done upon completion of a lesson. So in our case, 3.1 Power Query Intro. This is the completed file at the end of this video. And using those files is actually a great segue into getting into how to use Power Query inside the home ribbon. Now, if you were to open up this Power Query intro file and then were to hit something like refresh in order to connect to all these different data sources that we are going to do and try to load them in, you're going to get a few errors. Specifically with our monthly files. These are located on my local machine, so the path for these is in Power Query, is directing them to my machine. You need to update them from where they are for you. So what I'm going to do is close this, go here underneath the queries under Transform Data into Data Source Settings. In our case, you're going to look for the folder icon, in this case, the Z desktop monthly files, and you're going to go to Change Source. And then from there, you're going to go to Browse, and you'll locate to the area that you have those monthly files in, click OK and OK, and then close. And then upon refreshing this, the query should load with no issues. And bam, there we have it. Anyway, so this is a completed file. Let's get out of this and get into a blank Power BI file to get through this lesson. So moving on into exploring this. The first thing to understand is we have an option to get data, and this gets data from a multitude of different sources as we've saw previously. I prefer using this more option anytime I'm trying to look for things. There's some major types that we can look at. One is file, things like Excel, text files, PDFs, whatnot. The next are databases, which we're going to eventually get to demoing for this. And databases are by far, especially in the business world, are the source that I'm going to be using to get data primarily behind files themselves, or like Excel files. Now, beyond file and databases, there's options that are specific to the Microsoft platform that if your company's invested billions or millions of dollars into this, they probably have access to these, such as Azure as well. And the only other one we'll call out is other, specifically other, because we're going to be able to import data from things like a web page, or you can even do things like R script or Python script. Now, navigating back, now that we've seen all that, you can see that these three options right here are basically just quick actions from the get data. So I don't find myself using unless I'm going directly to like an Excel workbook. We've seen previously also how we can just enter data in and create our own table. That's done through Power Query. And then once again, Dataverse is another source, or recent sources itself you can connect right to. Now moving over to this query section under transform data, we've explored data source settings, but then there's transform data. And this is how we're going to get to the Power Query editor. We're not going to touch this editor in this first lesson. We're going to keep it simple and just load data using the most simple method to get into Power BI without getting to the editor. The last two things on here that are grayed out are edit parameters and also edit variables. Both of these are outside of the scope of this course. Editing parameters and editing variables are more advanced techniques, and I don't think that they're necessarily necessary for the basics, so we're not going to be covering it. And the last button is refresh, which you've seen me demo just recently of getting those monthly files updated. That's how we update any type of query, is clicking refresh. All right, enough of the theory. Let's actually get into some examples demonstrating Power Query. The first one is this. Now let's say I want to do an analysis to understand how things like GDP, gross domestic product, compares to, or how it has an impact on maybe salaries in different countries. And so what I can do is I went to Bing here. I binged, if you will, countries by GDP by sector. And this first result of Wikipedia pop up. Anyway, this Wikipedia page includes tables in it with, in this case, it's the nominal GDP and then also this real GDP. Anyway, this data is in here in a table. Previously, I know you've probably done this before, you probably come in here and tried to select it and then try to copy it. Well, instead, Power Query simplifies this. I can just copy this address right here, pressing Control-C, and then navigating to get data. And we want to get this from this web source right here from a web page. We'll keep it in the basic. All we have to do is just paste in that URL, click OK. And what's really neat now is it shows me all the different tables within here. I can even select like table 2, which is the one we're going to get. Anyway, it's really important that you go through and select which table you actually want, because a lot of these tables are not really useful. Table 2 is the most useful for us. So I'm going to select this. And then there's 3 options down there. Load, transform data, and cancel. If I click transform data, what's going to happen is it's going to take me into the Power Query editor itself. And it's not a big deal if you did this. You can just go ahead, click close and apply. Now the other option, instead of hitting transform data, is just clicking load. And this basically bypasses going into that Power Query editor and just loads it directly into here as it's doing now. And then bam, we have this table inside of here, all the different fields. I can inspect it inside the table view and all the columns look like they're coming up correctly. I am going to rechange the name of this to GDP nominal, and then updating it there. It's also going to update it inside the data pane. So now I can make something like a map visual, throw in the country into the location, and then for the bubble size, put in that total GDP. I could also just duplicate this bad boy and make it into a stacked bar chart. In this case, the world is, well, everything for it. So in this visual itself, I could do something like just filter out world by unchecking it. And bam, Pretty crazy how we can just now get this data from online directly into our Power BI file. And then next year or then the following year, whenever this data updates, all we got to do is go and click refresh. Assuming the table name doesn't change, it will go forward with refreshing and getting that updated data. Now let's get into demoing how we can connect to a data source such as a folder, as we did in that first exercise in this video. For this, I'm going to start a new page so we can build any visualizations on. And we're going to go into Get Data. And for this, I'm going to go to More. And inside of here, I'm going to type in Folder. Now there's actually two options for folder. Folder itself, which is a folder on your local machine, and SharePoint folder. If you're using the Microsoft ecosystem, this is what I've used in the past, where basically I've had another stakeholder that was in charge of the data, and they were just in charge of putting the data into the SharePoint folder. And then in Power BI service, it would automatically update from there. We're not going to be working with SharePoint folder because I'm assuming you don't have access to it. I don't even have access to it.
For this exercise, we're going to be using the data folder, specifically these monthly files. Remember, we have files broken up, or it's the same data broken up over every single month. Anyway, for this example, I'm going to start by only uploading these first 3 months. So I'm going to just move these other ones out, put them on my desktop for now. And I thought I was going to delete it after it moved it out of there. Apparently it doesn't. So I'm going to delete it by right-clicking, select delete. Yes, I want to delete because I have copies on my desktop. All right, let's get into importing in this folder.
So I'm going to go into Folder and click Connect. From there, you're going to navigate to where the folder is. With the correct path in there, I'm going to click OK. And then we have this navigator window pop open. And in this, we can see basically the rows here are outlining the 3 separate files or 3 Excel files that we have in there, right? Because if I navigate to that folder on my desktop, I see that, yeah, it does match those 3 files. But how we're going to combine it, well, we'll get to that. Anyway, we've gone over these buttons before of transform data, right? Because if we've transformed it, we're going to enter the Power Query editor. They also have this load. If we were to click load, which is not actually what we want to do, it's going to load all these monthly files in, but this is going to be basically in a table, meaning navigating to the table view, it just tells us about the Excel file. It doesn't give us the data. It didn't combine it. So I'm actually going to just go ahead and delete this from model and start over again. And then back to navigating through all those steps to load it in. In this case, I'm not going to do load or transform. I'm going to go into combine. And then it says, hey, you can combine and transform data or combine and load data. Like I said, we don't want to get, I'm not going into the Power Query out of this lesson. So we're just going to go to combine and load. Now there's a couple more steps we have to navigate to. We need to select the object to be extracted from each file. In this case, we're going to select this sheet 1. And it's using the first file. We could also call out a specific one, like I could call out January in this case, and click this as well. I recommend just doing first file in case January ever gets replaced. So I'm gonna go ahead and change it. Select sheet 1 and then select OK. And now it's going through the loading process of accessing each of these monthly files that you see. It did March, February, and now January. Inspecting the monthly files underneath the table view, I can see that it looks like we have 156,000 rows, which sounds about right. So to visualize it, I create a stack bar chart, put job title short into the y-axis, and then the count of job title short into the x-axis. But let's actually view this over time. So I'm going to insert in a line chart, and we'll throw job posted date into the x-axis, and then count into the y-axis. If you notice from this count is, this line chart is just, okay, this is a mess to look at. And the problem is that job posted date is not in a date format. We can actually fix this in Power Query Editor. Like I said, we're staying out of that today. So for the time being, I'm just going to select this and change the format to a data type of date time. It says, hey, do I want to change this? Yeah, I want to change it. You'll say, hey, one or more calculate objects need to be manually refreshed. Refresh them now. And now I'm going to X out of this with job posted date. As we can see, job posted date now has a date hierarchy. So whenever I drag it onto here, it's aggregating it by day and by month and by year. So drilling on down, I like this day view. This is good. Now, what happens if we get more files? Well, whenever we add them into here, they're now in this folder, but this still needs to refresh, right? So remember, we have to still click refresh all tables. and it's going to go into monthly files, specifically into the queries. And in this case, it's going to access each of those. Right now it's August, November, May, and then we have all of it for the year. And this is just unreadable, so I'm going to navigate up one, and we'll be able to see it on a monthly basis now. The last example we're going to get to is, like I said, the most real world example of connecting to a database. Specifically, we're going to get and connect to the database behind datanerd.tech. This app, which has collected up to 3.6 million jobs at the time of filming this, has all of this in a database. Specifically, it's a BigQuery database. Actually, just to prove that I have access to it, here I am inside of my Google Cloud account. I'm connected to the table itself. Here's all the different columns. It has a lot more columns than you're used to seeing. Anyway, the details inside of it. It has 3.6 million rows inside of it. I can also, if I wanted to, see a preview of the data within it. Anyway, we're going to use Power Query to connect to this online database. And by we, I mean me. Unfortunately, it would cost entirely too much money to try to get everybody an account access. Also, I'd have to pay for the resources for everybody accessing it. It'd just be a giant headache. Sorry, it's only going to be me. Anyway, I'm going to click Get Data and then More. And then from there, you're going to search for whatever database you have it in. In my case, I use BigQuery. So I'm going to select BigQuery and select Connect. From there, I'm going to specify all of my connection information. I can also give a SQL statement if I want to get maybe a subset of the data. Now, what you didn't see prior to this is I actually had to go through, log into Google, and provide my credentials to access it. So there is another step to get to make sure that just nobody can access your database. Anyway, I navigated into the table itself and looking at it, it looks like it's right. I could verify by going back to BigQuery, checking it out, and be like, yeah, that matches the columns. And then from there, we have options of load, transform data, i.e. open the Power Query editor, or cancel. I'm just going to load it in. Now, this is something new that we haven't covered yet, and it's asking me how do I want to basically bring all this data in? Do I want to import it, or do I want to direct query it? Now, in all of our previous example, we've always used import mode. We've never been given the option to do direct query. And import mode just means we import in all the data. Now, direct query does not import it in, meaning the file size is much smaller, the Power BI file size is much smaller. And then every time that you want to maybe update a visualization, it has to go out and get that data. So therefore, with performance, for import mode, it's very fast. For direct query, super slow, depending on how big the data source is. Import mode supports basically all our different functionality. Yes, you have to manually refresh inside the Power BI app, but you can also set that up in the service. Direct query doesn't support other advanced features such as like accessing this data while you're offline or supporting full DAX, which we'll be demonstrating in chapter 4. Anyway, the point is you have to weigh your costs and your benefits of what you want to actually accomplish with this. I have 3.6 million rows of data to get into here. That would make this a heck of a size of a file. And so I'm okay with being a little bit slower, and I'm going to go with direct query. Now let's get into inspecting it. If I wanted to, or what I can't actually do, if I went to table view, I can't view it because it's not an import mode, it's in that direct query. So unfortunately, everything I want to view from it, I have to do from the canvas. So I select a new card, and I'm going to drag the job ID into the fields, and specifically, I want a count of this. And this tells me I have 3.65 million jobs. Let's add a few more visualizations. And bam, we get this bad boy. So I'm able to look at all the different values we've looked at previously. But I will show something with this. If I'm trying to actually cross-filter, in this case, I selected software engineer, you can see everything's going through and trying to load. With 3.6 million rows in a database, this is going to take a little bit of time. And it looks like it's finally updated. I still have one more. Okay, everything's now loaded. Now, if I wanted to, at any point, if I wanted to switch this from that direct query into import mode, I could come down here to storage mode and say, hey, switch all tables to import. Once you do this, though, you can't revert back to the direct query. Now, with direct query, we were able to load this in. You saw how fast we went through the data source. I'm going through right now and it's loading in the rows. Look at this, it's at 350,000 and we still have to get to 3.6 million. Also, we're still loading the data, so the file hasn't updated necessarily just yet. But just for reference, to remember this, right? The data size of the file right now is at 11 megabytes. And we're still loading. And it looks like we're wrapping up these rows of this database. All right, so truth be told, I got done with or it was getting close to loading and that file ended up crashing. I didn't want to go through that reload process again, so I opened an old file that I worked with previously. This one is connected with direct import to that database. This one only has 3.49 million because I did this a month ago. Anyway, it still has all the data inside of here, but notice how fast whenever I actually click this, how fast it actually filters down because it's imported in. Now there's a major drawback from that. Remember our previous file was only 11 megabytes. This bad boy is 2,500 megabytes. So nearly 200 times bigger. So importing a database isn't necessarily as simple as importing a database, because sometimes you have to decide if you're going to use import mode or direct query, how's it going to affect the performance, or how that's going to affect file size. My recommendation is you just use import, and if you can, clean up your data into as smallest size as possible before actually bringing it into Power BI. If that's not an option, go with direct query. All right, so now that we have that in-depth coverage of how we can import databases, but also other data sources as well, we now have some practice problems for you to go through and connect to some other different data sources as well. With that, in the next lesson, we're going to be jumping into the Power Query Editor. See you there. Now that we're a master at understanding what are all the different types of data sources we can connect to, now let's jump into the Power Query Editor itself and actually get to cleaning up some data. Now in this video, we're going to be performing cleanup of our CSV file that we've previously been using, and we're going to do that with the Power Query Editor while exploring it. Anyway, the first case we're going to take advantage of, as we saw previously, that job posted date time, whenever we drag it into a line chart, it doesn't do it because the data wasn't correct in being in a hierarchy or recognized as date time as it was here. Demoed that in the last lesson. Anyway, we're going to use Power Query to actually clean up this column. The other thing we're going to do, which is quite common with Power Query, is create new columns that we can then analyze further with. Specifically here, we're going to be analyzing a column called salary hour adjusted. And that adjusted column is going to take our salary hour average column and multiply it times 2080, or basically 40 hours times 52 weeks in a year. And therefore we can understand what would be the yearly salary based on an hourly pay. Anyway, we're going to make these charts associated with it. And this allows us now to compare yearly median salary to now hourly adjusted salary like we're doing in this line chart. So let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're going to get an intro now into the Power Query Editor. And for this lesson, feel free to just start a new blank report. Inside of our new file, let's connect to our previous CSV that we've been using, selecting this of text CSV. And then navigating to the data source itself of job postings flat, select open. Inside the navigator window, remember, we don't want to go to load. We're going to explore the Power Query Editor itself. So we're going to go into transform data. So let's go over this UI of this Power Query Editor that just opened up. It has a very similar format to all Microsoft products in that up at the top, we have the ribbon itself. Then underneath this, we have the data view area, and it may be confusing to some because it looks like it's Excel, but I can't go in here and I can't type inside of here. This is just showing me what is the current view of the query that we're operating on. So this has all the different columns of our final data set. With this, we have a queries pane over to the left-hand side. So we're currently operating on the job postings flat query, which is this query. Conveniently, they just named it this based on our CSV. And then over here on the right-hand side is our query settings. And notice here, so we have our name right here. If I wanted to, I could name it to just job postings, click enter. And then our query itself updates that. I want job postings flat, so we're going to leave it as that. And then underneath this, we have what steps were applied in Power Query for this. So I can actually go back into previous steps. Right now we're on change type. That's the last and most recent step. I can go to promoted headers. And in this one, there's not really much of a difference. But if I go into the source step, we can actually see that from the source itself, it imported in, and those job titles, or sorry, the actual column headers were on row 1. So that's why it went through. Once it did the source, then it went into promoted headers, and then finally into change type. Sometime to access the properties within here, you need to click this settings icon. So in the case of the promoted headers, I would click this, and then I could select different options. We're not going to change anything for these so far. All right, so that's the main portions of this. One last thing to call out after this query setter, now that we've seen it, notice there's a formula bar up here. And if I go to this like change type, the formula inside of here actually changes. Anyway, this itself inside of here is what's called the M language. Power Query has a special language that's put together to basically compile all the different steps to build this query. If I wanted to go check it out, I can go into this advanced editor up here. And this is the full query for this actual data set or this query. But once again, we're getting ahead of ourselves. So we're going to start with going over the View tab first. And it's important for that because sometimes people think that, oh, I'm doing edits in here. I can't actually evaluate and find out what's going until I go back to the Home tab and then close and apply to therefore load it into Power BI. But actually with this View tab, we can do a lot of analysis here and prevent us from having to jump back and forth between the Power Query editor and the Power BI app. What do I mean by that? Okay, well, let's actually go check out something like the job title short column. Now, what's really neat about this is we have up at the top here some icons that say, hey, we have 10 distinct value and 0 unique. And if you actually count these bars, that's the 10 distinct values. And we know from exploring the job title short column before that, if I were to actually use this drop down arrow here, there are 10 values in here. Specifically, there's 10 different job titles. Now this drop down arrow, now that we have it open, it works similar to how you could filter in Excel. I can sort ascending, sort descending. I'll do sort descending. Right now it's going to go through a load process. And if you notice, we have an applied step of sorted rows, but now it's sorted in descending order. And it's now saying there's only one distinct value. Why the heck is that? Well, let's actually inspect this. So selecting the job title short column using the View tab, what I can do here is come up here and select something like the column profile. This thing is invaluable. Like I said, invaluable. Anyway, what we find out is, yeah, everything, the software engineer makes up everything, but it says, hey, the software engineer makes up 100%, but 1,000 of them are software engineers. What's going on is, I'm going to actually close out a column profiling real quick. Column profiling is based on the top 1,000 rows, at least selected from the bottom. What I can do is change this to the entire data set. Now, this is going to actually have to load more data now. And so it's going to take some time. So that's why by default it's set to 1,000 values, because sometimes it takes a while to actually load depending on how big the data set is. So it loaded, and now we can see that this preview area shows that there is 10 unique values. Whenever I go to column profile and actually look inside the job title short column, I can see there's almost 500,000 jobs here. And we actually see all the different jobs, not just those software engineers, since we had it sorted in descending order. And you can do this with any column. I can just go through here and select different columns that I want to actually view. In this case, I'm looking at job location. I can see that anywhere comprises nearly 13% of jobs. Some more things to explore up here from this View tab. I'm going to turn off that column profile, but we also have this column distribution enabled. I can uncheck that or check that. I like to have that visually so I don't have to necessarily open the column profile to view that. We have this of column quality, which you can see that it tells you which data is valid, which one's the error, which one's empty. I'm not a fan of this because you can actually, if you look up here at the top, there's a bar right here that shows that. And we can see this a little bit more clearly using these 3 columns here, where for something like the salary rate or salary year average, nearly 96% of them are empty, hence the gray bar. And then the other 4% are valid. Anyway, this bar is located up here. Because of that, I don't really care about column quality. The other two of monospace just changes the font type or displays or doesn't display white space. I just leave show my white space collect. Navigating back over to job title sort, remember we do have it right now sorted. I can tell there's a sort on there. I actually didn't want to apply that step. If I want to remove a step, I just navigate to whatever one, in this case sorted rows, click this red X right here, and it gets rid of it. It's taking a while for this data set to load in between each one, so I'm going to change this column profiling back to the top 1,000 rows. And with that, the last thing to capture on this column distribution, remember we talked about here there was 10 distinct values and 0 unique, which distinct means they have repeating values. Unique means that there's only that value once. So in the case of job location of these top 1,000 values, there's 408 distinct values, so repeating values, and 277 unique. But that's only for the top 1,000. Jumping next into the Home tab on the ribbon. This is where I spend the majority of my time selecting different options that I want to do with cleaning up my data. We're going to be exploring all of these features over the course of the chapter, but I'm not going to dive into each individual one because then this video would be too long and you're not going to pay attention. So instead, we're just going to highlight key things that I'm using very frequently with this. Specifically, if we go over to that job posted date column, we can see that it is of the date time using this home ribbon, date time, which if you remember from the last lesson, it didn't automatically select this because we didn't go through the Power Query editor for the transformation. Anyway, not a big deal. The main point of showing is we can control the data type, and in here, it automatically did select job posted date as a date time. So let's actually demo a use case where we actually change a value. In this case, I can select the salary year average column. In our case, it is whole number. And this value, as we can see here, it's like 120,000. We're a salary hour average. It is of the data type decimal number. And we can see that it actually has decimal numbers associated with it. If I also wanted to get salary year average into this format, I would just click decimal number. And it's asking me this important step. Hey, do I want to replace the current applied step, so this change type, or do I want to add a new step? Let's do add a new step. Just a demo, it adds another step underneath here, and all that's done here with this change type 1 selected is a change salary year average to type number. Now, I'm not a big fan of creating additional steps in here because there can be times where we get to where we have 15 or 20 applied steps. We want to minimize this as much as possible. So I'm going to click X out of this. And we're going to do this again with the salary year average column selected, change it to decimal number. And in this case, we're going to go ahead with replace current. And it's updated because I can see it says decimal number up here. Along with in this M language for the formula bar, it updated to the type number. I actually don't want this as a decimal. We're going to change this back to a whole number. We're going to replace current as well. And salary year average changed back into what it was originally for whole number, which is this characteristic of int64.type. Not something you need to have memorized. I just like to sometimes look at the M language, understand what's going on there. But clearly we can see from this, columns are put inside of parentheses and then referenced as necessary. So that's the Home tab. We're going to be going into a lot of these other features, specifically manage columns, reduce rows, and everything else under transform in some upcoming lessons. Moving into the transform tab here. And with this, you're going to see a lot of stuff repeated from the Home tab. Specifically right here, right? I see the salary year average. I can control the data type from here. Anyway, this tab itself, it allows us to do more control of how we want to modify a column. Let's take, for example, this job via column, which shows us the platform in which a job posted was posted on. If I inspect it using column profile, I can see that these different platforms have the word via and then a space in front of it. If I'm trying to present this to my boss, I really don't want this via space in front of it. I just want it to say, like in this case, the second one, LinkedIn. Well, that's where the Transform tab comes to the rescue. With job via selected, I can go into replace values. Specifically, I want to replace via with nothing. I'm gonna go ahead and click OK. So this removed the via, but if I actually click something like this, of 𝗏𝗍revealed.com. I'd have to actually check out this job posting website. Anyway, it shows down here at the bottom, but whenever you highlight it, what you do see is there's actually some white space in front of here. And I highlighted it here. What we could do is we could do one more step. And in this case, we want to have, with the job via column selected, go to Format. And I can do things like lower cases, which is demonstrated here. I could even uppercase it, make everything uppercase. I'm going to delete both these steps. That's not what I want to do. Instead, what I want to do is I want to trim it. And now with this selected, we can see that there's no white space in front of this. Now this is actually unnecessary. I'm mainly just doing this for demo purposes. I'm going to remove this trim text portion. And underneath replace values, go into here to modify it. And for the via, I'll put via and then space. And now click OK. And in this case, whenever I select it, I can see that that white space was removed. We don't have to do an extra step. Minimize steps. Next up is the Add Column tab. And as the name implies, this adds a column. Transform, looking at transform and then looking at add column, there's a lot of similarities in functions between the two. And the key difference is transform does it to the column itself, and add column adds a new column. So besides just formatting text, like extracting out or cleaning up the white space around different columns and creating a new column, I could use it for a use case like this. In job posted date, this column name is actually slightly misleading because it says job posted date, but it's a date time. So if I wanted to make this column into a date and then this one into something called job posted date time, I could do that. So with this selected, I'm going to select up here to change this to a date and specifically date only. Now I want to change this name to job posted date. So I could click on it and try to enter job posted date and then press enter, but it conflicts with our other name. We have to rename the other one first. So our original job posted date, I'm actually going to change this to job posted date time and then change this one to job posted date. Now, I don't like where this job posted date is, like how far it is from job posted date time. So I can drag it. I can also right click it and select to move it. It allows me to move it to the left, right, to beginning, end. I can move it to the beginning. Anyway, we got this new step of reordered columns. This actually isn't where I want it. I'm going to drag it over, get there, and now it's here. Now, unfortunately with dates or date times, if we were to go to something like column profile and try to visualize it, I could even change it to something like the entire data set. I'm not going to get much value out of this new distribution once all those values loaded in, other than, well, this bad boy. So there are some cases where now in this case, I would go close and apply it and then load it directly into our file. Also, if you haven't done it already, we need to actually go in and save this. With that saved, let's actually get into visualizing it. We're going to be making line charts with this. Specifically, I want to compare that job posted date time basically without the hierarchy. So I'm going to right click this and remove that date hierarchy. And then we're going to do a count of the job title short. Remember previously in the last lesson, this is what we're seeing with that job posted date time whenever it wasn't formatted correctly. It's a hot mess, not what we want to view. Anyway, I copied and pasted this over here to the right-hand side. And even if I were to put job posted date in here now, and yeah, it's working, but even when I convert this to away from that hierarchy itself, the values are still usable. Unlike this one, not necessarily usable with this date time format. All right, good enough to inspect. Let's jump back into Power Query Editor. We go back into transform data and then transform data. You can also access it by clicking these three dots right here for any data source and going into edit query. All right, so here we are back here. There's one final cleanup I want to do, one final exercise, if you will. And that deals with that salary hour average column. Oops, looks like I have column profile turned on. I'm gonna turn that off. Anyway, if you remember, I wanted to compare, or we're going to compare, the salary year average column to an adjusted value of the salary hour average column. Specifically, salary hour average is in an hourly format. We want to get into what would it be for a yearly salary. So what we need to do is take these values inside of salary hour average, such as this one here of 61.15, and we want to multiply it times the number of hours in a week and the number of weeks in a year. So we come up here into the add column. Underneath standard, we want to multiply this column that we have selected. And there's 40 hours in a week and 52 weeks in a year. This actually comes out to 2080. You have to put in actual whole number in here for this. And we'll go ahead and click OK. Now I want to double check my values real quick. So I'm just going to filter real quick to remove null. Remember, this will actually apply a step here of filter row. So we'll need to remove this. And then if I drag it on over next to salary average so we can view it, we can see that, okay, yeah, it did actually apply the necessary multiplication to get the values we need. All right, so let's remove these last two steps to get back where we were. We just reordered it and then also filtered. And we're doing this because navigating this multiplication column, I need to rename it. And we could do this by double clicking this, typing in the name of salary hour adjusted. I need to get that right, click enter. And then this adds another step. Remember, I'm not really a big fan of adding extra steps. I'm gonna go ahead and stop this or close out of that step. If I select the inserted multiplication, open up this formula bar right here. Now we don't need to be experts at reading this M language here, this formula bar, but what you can see, as we've seen previously with something like the change type, I'm gonna select that one. These column headers are in parentheses. Similarly, if I go to inserted multiplication and I look at this, the column header is in parentheses, these two match. So for this step of insert multiplication, it's giving it this name. Instead, I could change it up here to salary hour adjusted, press enter, and then it does it within the same step and there's no extra step or applied step. Now I could take salary hour adjusted and drag it over here next to salary hour average. And I'm gonna get nitpicky because I really like minimizing my steps. If you've noticed right now, we have two separate reordered columns. We've noted that we have multiple of it because it now says reordered columns 1. My recommendation instead, this is an advanced technique. Don't worry, if you're getting this and you made it this far with doing this, you're perfectly fine. I like make sure we minimize our steps, right? So I'm gonna X out of this. And this puts that salary hour adjusted back on the end. I'm gonna drag reordered columns to the bottom. Now, whenever I take salary hour adjusted over here, it's going to insert it into that current step of reordered columns. So there's no duplicate of that. So you can feel free to move these applied steps around to wherever you need them to be. But you need to be careful with how you do it. In this case, right, I get an error message. The column salary hour average wasn't found because it's created in this step. So you need to make sure whenever you're moving things, you are keeping them in an order that keeps track of the current columns. Anyway, let's go inspect this. I'm gonna close and apply, and I'm gonna create a new page. And in this, we're gonna be making a clustered bar chart. We wanna compare this for the different job title shorts, so I'll drag that to the Y-axis. And now we can take something like the salary year average to the X-axis. I want to aggregate this by median, and salary hour adjusted also to the X-axis. This one will also be median. And bam, what we can see from this is, well, let's go into focus mode, that consistently hourly salaries are consistently below yearly salaries. And this is a great data point or a good insight because we need to understand, or you want to need to understand that yeah, you may be taking a job as hourly, but most likely you're going to get underpaid somebody that's paid on a yearly basis, which is kind of jacked up and kind of pushes or trying to make people get full-time jobs with salaries by somebody just working hourly. And in the final file, I put together this scatter plot, which I'm trying to show by this. I made them the axes equal, where this one, the left side is the adjusted, the y-axis is the adjusted salary, and the x-axis is the yearly salary. And the axis goes from 80,000 to 160,000 for both of these. So the actual area itself, the plot area, is similar across each. Anyway, what we'd hope to see with this line of best fit between all these different job titles right here is that it goes exactly splits in between the two. Unfortunately, it's inclined or more towards the yearly median salary, which is also what we showed in this bar chart. in that yearly salaries are higher than those adjusted hour salaries. All right, so you have some practice problems now to go through and get more familiar with using the Power Query Editor. In the next lesson, we're going to be using the Power Query Editor specifically to bring in and clean up the data set that we're going to be using for the final project. All right, with that, I'll see you in the next one. In this lesson, we're going to be importing in our final data set that we're going to be using for our second project. It's quick to note, there's no difference in data between the two. We'll get to all that in a little bit, but it's more important if you understand there's not going to be really a change in data, but in how we can actually analyze it now. What do I mean by this? So I'm inside the project file from the last lesson where we imported in our job postings flat CSV. And if I scroll on over here, specifically to these two columns on job skills and job type skills, we're going to focus on job skills for the time being. It is of the format text and it's a list of skills in here. But how the heck am I supposed to use these skills when they're associated with a certain job? Like you could have multiple skills to a job. If I would try to create a bar chart of these skills, and as you expect, if I tried to drop something like the job skills into here, doing it by count, going into focus mode so we can see it better. Basically, it's just providing counts of these different lists, but this doesn't really provide us because it hasn't broken up these skills. And remember from this, looking at the model view, this is only one table that has everything in it. It's called a flat table. Well, here I am in the final file for this lesson, and in it, I'm able to analyze what are the top skills in data. Basically, we're looking at those skills, and they're actually broken out individually for this, but have the appropriate job count for how many jobs there are. How is this even possible? Well, if we go into the model view for this final file of the lesson, we can see that we have multiple tables inside of here, and we have these lines between them allowing us to connect relationships to it. Now we're going to get all into all this and break it down further, but the gist of it is we have one table with all of our job postings and then one table with our skills, and we're connecting it to the two. And we're able to query across these tables. So let's break this concept down by looking at this ERD or entity relationship diagram of the final table of what we just saw in Power BI, but broken out here. So for this is arranged into what's called a star schema, and we have fact tables and then dimensional tables. Specifically, we have our job postings fact table, that's why facts at the end, and then all these other ones are dimensional tables, that's why we have the dim at the end. This is shorthand notation and is pretty common whenever you're using this type of structure on how you'd expect things to be named. Anyway, the job posting fact table contains all the measurable data, so every single job posting. If you worked in something like sales and had a similar thing, all of the different orders would probably be in the fact table, and then things like information on the customers or information on the stores would be in the dimensional tables. Similarly, our dimension tables have things like the company and then also the skills. These fact tables are going to take much more rows because they contain every single attribute. Whereas something like a company dim is only going to contain a company once. Or a skills dim is only going to contain a skill once, but then link it to the job. Now, because we're using this fact and dimensional tables, it's commonly referred to as a star schema. Going back to Power BI, it's hard to really see star schema with this one because we only have basically two relationships coming off for the skills in the company. But if we go to the very last lesson file, which we'll get to at the end of chapter 4, this starts to look more like a star schema because we have our job posting fact table, and then we're going to create even more dimensional tables, creating this star schema. But that's for chapter 4, getting ahead of herself. Now, this isn't to say flat tables are completely useless. Flat tables have their time and place, especially for those that are maybe new to analyzing data or aren't familiar with data set. It makes it have a simple structure and super easy to actually query. But as we demonstrated with that star schema in the final lesson for this, right, we're going to be able to actually get in and do some deeper analysis because now we can actually analyze multiple skills for a job posting. And flat tables can't handle this. And so they're somewhat limited, if you will. So enough yapping. Let's actually put this into practice and import in this data set. And during this, we're going to be diving into an important concept of reference first query. Anyway, starting off with a blank report for this. So we have this file. Let's get into getting it. Specifically, we want to get our data. As we learned previously, we can get it from a folder. So after selecting more, I navigate into folder and select connect. And for this, I'm going to select the location of our star schema files. And this is inside of our Power BI Data Analytics Course Project folder underneath data and in this folder called star schema files. We have 4 different CSV files that we're going to be importing for this. Anyway, I've navigated to it. I'm clicking OK. And similar to before, this is showing the 4 different files, which is going to be made into the 4 different tables. We do not want to combine and transform data or combine and load. We don't want to do this option. We need to go into the Power Query Editor. So we're going to go to Transform Data. What we need to do now inside of this Power Query Editor is we need to drill down or create queries for each one of these. I can actually demonstrate this inside the star schema files query. If I want to navigate into job postings fact, I can click binary and it basically does the entire cleanup necessary to get this job postings fact table all ready to go. But the problem is now, I'm lazy. I need to now do this for these 3 other sources. I don't want to go through and actually select new source, do that again of we selecting the file and then uploading again. I'm going to do something actually even simpler than that. So I'm going to remove these different steps that we did right here up to the point of source. And this is getting into now how we can create new queries. We can either duplicate it. And in this case, this duplicated one, which has the parentheses 2, just has the same files or same code that if we look at the previous query as that one. That's actually not showing much. So let's actually instead, I'm going to delete this one. And with this star schema file, I'm going to make some changes to it. Specifically, let's just say go into the job postings fact table. And now whenever I right click this one and select duplicate, notice all of these applied steps were done with this whenever I duplicated this. However, if I were to right click this one and instead click reference to create a new query, number 3, the reference one, this one only has 1 step. And the step, looking at it up here, is, hey, set it equal to star schema files, which is this first query. So the point I'm trying to make is with the duplicate, you don't sometimes want to do this, especially if it's going to just repeat all the steps when they've been done already. It's going to cause unnecessary load time later on. So let's go ahead and delete both these. And then from there, remove those steps to get into showing more steps necessary. And now for this, what we're actually going to do, I'm going to right click this and I'm going to reference it. And this first one, I want to reference it to be the job postings fact table, which I've changed the name up in the properties right here. This one, we're going to dive into here. And now this has our necessary table. So we'll need to do this again for all these other tables. I'll start with skills dim. Once again, we'll reference it. We'll click into skills dim. And I didn't rename it first, but that's fine. I can still go in and say skills dim. All right, just need to do the remaining 2 now. So now we have all 4 of the tables in. We have our fact table, our skills dimensional table, skills job dim, and our company dim. We're going to go ahead now and click close and apply to get this into our Power BI file. In the data pane, I can see all our 4 tables along with our star schema files. I can even go to the model view, which is the most important for this, and rearranging this all so we can see it a little bit better. We can see that it established the relationships necessary between here. Now we're going to jump into relationships here in a second. I first want to focus on this star schema file. This isn't really necessary inside of this area here. And specifically, I'm not going to need it inside of the canvas. I don't really want that. And if I were to share this with somebody, I wouldn't want somebody to have or to see it. Now I could do something like this and I could hide it, but this isn't hiding it in the model view. It's only hiding it here inside of the data view. So actually, I'm going to recommend not even loading this table into Power BI. So all we need to do is go back into Power Query Editor by going to Transform Data. And with this star schema file, I'm going to right click it. And look at this. We have this that's checked right now, Enable Load. We're going to click it and it's going to say, hey, there's possible data loss warning. Promise you we're not going to lose any data. And the name went into italics. And now right clicking it, we'd see Enable Load is no longer clicked next to it. So whenever I click Close and Apply and navigate to the model view, it's not in here, and it keeps things super simple for anybody that you may pass this file on to. All right, so let's now get into relationships. And I'm actually going to assume Power BI was smart enough in this case to pick up these three different relationships between our tables. But I'm going to assume that maybe it didn't work for you. So what we're going to do is go ahead and delete all of these different relationships in here by right-clicking on them and selecting delete. Now let's recreate all of these. For the job posting fact table, I want to connect these, and we can see we have company ID. We want to connect it to company ID, so I just drag it to each other. And then this new relationship pop-up window comes up here. In it, it has the table selected, which columns are they selected on, and it automatically selects the cardinality. And this describes how rows from one table correlate to another. In this case, it's saying many to one. In the job postings fact table, we can see here just from this snippet here up the top, the company ID, there's many. Specifically, we have 1145 multiple times. There are many values. For the company dim table, there's one value. Even just looking at this snippet, there's only one unique value in here. It automatically figures this out. This is not something you need to do. There's also cross-filter direction, which we're going to get to towards the end of this lesson. And always we want to make this relationship active. I'll go ahead and click Save. Now the other way we could create a relationship is, okay, let's say in this case, I want to now connect our skills tables together. Specifically, skills job dim has a job ID column, so I know I can connect it to this job ID. I'm not going to drag it. Instead, I'm going to right click it and I'm going to go into Manage Relationship. In this, I'm going to select, hey, let's add a new relationship. And that similar window that we saw before is going to show there. I'm going to put job postings fact up at the top and then skills job dim underneath it. And it automatically picked up that job ID, that these are the columns it's going to be related on. Now, somewhat similar to the last one, instead of being a many to one, this one is going to be a one to many. Specifically, there's only going to be one unique job ID in here, but in our skills job dim, there's going to be many job IDs. Unfortunately, we only have a data preview of 3 values, so I can't show that, in fact, job ID 5, there's multiple values of 5 in there. Anyway, I'm going to click go ahead and save because we're going to keep everything else by default. And I'm going to close out of this, and now we can see that this relationship is going. And when I highlight it over, we can see that the job ID is there. All right, let's just connect the last table, and that's going to be connecting the skills job dim down into the skills dim table. Okay, in this case, we're once again connecting on a skill ID. This is a many to one relationship. Inside the skills job dim table, there's many values, in this case, multiple ones, but there's only one unique value inside the skill dim table. Basically, this table lists all the different skills in there, but they only list them once. I'm gonna go ahead and click OK, and now we have up all our relationships established. Now we can also see these relationships here with the nomenclature they're using. They have a 1 on this side and then an asterisk here. So in this case, from company dim to job posting facts, it's a one to many relationship. You're typically going to always see either a one to many to one, or a one to one relationship. If you're getting to situations of a many to many, that's going to cause a lot of confusion and it's going to eat up a lot of resources trying to match up data. Anyway, that's beyond scope of this. That's more of an advanced technique to deal with. In most cases, you're going to be seeing this one to many or many to one. Anyway, let's get into verifying that this is set up correctly by first visualizing the company table. So we're going to drag a stack bar chart into here. Going to minimize the filter so we can see this a little bit better. Anyway, with our company dim table that has the company information in it, such as company ID, links to the companies, the name of the company, I'm going to go ahead and drag that into the y-axis. And then inside of job postings fact, recall that we no longer have the company name inside of here. That's why we dragged it from above. But also with this, making this a little bit bigger, we do have inside of here a job ID. So we can now start doing the job ID, the count of the job ID, vice doing that count of that job title short, which I feel a count of job ID is more common in practice. Anyway, we can see that we're using these multiple different tables because we have these check marks here saying we're using these tables. So we're filtering across tables. And with this going into focus mode, we can now see the count of those different jobs. I mean, companies. We could even take this a step further by copying this and then pasting it. And instead of doing counts of jobs, we could drag that salary year average into here, adjust it to a median aggregation, and then see things like, hey, Goldman Tech Resourcing gives up to $870,000 for a median salary. Not too bad. So that's the company information. Let's create a new page and analyze the skills, or if we can analyze the skills. Now, just remember, right, this one's a little bit more complicated. We have a skills job dim table and then a skills dim table. Why do we have two? Well, going to the skills job dim table, we have our job IDs and then our skill ID. I'm gonna sort the job ID in ascending order to better showcase this, but basically, remember, we could have multiple different skills for a job. So in this case, job ID of 1 has skill of 205 and 178. And then our skills dim table, we could then inspect from here, navigating to 205, we could see, hey, the skill ID is a skill ID of flow, and that 178 is for Tableau, which is the type analyst tools. Anyway, you're probably like, Luke, why the heck do you have multiple tables in this case? Well, the reason is to solve an issue where there can be multiple skills for a job, but for our companies, there can't be multiple companies listing the same job posting. There's only one. So in this case, we were able to make it into only one table, and we have one value or one company to many different job postings it's put out. But we wouldn't be able to do that with just a skills dim table directly connected to this. Remember, we'd have a many-to-many relationship. This would be a mess. It'd be a heck to deal with. That's why we have to have this intermediate table, skills job dim. Anyway, enough of me yapping. Let's actually get into trying to visualize this. Once again, we're going to insert in a stack bar chart. We're going to use the skills dim table to insert in our skills into the y-axis, and then go to the job postings fact table to put, remember, that count of job ID. Now, if you notice by this, we have relationship issues with this. Mainly, all of these values, the count of the job ID is 470,000, basically the count of all the different job IDs. What's going on here? Well, it deals with cross-filter. So what's going on here? Well, let's navigate back to that model view, and I'm going to move these around slightly. Specifically, I don't care about the company dim table, drag it off the screen for right now. We care about these skills tables. All right, so what's going on here? And that has to deal with this cross-filter direction. Right now, if I were to double click on this, I can see cross-filter direction is on single. And there's only one arrow on there, and it shows it's going from the job postings fact table to the skills job dim table. And then over here on the skills dim table, we can see that the direction is from skills dim to skills job dim. This arrow is correlated with the filter direction or the flow of how we want data to go. Right now for this visualization, we're using the job ID of job postings fact and then skills of skills dim. And we're trying to filter from skills and get what the count of the job ID is over here. And so if we did a flow of the arrow, yeah, we can go into this table, but then when we try to go through this relationship, it's only in the direction opposite to this, so you can't do it. But job ID's in here. Could we do it for that? Well, let's find out. We're going to duplicate this table, and instead of doing the count, the job ID from this job postings fact table, like I said, we're going to do it from the skills job dim table and throw it into here. And bam, this one does work and shows us the counts of this. But if you remember from our company analysis, we not only were able to do a count of the jobs, we were also able to do the median salary. So it solves the problem of getting the count. But now if I wanted to use the actual salary year average column to get the median, I still can't do that. So this is not the solution we necessarily want to do or the most optimal. I'm gonna go ahead and remove this. What we can do instead to make sure that we get this filtering of skills to be able to happen all the way back to the job postings fact is I'm gonna take this and right click it, go to properties, and for between these two tables of job postings fact and skills job dim, I'm gonna change the cross filter direction to both. It ungraded this area of apply security filter in both directions. We're not gonna be applying security filters for this. I'm not controlling who has access to this data. Anybody can have access to it. It's public, so I don't care about that. Click save. So it updated here as that double arrow. Now, when I go into report view, bam, it is updated. And I can even do something similar, Control-C, Control-V. Instead of doing that count of the job ID, I can drag in that salary year average and do that median value. And then we can see something like Unreal has a median salary of almost $101,000. It looks like a lot more less frequent skills have these higher salaries. Basically, we can filter this for the top, we'll say top 20 skills. So I'm gonna go to the skills filter, do a top N, and we're going to do a count by count of job ID, selecting the top 20 values, go apply filter. And now closing this on out, we can see these are the top 20 values. We can see something that's actually more useful like 𝗖𝗄𝗄𝗏, Kafka. And then we can even see data analytical tools down here. Even Power BI makes the list, although second from last, but at least above Excel. So anytime you're working with these fact and dimensional tables, it's important to understand what is going on with the filtering direction. In the case of our company thing, we were able to do that to our company analysis because the company, when we selected the name here, we were able to filter back into the job postings fact table to get the count of that job ID. Now there's no practice problems for this lesson, so congratulations. I do want you to make sure that you do understand what's going on with this cross-filtering and also relationships. So if you need to, feel free to go back and rework any of this. We will be testing these concepts in upcoming problems in the next lessons, but like I said, none for this lesson. All right, with that, I'll see you in the next lesson where we're going into advanced transformations. See you there. Welcome to this lesson. We're going to be diving in deeper into using advanced transformations to make that data set we just imported in for project 2 even more usable. Now, don't get too nervous that the fact that the name of this is advanced transformations. It's well within your capabilities. Let's take a look at what we're going to do. In the last lesson we imported in, we went through and we were able to visualize based on the different skills, what were their counts. But if you have bosses or stakeholders like me that are super picky, they're not going to really like that all these skills are lowercase and don't have the proper capitalization. Well, navigating to the lesson file that we're going to be completing by the end of this, and we're going to have it where the column for skills are going to be nice and cleaned up with all the proper capitalization as necessary, so we have no complaining boss or stakeholders. This is going to be done using some basic text cleanup, a lot of which we've seen before, but also a new concept of conditional columns, basically an if statement. Now, the first thing that we're actually going to be cleaning up revolves around this job schedule type column, which is inside of our job postings fact table. If we go ahead and click this drop down arrow here, we can see that there is multiple different values, and this makes it very difficult to say like, hey, what happens if I want to analyze a job that has part-time and contractor? Why can't I make it to where the job is part-time and contractor? Previously in the past, we've just gone through and analyzed this by unselecting this and then only selecting the keywords of like contractor, full-time, internship, part-time, and whatnot. But unfortunately, that leaves out a lot of different jobs. So we're going to clean up this column. Specifically, what we're going to be doing, if we go into the final file for this lesson, we're going to be creating another dimensional table, and this is going to have the job schedule type in it, and it's going to be connected to our job postings fact table via a job ID. If I navigate into table view and check out this schedule dim, what I can see is that it's going to have an associated job ID, and then the second column is going to be the job schedule type. If I sort this job ID in ascending order, we can see things like the job ID 0 has multiple different conditions that meets it. So now, similar to how jobs can have multiple skills, we can also have it to where jobs have multiple job schedule types. With this, we'll be able now to analyze not only different job counts or the correct job counts for a specific job type, but also things like this, the median yearly salary of different job types. All right, enough of me yapping. Let's jump into creating this table where we have these two columns and it's specific to the job schedule type. So for this, feel free to start with the file that we were using at the end of last lesson. If you lost track along the way, you can just jump into the previous lessons file, 3.3_project2 import. Right now in here under the model view, I'm gonna go ahead and close these tabs. We only have dimensional tables regarding the skills and the company dim. Like I said, we want to create one for the schedule type. And the schedule type information is inside of this job postings fact table, so we need to get it out of there into its own table. So I'm going to transform data in order to open Power Query Editor. So we're going to want to be cleaning up this job schedule type column, which is in that job postings fact, right? Which is right here. So the first thing we need to do in order to get our own dimensional table is we want to create a new table with, well, one, job schedule type, and then also the job ID. Remember, going to that final table, this is what we want it to look like. So with this, we need to we can right click it and see, we can either duplicate or reference. Now you can also access this by ensuring job postings fact is selected and then under the home tab, going to manage your queries. In this case, I can delete it, duplicate it, or reference. Remember, duplicate, as I just did now, keeps all those same steps going on. I don't want to add unnecessary steps and increase the load time, so we're not going to do this one. I'm going to select this one, go to manage, and delete it. Instead, we're going to select this one, and now we're going to manage it and reference it. And as we can see, the source for this step is only job postings fact, which relates to this table right here, which has those multiple different steps in it. And as a quick refresher, you can, for this table, just to verify the steps, you can do something underneath the home tab going into the advanced editor. And this has all the code necessary to build this table, which is only a few lines of code. Anyway, cool story. Let's rename this now. Up here, we'll name it to schedule dim. Upon renaming it, press enter and everything updates for it. So with this table, we now want to keep just two columns, job ID and job schedule type. Now what we could do is we come to the very last column here. Underneath the home tab, I can go to remove columns. And they have this first one of remove columns. So I can select remove it. And then I can just keep on doing this until all the different columns are removed. And that would take a while. So I'm actually going to remove this step of remove columns. We're going to do a better approach. And instead, we're going to select the two columns we want. I'm going to select this one, scroll on over to job schedule type, holding control, I'm going to press job schedule type. So now both of these are now selected, and then I can go to remove other columns. Now, the other method we could do this, that's also just as easy, is I can remove that step again. And in this case, I could we don't have to have any specific column selected. I could go to choose column and then select choose columns. And then from now, we select the columns we want. We want job ID and job schedule type. This is actually probably the easiest way, and it eventually ends up using just that removed other column step. So remembering our end goal, we want to create only one schedule type per row. If I just open this up here to select or view inside of here, I can see that we have multiple different values for these. Also, you may notice this in many of these different lists that it says list is incomplete. All you have to do is load more. And then you get all the list of all the different options in there. Remember, this is due to the fact that we're doing column profiling based on that top 1,000 rows. So whenever I do the drop down like this, it's only showing the values or the unique values for the first 1,000 rows. Anyway, well, we need to get a game plan together on how we're going to create these into different rows. My idea is this. We're going to be using the comma within these fields in order to split them into new rows. Specifically, I can select job schedule type. This is what we're skipping some steps right now. I just want to show this. We're going to go into split column by delimiter, and I can specify that we're going to be splitting by comma and each occurrence of the delimiter itself. And under advanced options, we're going to be doing rows. Now, the problem with this is, as you're going to see, like this case where we have an AND value, it didn't split it as necessary and we'd have to do it again. Also, just popping out this drop down here, we can see that we have like, oh, this one has AND in this. This is just, I'm not liking how this is done. So here's my recommendation. Let's actually go ahead and remove this change type and this split column by delimiter. And let's go forth with replacing, like in this case, let's replace this value right here with a comma. So under transform, I can select this column and we can go to replace values. And for this, for the value to find, we're gonna do space and. It is gonna be able to pick up this space. And we wanna replace this with a comma and then go ahead and click OK. All right, not bad. We can inspect these values and we can see that in the cases where there was multiple, like 3, it replaced that and, but now it has 2 commas in there. So what I'm going to recommend instead is we're going to go back 1 step to remove other columns. And let's start by actually replacing this portion. Specifically, I'm going to click on it so we can see it. Let's go forth with replacing this section of a comma, space, and with just a comma before we do our next one. So making sure that I am on that second step, I'm going to go to replace values. It asks if I want to insert a step. I do. I have this value selected, so it automatically put in there. I don't want it. What I want is comma, space, and we're going to replace it with a comma and then go OK. Okay, so that step did it just fine, right? It's looking good. And then we have our next replace values, and that one replaces the commas in the just and alone. And I can just inspect this by looking inside of here. Looking pretty good. And now I can use this split column. And specifically, we can split by a number of different things, number of characters, positions, whatnot. We're going to be doing it by a delimiter because a comma is a delimiter. So we're going to select or enter that comma. You can do leftmost, rightmost, or each occurrence, right? We could have multiple different values, so we want each occurrence. And for this, we want to go into rows. We want to put it underneath each other, underneath itself. We're actually going to demonstrate columns after this, but for the time being, this is actually what is our solution going to be, because we're going to click OK. And bam, not too bad. We have, well, let's actually inspect it. Go to View and then Column Profile. Look at this. We have these multiple different values in here, but if you look at it, some of these, like we have internship twice, and we also have temp work twice and contractor twice. Why is that? Well, the issue resolves in, if I select something like part-time, I can see this. Right with part-time, there's actually an empty space right before this. Not a big deal. This is really easy to clean up. Underneath transform, we're going to go into, once again, text columns format, and we want to trim these values. Basically remove any white space on the left or right hand side. Now when we go in to look at this column profile, there's only 6 unique values. I can actually do the entire data set. And looking at everything, there's actually one additional, this one of volunteer, and it looks like it's very minuscule compared to all the rest. But at least with this, we confirm we have just unique values. Now this is the final form of our dimensional table. Everything is good to go. Now I do want to quickly demonstrate splitting columns. We splitted columns into rows. We're going to split into columns. This by no means is necessary for you to do. I just want you to have an understanding that there are different options to actually split columns. So I'm going to remove these last few steps. If you don't feel comfortable following along with this, don't feel like you're necessary to. But anyway, we're going to go back to the step where we've had it have it set up properly, where the commas for all the different values are in the right spaces. Also, it's doing column profile in the entire data set. I'm just going to check this back to 1,000 rows. So that way it loads a little bit quicker. Anyway, underneath the home tab, we're going to split column. Once again, we're going to split by delimiter. Remember, we did this by a comma, and we did each occurrence. Now, under advanced options, it's actually selected by default. to be a column, and the number of columns to split into is set. They put it in here of 3 because looking at those 3 rows, that's what it assumes it needs to be. I mean, looking at those 1,000 rows, it looks like there's only 3 values at max, or 3 commas at max, so that's why it has the suggestion of 3. Anyway, let's go ahead and split this way. And what we can see is, okay, job 0 has 3 values, whereas job 1 has only 1 value, and then null for the rest. This is still technically usable. We just have to unpivot the data. If I go underneath the Transform tab and select underneath here, I can see here that we have unpivot columns, which with the pop-up that it comes, it says it translates all but the currently unselected columns into attribute and value pairs. Now we have job ID selected, so we actually want the opposite, unpivot other columns, translate all but the currently selected columns into attribute value pairs. And what does it mean by attribute value pairs? Well, let's look at it. Inside of here, we have our values, which are the different job schedule types now. And the attribute was that former column name, which I can go back into split column by delimiter. These were the different column names. They are now underneath the attribute. So remember, we only want to have 2 columns for ours. I can select this, go into home, go to remove this column. And then under the value, remember, we don't want that name. We could change it to job schedule type. And then I can see just looking at part-time that there is a white space before and after this. So going into transform, I can go under format and trim. And now we have it in the same manner that we had it previously, although we had to do a heck of a lot more different steps. I wanted to cover that mainly for the aspect of the unpivot columns, as you may receive data in this format right here, basically in a pivot table format, and you'll need to unpivot it in order to get it into this format. So pivoting and unpivoting is a super useful technique to know about. Anyway, I'm going to remove all these steps, split the column by delimiter, specifying it's a comma, and then we're going into rows, and then formatting this comma to formatting this column to trim up the white space. We'll leave it like this because this one's easier. This is good to go. Let's close and load it in to analyze it. That's pretty cool. Once we loaded it in, schedule dim, the dimensional table, automatically created a relationship to job postings fact. If it didn't do this, I can delete this relationship and just drag job ID over to here. Ensure that it's selected to connect between these two. It's a many-to-one relationship, maintaining it single for now. Hashtag spoiler alert, and bam. So let's get into analyzing this. I'm gonna create a new page, and let's start off simple. We just wanna analyze the count of the different job schedule types. So I'm gonna drag from the schedule dim table, the job schedule type into the y-axis. And then from the job posting fact table, we wanna count that job ID for all those unique job postings and get a count. Now, going into focus mode, we're gonna see there's a problem with this that we may have noticed before. Well, it's actually 2 problems with this. First of all, there's blank values, null values in here. I don't like that. The second is that look at the counts of this for contractor. It's 478,000. Basically, every single row is being attributed to that. Why is that? Well, let's inspect from the model view. Remember, schedule dim, we're using job schedule type, and we're trying to filter in the direction of the job ID. Right now, look at where this arrow is pointed. It's pointing towards the schedule dim. So it's preventing us from actually filtering in the direction we need to filter to get the count from this table. So how do we fix this? Well, we can right click it, go to the properties, and we can change this cross filter direction, right, from single to both, to where now once we save it, we can see that job schedule type should be allowed to filter the job ID in this direction now. Going back to report view, it is looking good. The only thing I do not like with this is this null value. Now I could go apply a filter and remove remove this blank value right here, but I'm gonna have to do that for every time I make a visualization with this. Instead, the best bet to do is go back into Power Query, and looking at that schedule dim table, we want to remove the blanks. Now, I will caution on this because this may be an approach you may try to take. You can select remove rows, and they have this of remove duplicates, remove blank rows, and remove errors. So in our case, let's try to remove blank rows. Well, whenever I go here and select this down arrow, I still have blank values in there. So technically it's not filtering for the type of blank values that are located inside of here that are actually technically null values. Anyway, I'm going to remove this step of remove blank rows because it didn't work anyway. And the best way to filter for this is just uncheck blank inside of here and then click OK. And it adds a step for filtered rows to remove this. Also, we can see that this green bar now takes up the entire length of this, so I know it worked fine. Click close and apply. Once it loads in the data, boom, it removes that blank value. So now we can do something like this since both of these are set up. Instead of just doing job count, we can also do the median salary, changing this to median. And we can see things like, ooh, part-time pays better than full-time. So that's another unique thing that we found out about this. Not only do yearly salary jobs pay better than hourly hourly, but part-time jobs are paying better than full-time jobs. Let's get into the second portion of this, which should be a little bit quicker. We're going to go into focus mode. Remember, we're trying to clean up now, as we demonstrated earlier, what are the top skills in data, specifically those different skills. We want to add the proper capitalization for each of these as necessary. This, however, is going to take a little bit more cleanup because if we navigate to our final file, we can see that, yeah, some of them do just start with only one capital letter like Python, but then you have things like SQL and AWS, which are all capitals letters, or you even have something like Power BI where the last two letters are all capital letters. Anyway, back in our file where we want to actually modify this, let's jump into cleaning this up. We're going to be cleaning up specifically the skills dim table and this skills column right here. So as we've seen before, underneath the transform tab, we have the option to format different values. In this case, text values. We could make our skills all lowercase, which they all are, or we can make it all uppercase in this case, or we can even capitalize each word, which is actually what we want to do for the first step. So I'm going to go ahead and remove this uppercase text one because we're not going to keep that one. All right, so that's a good first step. But now if we look at values like SQL, it's not proper. We would expect to be all caps for SQL. And there's only a handful of other names in here that I actually do want to clean up, such as NoSQL, Power BI, DAX, of course DAX, and we'll give some love to SAS. So let's just start with Power BI first. We're going to be using a conditional column. Unfortunately, there's nothing under transform for this, so we have to add a new column. And we can come up here onto conditional column. Our current column is called skills, so we'll say that this new column is called skills clean. Now we need to go through and fill out this basically if statement. So if column name, if skills equals, in our case, Power BI, you have to give the correct, proper punctuation for that you expect to see. We want it to be Power BI with 2 capital letters for this. And then from there, we'll go ahead and just click OK. This has a couple errors. Specifically, one, none of the values transfer, so everything's null. But our beloved Power BI is transferred just fine. So let's go back into editing that. I can go to that step of add conditional columns, click that settings icon. And the first thing I want to do is, so we have this if, and then we have an else. And right now it's set to the value of null, and that's why it's all null. Instead, we want to select a column, specifically the column of skills. Now, whenever we do this, if okay, all these columns are filled in along with Power BI. I'm also noticing that there's a Power BI without a space in it. I'm going to fix this one as well. So we can go back into modifying this column. We can add a clause in here. We want to look in the skills column equals Power BI, all lowercase. And I'm just going to copy this above and paste this in here. Click OK. And this one is now fixed. Okay. Next. Remember also we wanted to change SAS. So I'm going to go into here, add another clause, skills equals SAS, and change this to all caps. And go ahead, click OK. Remember, the other one we want to do was SQL, but I'm going to actually recommend a different approach besides conditional columns because look, we have things like SQL here, we have NoSQL here, we have T-SQL down here, once again, NoSQL, SQL Server, Anyway, there's a bunch of different sequels in here. Conditional columns aren't going to be able to fix that, specifically those cases, without replacing the entire content. Instead, with that 𝗖𝗂𝗂𝗲 column, I want to replace values. And so in cases where they have capital SQL, I want to have SQL in all caps. So replaced up here. And then let's also replace these other conditions of like NoSQL. So once again, we can do replace values, SQL all lowercase. We'll do capital SQL, click OK, and bam, this is looking a lot better. Now there's a bunch of other letters in here that you can feel free to go through and clean up, but I'll leave that for you. This is good enough for what I need. I do, however, want to clean up these columns. This is just unnecessary amount of different columns in here. So I don't want two skills and skills clean. What I'll do is I'm going to remove the skills column, and then with skills clean, we're going to just rename that to skills. Also not a fan of this order, so I'm going to drag it over. This is looking good. We'll go ahead and close and apply. Now, looking at these skills, let's go into focus mode for top skills. We can see that all these values are now properly formatted. Not too bad. So it shows the power of Power Query and even doing simple thing like this, like text cleanup. And remember, because all of these steps are in Power Query, if we ever have to refresh our data source, it's going to be still running through the same data cleaning process. And so after actually going through that, it still will apply it, and you're going to have your cleaned up values. All right, it's now your turn to give it a try. We have some practice problems around practicing with splitting column by rows and also columns, and then also how to create conditional columns. With that, I'll see you in the next lesson. We're going to be getting into how to append and also merge data sets. With that, see you there. Welcome to this second to last lesson in Power Query, and we're going to get deeper and deeper into more advanced features. Specifically in this one, we're going to be going over two major concepts, specifically how to append queries, basically put queries that have similar columns together on top of each other, and then merge queries, which is basically connecting two tables that have similar maybe column IDs and then merging them together. We'll also have a bonus topic after the merge section, jumping into how to perform group by analysis, which is very similar to basically pivoting our data. So jumping into our append example, we navigate into our project folder under data. We can see we have this data set called job postings monthly. I'm gonna go ahead and open it up. Now this is really common how my coworkers love to send me data. In this, we have all these different sheets within this workbook, and each sheet is a different month. It's very important to note that these sheets all have the same column format, meaning they all go to column Q, they maintain the same column titles, and I can verify this by going to another thing, seeing that it also goes to Q. Anyway, we want to use append to make all 12 of these sheets here into one single table. And we could do this with Power Query. For this example only, we're going to be starting with a blank workbook because after we get done with this, we're not going to keep it any further. The only point of this is to demonstrate how to do append. Anyway, start a blank report. Let's bring this data into Power Query now by going to Get Data. And we're going to be getting this from Excel Workbook. I guess I could also click it right there. Inside of our course project folder, I'm going to navigate into Data and select Job Postings Monthly and select Open. Inside of here, I have my Excel workbook, and to have all the different sheets, I need to now go through and I want all this data, so I'm gonna select it all. From there, we have the option to load it all or get into Power Query, so I'm gonna do that and select Transform Data. So looking in our queries pane, we can see that all 12 of the sheets are loaded into here. And I can also verify by scrolling on over. Looks like all the data's there. Looks good enough for me. Now we wanna combine these queries. Conveniently, under the Home tab, I can come over here into Combine, select the drop down. We have a few different options. We have Merge, we're demonstrating Append. I don't know if we can zoom in on this and see that Append, basically we're appending on all the different tables. With this, clicking this drop down, we can append queries or append queries as new, basically a new query. If I do append queries with that December 2024 selected, it's going to do the modifications inside that current query. So in this case, if I were to just append on January in this case, it's going to append it on to that query, and that's not necessarily what I want. Instead, what I'm going to do is come up here to a combine, select append queries as new, so a new query. You can do 2 tables or 3 or more tables in our case, and then we need to move all the ones we want over to the other side. In my case, I accidentally added December twice, so make sure you don't do that, as all you got to do is just select remove, and now all the ones were selected, go and select OK. Now here we have our append query. If I look at the source step by just opening this up, we can see that all we're doing is combining all these different other queries. We're going to name this as data jobs append. Now, before we get into closing and loading this, we don't want to close and load all these other queries in here. Also, I don't really like the organization of this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to select all of these and hold Control to select all the different monthly queries. And then I'm going to right click it and select Move to Group. We're going to create a new group for this and call this Data Jobs Monthly, real original. Okay, so now it makes it a lot easier to hide these queries. And then the other query, if you will, Data Jobs app append, is inside other queries. All right, one last thing, right, that the one that I actually really care about is I don't want to load this. So I'm going to right click one of the queries and I'm going to uncheck enable load, and it's going to go to italics to know that, to symbolize that that's what happened. And then once we did it all for these, I'm going to hit close and apply so we can load it in, and only that one query is loaded in. You will notice it will evaluate the other ones because it needs to evaluate them and go through them, but only one will load. Inside the data pane, we can see that one is loaded in. As always, we should go into table view and verify that, yep, everything's looking like it's right. I can also see there that we have 479,000 rows, which is the number we would expect to see for all our different data jobs posting. Just so it doesn't go without saying, this data is exactly the same that we've operated previously with. I just broke it up into different sheets. Anyway, with this, just verifying it, I can throw in something like a line chart, minimize this filters, then put job posted date on the x-axis, and then a count of jobs on the y-axis. Remember, we got to drill down. We can see this on a quarterly basis, monthly basis, and then daily basis. And inspecting it, doesn't look like there's any gaps between January all the way to December. Now that we have append down, let's move into merge, which is slightly more complex. Okay, so this is usually the use case that I find for it. Remember, we have our data in this format. Specifically, we have our fact table here, and then our other dimensional tables. Let's say now we need to give this data to our boss, but they haven't watched this tutorial, so they don't know the difference between fact and dimensional tables or how to establish relationships. They just want a flat table with everything on it. And this is the table that we're going to create with this. Specifically, you can see from it, it looks very similar to our job postings fact table, but if I scroll all the way to the right, it also has all those skills and then also that skill type in it. What we're going to do is merge the data set. Now it's important to remember this. So look at this table, right? The job skills flat, it is now 2.3 million rows. If we go back to job posting fact, it's 478,000. Why is that? Well, whenever we merge it, so going back to that flat table, we can see, like in this case, these job IDs are repeating. So this is a repeating job posting in order to capture all the different skills on different rows. So something to think about whenever we get to the end of this. Anyway, let's jump into doing this. So for the file for this and the remaining portion of this lesson, you can use what we had from the previous lesson on advanced transformations, or you can just open up this file in the project folder on advanced transformations and use that. Our final results are going to be in that 3.5 _ merge. So let's jump into it. Remember, we want to combine our job postings fact table with our skills. Because of this, we have to merge in this connector table first, and then in our finally skills dim table. So it's going to be more of a multi-step process. In order to do this, you know what we got to do? Go into Power Query Editor. So let's jump into our first step. We're going to want to connect our job postings fact to skills job dim. So we get the job postings fact connected. I can come up here in the Home tab to combine. And we have, once again, similar options of merge queries and merge queries as new. I don't want to affect our original job postings fact table, so I'm going to say merge queries as new. And it's going to say, hey, select the tables and matching columns to create a merge table. We do want the job postings fact table, and then we want the skills job dim table. What are we going to be connecting them on? Well, the job ID. So we need to make sure we select both of those. Now, what do we select next for the join kind? There are underneath here 6 different ones that we have. So we're going to walk through each of these 6 different types of joins. And in order to do this, it's important to understand we're going to be showing some visuals with it. And in this, we're going to be demonstrating how whenever you join table A to table B, what data is included and the visuals associated with this. And this represents, with the shaded color in blue, represents what data we're going to keep with this. Just to be clear, table A in our case is the job postings fact table, and then table B is the skills job dim table. So the first option is left outer. And with that, we're going to select all from the first and then matching from the second. So with that, this demonstrates that no matter what, everything from that table A, the job postings fact table, is going to be included. And then in table B, only things that match up will be included. So that's why only that center portion is colored. Now with this, we can see down at the bottom, the selection matches 410,000 out of 478,000 rows from the first table. Basically what this is saying is 410,000 job postings have associated skill or skills with it. This is actually a perfectly fine join to use, but we need to talk about the other 5 still. Next up is a right outer, and this does all from the second and then matching from the first. This is basically just opposite from the last one. Table B, or our skills job dim table, we're going to keep every single value from that, and then only matching records from our leftmost table or that job postings fact table. Inspecting this down at the bottom, we can see that 2.2 million out of 2.2 million rows from the second table are matched. But that's not the full story. Remember whenever we did left outer, it basically said that of the 478,000 job postings, there were only 410,000 that had skills. So what's happening now with this right outer is that there's about 68,000 differences or job postings without a skill. Therefore, whenever we do this right outer, we would be missing those 68,000 jobs because they don't have a skill in our final join. Because of that, we're not going to use a right outer because we want all the job postings. Next up, we're going to skip over full outer and get into inner. In this, it only matches matching rows. Looking at this visually, we can see that, okay, only the matching rows from table A and table B are going to be included in that. So if we remember from our right outer, what do you think is going to happen? Well, it tells us only 410,000 of the 478,000 job postings are going to be included in this. If we scroll over, we also see that from the second table, all the skills would be included. So that makes sense with that because every single skill has an associated job posting. Anyway, we're not going to use inner for this. All right, next up is left anti. And in this, it is rows only in the first table. In this case, we're only going to be keeping those in table A, so the job posting facts table, that have no correlated skill with it. And we confirm this by saying, hey, this selection excludes 410,000 of 478,000. So basically, this is going to return 68,000 job postings without any skills. This is completely useless, at least in our case. Moving on to right anti, this one is going to have only rows only in the second. This is only going to include rows from the right table that do not have any matches in the left table, which means that there's no rows. And as we can see, the selection excludes all 227,000 of the 227,000. Sorry, 2.2 million. So no matches are going to be done with this one. Also completely useless in our case. All right, last one is full outer, and that's going to be doing all rows from both. This one will include all results from table A and table B, whether they match or not. In our case, we do know that table B matches all of table A, So whenever we do this, there's not going to be any problems. And actually, this full outer, in our case, is basically the same thing as a left outer because, like I said, all the skills are associated with a certain job posting. And it gives us that similar response. The selection matches 410,000 out of 478,000 that basically have skills, and everything from the second table matches completely. We're going to go with this full outer. I'm going to click OK. So we have this merge data in. I'm going to go ahead and change this name from merge 1 to job skills flat. Also, you're going to notice with this, especially with this large of a data set, that when we start doing this, it takes a while to load. So one of the drawbacks of doing merge in Power Query. If your computer's not robust enough to handle this, feel free to just watch along so you can gain the experience, at least seeing what happens. No need to get frustrated because you don't have enough RAM in your computer to handle this. So now scrolling all over to the right, what we can see is that we did merge on that skills job dim table into our job posting flat table, which is all the columns to the left. But they merged it in with this in a table. I'm actually going to click on this just to show what it is. And it's going to navigate into this specific row of the table. And so what we can see from this is that we clicked into one row. That row was for the job ID of 5, and it had all of these different skills associated with it. So pretty cool. We can navigate into it. Overall, not too important. We need to actually do this step. We need to actually do this for all the rows. And we can do this by scrolling on over here. And up here at the top, there's this expand icon. Whenever I click it, I can either expand or I can also aggregate it based on the sum of these things in here, which is not what we want to do. We want to actually expand it out. And with this, it's going to give us the job ID and the skill ID. Remember, in job posting facts, we already have the job ID. So I don't want to repeat it again here. So I'm only going to import in the skill ID and click OK. It's now expanded out, and if I scroll on over, I can see now that these job postings are duplicated because in this case job ID is repeated multiple times for 5, 9, and whatnot. But we're not done. Remember, we just connected the job postings fact table to skills job dim. We still need to connect to the skills dim table. Because of that, we need to do another merge. With job skills flat table selected, I'm going to go into the home tab and the combine. And we need to merge again. I don't need to create a new query. We can continue working in this one. So we're just going to do merge queries. Now for this one from the job skills flat table, we want to connect on that skill ID on skills job dim. And we want to connect to the skills dim table on that skill ID. So for this join, which one do you think we're going to use for this? In the fact that we want to keep everything from the job postings fact table, while also putting all of our skill information into this table. Well, with left outer, what we're seeing is that we're going to match 2.2 million out of 2.3 million rows from the first table. And why is there a difference in this? Well, it has to do with the fact that there are some jobs that don't have a skill. In our case, this left outer is going to work. And also we can see we get the same output for full outer. In this case, once again, both of those are perfectly fine to use. I'm going to go ahead and click OK because I know it's going to preserve all the job postings in the first table and just match up those skills for all those that should have a match. Now that we have this skills dim added, once again, it's going to provide it in a table-like format. I can click into it so we can investigate it. You don't need to do this portion. But what I would expect to see is, since this is only 0, we should only see the skill for 0. And ding, 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 that's what we got, 0 SQL, and it's the type programming. All right, I'm gonna get rid of this. I was just doing that for demo. So what we need to do is come up here to that skills dim table and actually expand it. Once again, we have a skill ID already in there. We don't want that, we're gonna uncheck that and then expand out the other 2 remaining columns. All right, not too bad. We have this in here. I just want to do a little bit of cleanup. Specifically, I don't need this skill ID column, so I'm going to end up removing that column. And then we're going to rename both this, and instead of being skills dim skills, it's just going to be skills. And I'll change this one to skill type. Now we're complete and we've cleaned up this table, this job skills flat. We're going to now load this into Power BI and just visualize it to make sure that it's working correctly. But I do want to show something. Specifically, we just created a new table, and this table has like 2.2 million rows in it. It's a lot bigger. Anyway, our current file for 3.4 advanced transformations that I'm working right now is 39 megabytes or 39,000 kilobytes. Let's see how big it gets after we save the file. So first I'm going to close and load it. And now it's loaded in, as we can see here. I'm gonna go ahead and now save this file. Navigating back to here, this bad boy went from 39 megabytes to 76 megabytes or 76,000 kilobytes. It basically doubled in size. So something to think about whenever you're building these type of files. It is gonna make your file size a lot bigger and make it even harder to share. Anyway, one thing that's going on here, which is really weird and I don't want it to do, is this job postings flat table has relationships with the job ID of the job posting fact, and then it has this secondary one with the company ID of this company dim table. This dotted line means that it's not the primary relationship. Anyway, I don't want any of these. I'm going to delete both these relationships in here because we don't want that. I'm going to create a new page called merge. And we're just going to demo real quick, make sure we have the correct data in here. Specifically, what are the top skills in data? I'm going to copy that and I'm going to paste that in here. And I'd put some text boxes in here just to keep track, right? This side over here, we're going to be analyzing the star schema data that we use from the job postings fact table and the skills dim. We now want to see what our data looks like in job skills flat. So I'll remove both the Y and the X axis, navigate into job skills flat. For the y-axis, we'll drop in skills. And for the x-axis, we're going to do a count. We want to do a count of the job IDs. So I need to change this over to count. Okay, the purpose of this was to, well, verify. Is it the same? So skills are at 244,416 for Python and 244,406. So this flat table is good. The only thing we have to remember, right, is navigating to this table view with job skills flat selected. There are, as you can see, multiple different job IDs because some jobs have multiple different skills. So whoever we give this data set to, they have to be sure that they know how they're analyzing it. Now, what if we need to send this to our boss? Well, the easiest way is inside of this table view, underneath data, we can select those three dots. And from there, you're going to select copy table. And in my case, it took a couple minutes to copy it into the clipboard. But now I'm gonna go ahead and just paste it right here into a blank Excel spreadsheet. And silly me, it says the data set's too large, right? Because we had 2.2 million rows of data. There's only about 1 million rows in Excel. So not all of it's gonna go into here. But you get the idea. Scroll on down, almost 1 million rows of data inside of here. All right, so moving into our second and really bonus round of using group by. Let's say we get back from our boss that, hey, he didn't like that you had to send him multiple different Excel files to get those 2.2 million job postings with all those skills. Instead, he just wants you to aggregate it all together and then give him those results. That way the table's much smaller. Well, we can use group by for this. So let's navigate back into the Power Query editor. And we don't necessarily need to load this job skills flat table anymore because, like I said, my boss doesn't really want it. So we're going to uncheck enable load. It'll say, hey, there's potential possible data loss warning. I'm not worried about that. It ain't going to happen. But seriously, it's not. And we want to end up using this table to get an aggregation of things. We're going to end up using, under the Transform tab, group by. I could start by doing a group by here, but this is going to do it within the current query. I don't want to do that. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a new, not duplicate, but reference query. Now with this new query that I've renamed to job skills group by, we're going to perform group by. And we're going to keep it simple at first. we want to look at specifically that skills column. And with this, we just want a skill count. And so this is going to count the rows, and we don't select the column because we're just counting the rows. We'll go ahead and click OK. And we can basically see that the data was now grouped by, or if you will, pivoted, in that we're getting skill counts for all the different skills that we have. Now we're not limited just doing one column. I can go back into this group rows, and I actually know that he wants more information, more than just the skills. Specifically, he's curious of breaking down the count of skills based on not on the skills, but also on something like the job title short column. And we can still do a skill count for this. I'm gonna go ahead and click OK. And now it's breaking down by skills and that job title short column. So this is going to be the final table we're export, but I want to show and demonstrate one thing. Specifically, if we were to go back into that group rows, we have to be very careful about how we're grouping and what we're aggregating by. Specifically, let's say we were trying to do the median value of something like the yearly salary. And we'll say this is a median salary. So this can be done, and this is, like I said, showing that median salary. But what my boss is going to take and do is he's going to end up trying to most likely find out what is overall SQL, what is the median salary overall. And then you'd be taking a median of this median salary column. So whenever you start getting to other aggregations with group bys, I don't recommend it because you're not going to get the actual results unless you look at the median for the entire data set. And this can be applied similarly if you were doing like an average salary and then trying to take an average of an average. It's not going to work out to what you want. Long story short, if you're doing any type of aggregation or group by, I would leave it to things like count and also count distinct rows. But besides that, that's about it. So now we have the final table that we want. I have it loading in. We disenabled the load of job skills flat. I'm going to go in and close and apply this. We can see now that that job skills flat table is gone and we only have that job skills group by. And let's just see real quick. Remember, we haven't saved just yet. So this file size is 76 megabytes as we're shown right here. Whenever I actually save this, now with only the group by and removing that big old flat table, we get back down to basically 39 megabytes, which much smaller. Group by is a lot better. So once again, let's make sure that we're getting the correct results for our group by. And for this, we're going to be, once again, comparing it to that star schema data. So I can go into that skills stat table, copy this bad boy, and then paste it right into here. I'm going to copy and also drag it over here, remove the values inside of it, add in skills to the y-axis and skill count to the x-axis. And are we going to get the same results? Python 244,416, Python 244,416. Now what's also neat about this is because we kept that job title short in there, I can then even drag job title short into the small multitudes. And is showing a 4x4 grid, or a 2x2 grid. I'm not really liking this. Under small multitudes, under format visual, I can go to the number of columns and change it to 1. And then for this visual, I just want to have a filter on the skills itself to only just show the top 5 filter, or top 5 skills. We'll say top 5. And I'll drag skill count into there to do sum of skill count. All right, now boom. Top 5 skills are AWS, Azure, Python, SQL, and Tableau. And we can actually scroll through and see it for all the other different job titles as well. One quick note, because we deleted that job skills flat table, this visualization that we built previously is not going to work for the flat table. So we're going to have to go ahead and just delete this page. All right, you now have some practice problems to go through and get more familiar with using appends, merges, and also group bys. After that, we'll be jumping into our last lesson to do a deeper dive on the M language, which is what is powering Power Query. With that, I'll see you in the next one. All right, this is the last lesson on Power Query, and we're jumping into a topic on the M language. Well, sad that is the last one on Power Query because Power Query is one of my favorite topics. Anyway, for this M language, don't be intimidated because we're not going to be like programming experts by the end of this. Instead, I just want you to have a basic understanding of what is the purpose of this language that powers Power Query. And also, by the end of this, I'm going to give you some techniques with AI bots like ChatGPT in order to help you out if you ever find yourself needing to modify an M language query. So what the heck is M language? Well, M language is Power Query's query language for basically data manipulation and transformation. It's what's under the hood in the Power Query editor that's actually doing all of our different ETL process or extract, transform, load. Now, it's important to understand we can interact with the GUI of the Power Query editor, and it just generates the M language itself. We don't necessarily need to actually do the M language or do the M language. We don't need to necessarily type out the M language. And as we demonstrated, right, so in the case of our job postings fact table that we've been manipulating through this, right, we've gone through and applied, in this case, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different steps. and we can see each of these steps. One, we can see it inside of the formula bar itself. So in this case, this change type step, it includes this entire step right here. Or we can even see all of the steps inside the advanced editor, and looking at this change type, this entire thing, this whole formula right here is the same thing that was in the formula bar on this single row. And we can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different rows in here for the 5 different steps. At the end of this video, we're going to be demonstrating how to actually move a query like this into another query. Say we have a new Power BI file we're starting with and we just want this table alone. We're going to show you how to actually do this because I find it pretty common, but we'll say that for later. All right, for this lesson, we're going to be working in the same file as last time. Specifically, we're going to be starting off from that 3.5 merge. You can also just continue to work in that same Power BI file. Doesn't really matter. Anyway, here I have it loaded. I do want to clean it up because remember in the last lesson, we created this flat table and then also this group by. We don't need any of that and we don't need any of these pages associated with it. First, I'm gonna get rid of those pages. So I'm just gonna get rid of this job skills flat verify that I named, job skills query verify that I named, and then the group by analysis. From here in the home tab, I'm gonna navigate into transform data. And we're going to get rid of both of these queries of the group by deleting it, selecting delete, and then the flat table also of deleting that as well. So now let's get into one of my favorite features inside of Power Query, and that's column from example. We're going to be doing an example. We're going to be modifying our job postings fact table even further. We're going to start simple first. We're going to navigate over here to the job posted date column, which is actually incorrectly labeled, right? Should be job posted date time. So say we wanted to extract the date out of this. You already know you can use the transform tab and you could extract out the date using this method. We could also use add column to extract out the date. But the main purpose of showing this is under add column, we also have this of column from example, which we're going to be going over in this. Anyway, we want to do this from the selection. Or in our case, we want to extract out the date. And so what I can do is just start typing. And in this case, I'll just put 1. And a bunch of different options popped up. Even more options, I'll say, than are available in the pop-up in the transform and the add column tab for just date itself. So that's why I recommend this, because you can get a lot more options out of this. Anyway, I just want to get the date only. So I'm going to navigate and select this one right here of 1/1/2024 and select it. And then whenever I press enter, everything else is going to auto fill in. So what's happened is this is a light gray because I didn't do an example here. And so I know that I entered it here. We're going to have other ones where we have to enter more than one example. Anyway, the reason why the name of this lesson is 𝑚language is because, well, we need to inspect to make sure that we're doing this correctly. So anytime you're doing this, you need to look up here under transform and make sure that this 𝑚language here makes sense of what we're trying to do. You don't need to be an expert at reading it, but we can basically see that we're extracting the date from job posted date. Okay, that sounds about right. Sometimes this will give you bogus results that aren't what you want, and looking up here in this section is going to help you out. So I'm good with this. I'm going to go ahead and click OK. I do want to change the name of this, but I want it to be job posted date. I can't name it to the same thing. We've seen that before. It gives an error, so I'm just going to click OK. I want to now take this and I want it next to job posted date. So I'm just going to drag it over here. Now I'm going to rename this one to job posted date time, and then this one that's date to job posted date. All right, let's do another demo. Maybe this won't work out, maybe it won't. This one has to do with the job via column. Remember before we were doing replace values to remove that via space? Let's see if we can do this from column from example. With job via selected, I'm going to go to column from example and then from selection. I only want it to use this column. Anyway, if I try to type in this case, 𝗏𝗏reveal.com, pretty neat name, and press enter, actually surprised. It looks like it actually did get it correct. Previously, it wasn't getting this right, and not too bad. Anyway, inspecting the 𝑚language, this is doing a transformation, and what it says is it says text after delimiter in job via. It's looking for a space. So basically, it's looking for that space in there, and it's keeping all the values after that. And so the case of 𝗏𝗏 Singapore, which is multiple values, it just takes all of it after that first space. We'll say this is good enough for our case. I'm gonna go ahead and click OK. Now that I'm thinking about it, this one I'm gonna have to move over and then also rename. So we're not gonna end up using this one actually. I'm gonna go ahead and X out of that. Instead, I'm just gonna select 𝗖𝗵𝘂, go to transform, replace values, and specifically replace the 𝗣𝗂 space with a blank value. And this cleans it up in only one step, a little bit easier. All right, next example I wanna get to, I want to actually be able to combine the salary year average column with an adjusted value for the salary hour average column. Right now there's all null values right here. We're gonna filter for the time being, removing blanks while we're doing this just to make it easier for ourselves, but I'm gonna delete this step afterwards. Hope I don't forget. Anyway, we can't just combine these columns because like this case, this is 25 and this is 120,000. We need to adjust this 25 first. Now, unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to do column from example of this. We wanna multiply the salary hour average by a value. So that's why, thankfully, we're smart enough. We've done this already. We can just add a column using multiply. Specifically, remember, we wanna multiply times 52 weeks in a year times 40 hours in a week, which is 2080. I'm gonna click OK. And then for this one, right, we don't wanna keep the name multiplication. So inside the formula bar, right, we're gonna change this name of multiplication to salary hour adjusted. Clicking enter, we can see that it got updated there. Okay, but now that we actually have this column, let's now use, as we can see that 25 is transferred into 52,000, we can now combine these two columns because, if you will, they're the same value of the same magnitude now. So for this one, we wanna have multiple column selections. So holding Control, I do salary year average and salary hour average. And I come up here to column from example and I select from selection. So what I'm gonna do is just enter in, for this one, I wanna enter in the 52,000. Pressing enter, it looks like it's saying, oh, hey, we wanna copy these. Oh, but we don't want null for these values. So instead what I'll do is I'll click inside of here and I'll start entering 120,000. Press enter, see if it can figure it out. Oh, okay, it did figure it out. Looking at the M language for this, we can see that it says, hey, we're just gonna combine the text from the salary year average column and the text from the salary hour average column. Notice though that it is using a text function, which we're gonna have to deal with. Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and first change the name of this to salary year and hour, press enter, and then press OK. Now, like I said, look at these different values. These are italics and to the right, so I know these are actual number values. However, this is to the left-hand side because it converted it to a text. And I can confirm this underneath the Home tab because it says that it's text. In our case, we want it to be standard, so we're just gonna transfer it to a decimal number. So what I'm gonna do is going to close and apply this. In a new page called Salary Stats, let's inspect this new column that we created. I'm gonna draw in a stack bar chart for this. And from that job postings fact table for this, we're gonna drag in job title short into the y-axis and then our newly created column, let me expand this over, salary year and hour, aggregating this by median. Now we can also see in the tooltips, what is the count of all these? So I'm gonna drag this into here and select this to count. So with this, making this into focus mode, we can now see we're having even more values based on this count. And we have more inputs into what these different salaries are, not just based on only the yearly salary, but also the hourly salary. Now, one more example to use for this column from example, we're gonna go back into transform data. And I did forget a step, if you can't remember, it didn't affect that last visualization. But remember, we did do this filtered rows to remove those values that didn't have or had null values for the salary. We do wanna remove that step. So I'm gonna go ahead and delete that. All right, and then go move to the last step. All right, there's one last thing I want to do, and it deals with this salary hour average column. Once again, but I'm only going to filter this again, but I only want to filter it for hour so we can actually see all the things in here. Once again, this is something we'll need to remove. With this salary hour average column, I want to be able to bucket data. What do I mean by that? Well, let's select salary hour average, go into add column and do column from example. I want to put these salaries into $10 increments. So something like 25, I want it to be 20 to 30. I'm gonna press enter and we can see that it filled it in So in this case, just going down to make sure we have it. So in this case, 68.24, it does a bucket of 60 to 70. Pretty cool. And looking at the M language for this, which actually goes off screen, it does some sort of offset and then basically increments by tens based on the value. Overall, inspecting these different values, it is working correctly, so I'm okay with it. I am going to change this name of this from range to salary hour bucket. And then I'm going to click OK. All right, so now we have this new one. Once again, remember we did filter for just the hourly data only. I don't want to keep that or this step of filtering, so I'm going to remove it. All the other steps will update for this, and then I can go to home and close it and load it in. And now with this one, I can come in here, insert in a stacked column chart, drag salary hour bucket into the x-axis, and then we want to count at that as well. So I'll drag it into the count of here. And entering into focus mode, we can see that some of the most popular salaries are between 20 to 30, 67, 40, 50, 50, 60, and whatnot. So some pretty interesting insights out of bucketing this together, and it basically creates what is known as like a histogram. Now you may be like, Luke, looking at this, this is out of order because 0 to 10 is all the way back here. I mean, yeah, it is out of order. The easiest way to fix this, unfortunately, is using DAX, which conveniently is coming up in the next chapter. And so we will talk about how to tackle this problem of sorting it using that x-axis in this case. Now let's crank up a notch and let's jump into custom columns. With this, we're going to be actually creating or writing M language, if you will, in order to build these custom columns. For this, I wanted to, since it's more advanced, I want to keep it familiar with what you've done already. So we're going to be recreating how we created this salary hour adjusted column and the salary year and hour column. So let's start with the salary hour adjusted first, because that one's frankly the easiest. We're going to go into add column and we're going to select custom column. In this case, a new pop-up window comes up called custom column. You can name the column. So remember, we're doing salary hour adjusted, and I'm going to name this V1. Then underneath here, we have our custom column formula, and we have all our available columns on the right-hand side. So I can take something like salary hour average and insert that in over here. In this case, if I were to click OK and load this in, it's going to then load in those values, as I can see, 25 here, 25 over here in that salary hour average column. So that's just a simple way, but navigating back into it by clicking that settings icon, we can actually do manipulations with this. And we're not going to do anything advanced. Remember before we did multiplication, we did 2080. Well, with 2080, right, is 52 weeks in a year times 40 hours in a week. So whenever I do this for salary hour adjusted V1, click OK. It now updates from that 25 to 52,000, which we can see from this other column that we created already. That is correct. All right, next task. We want to recreate this salary year and hour column. Once again, we're going to go and select custom column and call this salary year and hour V1. Now for this one, we need an if statement. Basically, we're going to write an if statement and then have things below it. I'll be honest, I don't have the M language memorized for that, and I don't think you need to necessarily too. Instead, I'd recommend using your favorite chatbot, ChatGPT, or even Google Gemini. In it, I'm going to provide this prompt. Give me the custom column code for Power Query 2, combine the salary year average column and salary hour adjusted column. There's either a value in either one or the other column. Go ahead and click enter. It gives me this bad boy, which looks pretty simple. I'm going to go ahead and copy this. So I can just select copy. I'm going to go ahead and paste it. I press Ctrl-V. Notice there are two question marks, or sorry, two equal signs. I'm going to remove this. Everything looks like it's okay. It says no syntax errors have been detected. I'll click OK. And scrolling here through here, we can see that it worked. We have 52,000 here for salary hour average answer. And then for this row that has salary year average in it, we have a value for it. So it's working out. Now, if you're not comfortable using the M language for this or using ChatGPT for it, no big deal. If we actually inspect this current step right here and go into it, custom code does not actually pop up. It actually directs us to this of adding a conditional column, which we've gone through and demonstrated before. And you could have built it similarly using this instead. I just wanted to demonstrate how to actually use the M language. So now what happens if we want to create a completely new report, but frankly, I don't want all of these different queries in here, and I don't want all these different pages in here. So we just want to create a new report. And specifically, I want this job postings fact query. As we demonstrated, we can go into advanced editor and we can get all this code right here. Well, that's what we're going to use for this. So let's first start by creating a new report. So I'm going to start a blank report. And in this, I'm going to just go into transform data. And we're going to say this is from a new source. Specifically, this is going to be a blank query. We're going to rename this to what we want to move over of job postings fact. All right, so let's try this. Navigating back into our other file, I have the code here that I want. I'm going to go ahead and select it all. And I'm going to press Control-C. Now, real quick before I paste it, just a reminder, right? These are all the different steps, right? We talked about earlier. I'm going to go to done. These are all the different steps that are in the applied step. And they're all within this let statement right there. The last portion, this in, is what's then output. And it's always basically this last step right here. So nothing really special with the syntax further that we need to understand about it. Anyway, I did go through and actually copy it, Control-C. Now inside of our new report, going into the advanced editor for this one, right, we still have that let. There's nothing for the source, and then that source is that last step. Anyway, I don't really care about that. I'm gonna delete it all, and I'm gonna paste in all of the different code in here. Now, it does say here, no syntax errors have been detected. We are gonna run into an issue. We'll get to it, but I'm gonna go ahead and click done. Okay, so in here, I'm on the last step, and it says there's an expression error. The import *schema file matches no exports. Did you miss a module reference? I'm gonna say, hey, go to that error, and it's gonna immediately take me to that source step, which basically says it is this, and we're referencing, remember, we're referencing the source step is referencing the *schema files query, the one that we created about 3 lessons ago, but we have no query of *schema files. So let's navigate back to our original file. Here I can see the *schema files is right here. We can inspect it with advanced editor. And for this one, we're going to take a little bit of a leap, but this is the source and it tells us the folder and the files that we need to connect to. It's just one step. I'm going to go ahead and just copy the steps only for this portion, and navigating back to our new report, going into the advanced editor. Look at this. This source up here is referencing that *schema files. Instead, what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave, make sure that that comma is not selected. I'm going to delete it to there, and I'm going to paste in source, which navigates to the files or folder of this here, and I'm gonna click done. And voila, it loaded in. Now let's actually change this back to what it was, because most likely you're not gonna know to actually change this to this. What's gonna happen is you're gonna run this. This is probably the scenario that you're in. You're gonna say, hey, go to error, and you'll be like, what the heck is going on here? Well, this is what I recommend doing. Or copy this error message inside your favorite chatbot, paste this in, go down, and then from there, get the actual code itself so it knows what's going on, and then pasting that code in there. That's all I'm gonna put in here. I'm gonna see what it can say. And interesting enough, it says the fix for this is we need to replace this line with the correct folder files function, specifically this one right here. So I'm gonna go ahead and copy it, paste it into here, and then click done, and bam, it got it. So make sure you're taking advantage of something like ChatGPT and these chatbots anytime you need to get into some coding and you're not comfortable with it. Now, one note on error troubleshooting. Some of you may have executed that previous query and have gotten this error right here where it says the key didn't match rows in the table, and it specifies, well, one, I'm gonna click go to error, and I know it's that second step of navigation. It basically says the key isn't right, specifically this folder path. Most likely this folder path is not correct. And I know that from troubleshooting this and being experienced with Power Query, but you may not. So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it into ChatGPT to see what it says. And it's saying, hey, you're getting this error because either the folder path is incorrect or the file name is incorrect. So it's hitting you towards it. Now, some others of you may be getting this error message. Once again, I'll go to error. And this one's with the second step as well. But this one's different. It says, hey, data source not found. It's actually queuing is in more to what's wrong with this. And it has this location here. Anyway, the problem is you probably don't have the correct file path of where job postings fact.csv is. So all you have to do is navigate to where it is in File Explorer. Here I'm in the project folder, navigate into data, and then the star schema folder. Up here, I can just right click and say, hey, I want to copy this address. Then inside of ChatGPT, I can say, I found the issue. It was a file path issue. The file is here, update my code. And it updated all the different code. It has it all here. All I'm gonna do is just copy it, remove all this old code in here, paste it in, cross my fingers, press done, and bam, it works. So the moral of the story is don't undervalue using ChatGPT and helping you troubleshoot things like this. All right, so that wraps up Power Query. You now have some practice problems to go through to get more familiar with custom columns and also column from example. In the next lesson, which is gonna be the next chapter, we're gonna be jumping into DAX. I'm super excited about that. I'll see you there. Welcome to this fourth and final chapter in this Power BI course, and we're gonna be covering DAX, or Data Analysis Expressions. Now, we just got done with the M language, so it's very important that we distinguish between the two. The M language, which is more of a programming language, is used in Power Query in the process of actually loading and transforming the data to get it into Power BI. Whereas DAX, Data Analysis Expressions, is a formula language, and it's used in the front end in Power BI after the data is already loaded in. And in this video, we're gonna have an intro diving deeper into what exactly DAX is, but also how we can use it in different use cases, specifically with calculated columns, calculated tables, and even explicit measures. And then for the remaining two lessons, we're gonna dive deeper into measures and then also into parameters. But we're getting ahead of ourselves. Let's actually look into what exactly is DAX. So what exactly is this formula language? Well, it's a method of actually adding calculations to our data model that we've loaded into Power BI. We're going to be focusing only on this tool, but you can actually use DAX and other tools as well, like Microsoft Excel, Microsoft Fabric, SQL Service Analysis, and also Azure Analysis Services. It's basically great at performing calculations on large sets of data. It's super powerful. Now, anytime you're using some sort of formula language, I'm going to recommend that you go directly to the data source anytime you have questions. So I'll put a link up on the screen and feel free to keep this in a separate window to look up any different functions from DAX you want to learn more about. Anyway, it has a host of different features. You could use it for aggregation functions such as average, count, max, min, and sum. It has date and time functions, some of which we'll demonstrate in this and actually building a calendar, but more ones that you may be familiar with are things like extracting day, minute, month. Then they even have things like logical functions that you can do if statements and or. And then finally, the other common one that I find myself using is math and trig functions. Now, if you have familiarity with Excel functions, DAX functions are very similar, especially in their syntax that they use. The one main thing to get around between Excel and DAX is that Excel operates in a single cell. Whereas with DAX, we can run a calculation that can be run not only on a single row within a cell, but also entire columns or even tables. I put together this table that goes through and compares all the different functions. You can access it inside of my course notes. Anyway, the point of it is not to actually have you memorize all these different things. Instead, if we were to take a look up here at the top, we can see that for Excel, the sum function that you'd use here is very similar in DAX on sum. Just instead of an Excel, like you'd insert in a cell or a range, here in DAX, you're going to be inserting in probably a column name instead. Now, I am making the assumption with building this DAX portion that you have some familiarity with writing formulas in Excel, such as the ones listed here. Nothing too complex, but at least understanding the concept of writing formulas. We're not gonna necessarily go into the basics of writing formulas, so unfortunately, I'm assuming that you have that kind of knowledge. Now, I do wanna briefly call out that there is a difference between DAX and the M language. Like I spoke previously, DAX is a formula language, such as sum, average, and whatnot, where the M language is more of a programming language. It's much more verbose. What you apply on the other is not interchangeable with the other, like Excel functions were. Once again, I put together a table comparing DAX to the M language on certain things. And we can see that it's very much a different type of language used for M language, even something like concatenate. Instead, we're going to be using text combine. So it's not even the same word, it's a different structure. Once again, you don't need to memorize this list. This is just more meant for demonstration purposes. Now, in this chapter, we're going to be focusing on 4 methods of applying or using DAX inside of Power BI. And that's with measures, specifically explicit measures, calculated columns, calculated tables, and also parameters. Parameters, we're not going to get into an example of that until the 3rd lesson. Now, what we're going to be covering during this chapter is not exclusive of all the different DAX locations. You can actually use it in some other concepts as well, such as row-level security, dynamic format strings, and whatnot. Anyway, all these concepts listed here are beyond the scope of this course. They're more advanced concepts. But once you understand the basics of DAX, you'll be able to go in and apply it into these if you decide to learn any of these topics. So let's get into our first example with calculated columns. And for this and all the examples in this, we're going to be continue working from that same file you were working in the last lesson with the M language. But if you didn't happen to keep it, you can just navigate into the project file and just open up that 3.6 M language Power BI file. Inside of here, you should have that data model with our job postings fact table and then our different dimensional tables as shown here. Now inside of Power BI, we can access or use DAX specifically from this modeling tab. We're going to be using all these different features of new measures, new columns, and new table in this lesson. We'll be using new parameter in the 3rd lesson of this. And then like I said, row level security is beyond the scope of this course. We're not going to be covering it for this, but this is where you'd enter it in. So here's what I'm thinking for the calculated column. We're going to be doing something similar to what we did in Power Query, mainly just to demonstrate how you can do both in each. Inside of our job postings fact table, previously in the last chapter, we used Power Query to create the salary hour adjusted and also salary hour adjusted V1 column. Both of them just use different methods. Anyway, in this one, we're going to recreate this column once again, but now using DAX. And then we'll take it obviously a step further and also build the salary year and hour column, but this one's going to be slightly more complex. Anyway, let's create a new column in this data set. As I mentioned from the report view, you can get it to it from modeling and select new column. The one thing though is you have to make sure that the correct table is selected, right? We want to do job postings fact table. It's inserting it into company dim, not what I want. I'm just going to press escape. It's going to undo it. So if you did it from here, make sure you select job postings fact and then select new column to be inserted in here. The other method where you can get to it is in table view. With the appropriate table selected, you can see that it appears up at the top as well, or you can just right click it and inside the table itself, select new column. And I like doing it here from here because it's showing me visibly what's happening in here. So this is my recommended way of doing it. Anyway, we want to make this salary hour adjusted column. And we can see that we start by writing first the column name before the equal sign. And we'll call this salary hour adjusted V2. Now, as a reminder, we're going to be taking that salary hour average column and multiplying it times 52 weeks in a year and 40 hours per week. So what I can start doing is just typing in this column name. And you're noticing that we have this syntax here. It has the table name and then the column name. We want this one right here of job postings fact, salary hour average. It's highlighted blue, so I know it's working correctly. We're just going to do that for the time being. Press enter, make sure that it loads in. Okay, we have those values in. Now, all we want to do is do some simple multiplication. So I'll do a time symbol of 52 weeks in a year and then 40 hours in a week. Press enter. And we get that 520,000. I'm gonna go ahead and just format it as currency. One thing to note over here in the data pane, we can see scrolling on down, salary hour adjusted V2 has this special symbol in front of it, symbolizing that it is a calculated column. So it cues you into that. Now let's create this salary year and hour V1. I'm gonna go ahead and select new column. Give it the name salary year and hour V2. And now remember, this one is taking whether they have a value in that salary year average column right here. It's going to take either this value, or if this is null, it's going to end up taking our salary hour adjusted. So this value right here. Now, I'll be honest, this is more of an advanced technique in order to combine these two columns. So I wouldn't expect you to know this off the top of your head. Instead, I'd recommend you use something like ChatGPT. And I provide a prompt like this. I'm using DAX for calculated columns. I want the value in it to be either the salary year average or the salary hour adjusted V2. Make sure you give the full table and column name to help it out. And it says, assume the other, column is null. Go ahead and click enter. It gives me this formula, which is an if formula. I'm gonna go ahead and copy this. Notice it has the column name of preferred salary. I don't want to copy that, that's why I didn't copy that. Anyway, inside of here, I'm gonna go ahead and paste that in. And apparently I did copy that, so I lied to you. But notice that all of the different, there's no errors or anything like that. I'm gonna go ahead and press enter, see if it works. And bam, it does. Now, if you've taken like my Excel course, this is probably looking very familiar to what you've done in my Excel course for making if statements. Once again, we're not going to be going into a lot of this because I just want to stick to the basics and show you how you can use something like ChatGPT to help out. Now, I want to pause real quick and evaluate because we just showed how to create a calculated column, and previously we were using custom columns inside of Power Queries. So maybe like, Luke, which one should I use? You just ran through that calculated columns one and did some advanced calculations, and I have no idea how to do that. Well, the good news is, in most cases, I'm going to recommend don't use calculated columns. Instead, use your vast knowledge you already have on custom columns. Specifically, Power Query is much better at data transformations and preparations, and it does this before the data is even loaded into the model, so you don't have to do it in the front end after all of this is done. Also, I like to keep all of my data cleaning in one spot, specifically in Power Query. And if I start doing in the front end, adding these calculators and columns, it gets sort of out of control of understanding what was my process to get the data clean and makes it harder to replicate later. The other thing to note is around compression and file sizes. Whenever you do this in Power Query, this data is compressed more efficiently and your file sizes are going to be much smaller, and therefore your data models are going to load and operate much more quickly. So long story short, I just showed you calculated columns so you understood you could do them, but I'm going to recommend don't do them. Moving on to the second of third item, we're going to cover this, and that's calculated tables. It's found under the button of New Table. These type of tables are great for creating things like lookup tables, date tables, which we're going to demonstrate, and also transforming existing tables. Like I mentioned before, DAX, very much not like Excel where it operates only in a cell, DAX can operate on column names or a complete table. Now, I will give this caveat to start with because you've already seen calculated columns. Just like calculated columns and custom columns, it's much more beneficial to do data cleaning and also creating tables in Power Query instead. But I'd be remiss if I didn't show you how to actually do this with DAX in here because I think it's a good learning opportunity. So let's insert a new table. We can do that by going to the table tools here and inserting new table. Also underneath the report view, we could go into modeling and select new table here as well. I like that data view because I can keep track of what I'm doing. So I typically like to do it from here and select new table. And it's going to show me what I have below here. Anyway, let's say for this, we want to get a table from the job postings fact table. Specifically, we want to get a list of all the different job title shorts in here. Remember, we have 10 unique values. This would be more of a lookup table example that we're going to do. So I can go to table tools, insert in that new table. For this, we'll call it job title dim. And then for this, we're going to use a function called distinct. Distinct returns a one column table that contains the distinct values in a column. So now all we need to do is specify that column. And it's this one here inside the job postings fact table. I need to make sure that I close off the parentheses and then press enter. And then bam, it generates below. Also, I can see this table inside of here over here on job title dim. If you notice, this has a little calculator in front of the table icon to show that it's a calculated table, and it shows the one icon. Now let's create a date table, a date dimensional table. For this, we're going to call this date dim, and we're going to use the calendar function. And in this, it returns a table with one column of all dates between the start date and end date. I can see the syntax up here. It's prompting me to put in the start date first and then the end date. Now these dates do have to be in a certain format, so I'm going to use the date function, specifying 2024 January 1st for this. Then putting a comma, we can now see we're in the end date. We're going to do date as well. And we want to go to the 31st of December for that year. And then we need to put a closing parentheses on all that. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and press enter. All right, so pretty neat. This goes through and creates a date automatically to the end. And I'm realizing now that I have a typo. I put in 32. I didn't even know that was possible. Going ahead and run enter. It did go ahead and clean that up. That's why it's always good that you inspect your data. Now, because this is going to be, we're going to keep this date dim table for the remainder of the course. And this is going to be our reference date table that we can use. We want to go ahead and mark this as a date table up here under Tables Tools. This will enable the creation of date-related visuals, tables, and quick measures using the table's date data. So this is really powerful to make some automatic features actually happen in the back end. For this, we need to choose the correct column, and there's only one column in here. It's date. It's validated successfully. We'll go ahead and click Save. With this, I'm going to now navigate over to the model view, and we can see over here we have our job title dim table and our date dim. We're not going to use our job title dim anymore, so I'm not going to connect it in. But I will drag date dim over here, and for this, I'll drag date onto job posted date so we can create this relationship. And it's picking up that, okay, the date, job posted date, it's a one-to-many relationship, right? There's only one unique value in the date table, and there's going to be multiple in the job postings fact. CrossFit direction we'll leave as single right now. Click Save. And this relationship is established. Now let's get into modifying this date table even further. I lied to you a little bit in the fact that we typed this out, and I did that so that way you understood that that could be a way of doing it. But if I type out calendar, there's actually this other one called calendar auto. And inside of here, I noticed in the parameter is actually a optional because it's in brackets. So you don't have to actually insert anything into here. And from it, it returns a table with one column of dates calculated from the model automatically, and we're connected into the model. So now when I run it, I did run it, there's no difference because it automatically picks up those dates from January 1st all the way to December 31st. And I don't have to specify it. Also, if we add more dates in, this would be more preferential because then we don't have to go in and try to update the dates and just using the calendar only function. Now I do want to crank this up a little bit more. Specifically, I want more columns than just this. I don't want just date. Maybe I want things like year or day of week. So what I'm gonna do is press Shift Enter to move this on down. And I'm actually gonna move it down twice. And we're gonna use the function of add columns. And it returns a table with new columns specified by the DAX expression. The first expression that we need to put in is a table. And calendar auto is that table. After calendar auto, we need to insert in a name. It says name one, expression one. Name one is the column name. Expression one is the column we want to create. Now I'm gonna press Shift and enter on down to the next line to actually do this. And we're gonna keep it simple. We want a column called year. So what function do you think we're gonna use to get the year? Well, we use year. And inside of here, we need to specify a date. And so we need to insert in the column. If I just do a square brackets open up, I can see that date pops up. It's already picking up date because that's the column. Date is this column right here. All right, and then I'm going to close the parentheses on this, right? Because we did the table, we did name one, and we did expression one. Going ahead and press enter. Now we have year. Now we can actually add in even additional things. Inside of here, I can press comma. I'm gonna just shift down, enter down. I'm doing all this shift enter stuff just to reformat it. It really doesn't matter. This is just so visually we can see how things are aligned, easier for me to read it. Anyway, now I'm seeing we have name 2 and expression 2. If I wanted to, I could put in something like month number. And as you guess, I'd probably use a function called month. For this, it takes the argument of date. So I'll do that square bracket, insert in date. And then that is our second expression. So I'll shift on down and put a closing parentheses on here, press enter. Bam, we got month number. Since we have month number, we're gonna need month name. So let's add this in. I'm gonna insert in a comma and shift enter down, write the month name for this. And for this, there's not a month function for this. For this one, going to the source documentation, we can use the format function. In it, it takes a value. So in our case, we're gonna take date and then how we want to format it or the format string. We can see that it works in calculated columns and calculated tables as we're doing. Now, if we scroll on down, we can get to this section on custom date time formats. And scrolling through this as well, I can see that right here. If we do 4 lowercase m's or uppercase m's, it displays the month as a full month name. So inside of here, I'm gonna do format, because that's the function we wanna use. For the value, we're gonna insert in the date. And then for the format, inside of quotes, we're gonna insert in those m's. This looks good to me. I'm gonna go ahead and press enter. Bam, we got a month name now. So now that we know that tactic, if I want to do something like in the weekday name, I could do a similar with the format and just do 4 lowercase d's. Running enter, I get the weekday name. Now I'm going to enter in a few more different columns that I want in there, and then we're going to go through it briefly. First up is date key. And all this is doing is just getting it into a numerical way. If I want to manipulate or reference it later, I can. Pretty common to use a date key in a date dimension table. As we had previously, we're going to keep the year, also the month number, and the month name. We'll take it a step further by adding in the year month, which all it is in this case is a dash between the two, and then also adding in the quarter itself. If you notice these, I used all uppercase. You can use uppercase or lowercase when specifying inside of that format function. Now, jumping to the last one, we did have the weekday name, and because of that, I included these 2 extra functions of week number and weekday number. All they take is the function for this one, week number of actual week num, specifying the date and then the number 2. Same thing for weekday, it takes the date and then the number 2. For both of these options where we're specifying 2, in this case I'm at the week num documentation, syntax is date, and then in these brackets here, it's saying it's an optional parameter, the return type. And if we go scroll down to this table, we can see that by default it's 1, and that means the week begins on Sunday. I'm fancy schmancy, and I changed it to 2, so that way the week begins on a Monday, because that's when the work week begins. So I could easily take this 2 out if I wanted to, as I mentioned, and run this again. And this doesn't really change any of our different values. It's going to change it later on when we go to plot it. Anyway, this is our date dimensional table. Feel free to pause the screen and make sure that you get this down into your report so you have this available. Now, I love having this date dimensional table because not only now I can do something like this where I can take the line chart and drag our date into the x-axis and then job ID into the y-axis for the count. Okay, so we get that. We've seen that before, but we can now take it a step further with our date dimensional table. In this, I'm going to create a stacked column chart, and I can drag the weekday name into the x-axis and drag the job ID into the y-axis. And we can see out of this, well, we're going to focus mode, Tuesday is by far the most postings that when they happen, and they happen the least on the weekend. Now you may be like, Luke, this is great and all, but these names, these weekday names are out of order. What the heck is going on here? I want them to be in order. Well, navigating back into that table view for our column or for our date table itself, what we can do is you can just select your column of choice, in this case, weekday name. We want to organize it. And inside this column tools tab that's going to pop up when we have this selected, they have this option all the way to the right of sort by column. And you sort one column by the contents of another. Luckily, we built this weekday number, which we can see that the 1 value is associated with Sunday, 2 with Monday, and so on. Anyway, what we can do is select sort by column. With weekday name selected, we can say sort by the week number. Now you may get this pop up right here that says sort by another column. We can't sort the weekday name column by week number. This I feel is a little bit of a glitch right now in Power BI. I'm gonna click close. And what you may need to do is just re-click it, go to sort by column, and just do it again, select it's a weekday number, and then this pop-up doesn't happen anymore. I don't know, it's just a weird little glitch that's going on with Power BI. Anyway, I go back to report view. I need to actually refresh this and go back here. I'm gonna remove weekday name and drag weekday name back into the x-axis. All right, bam. It has now updated to be in order from Sunday down to Saturday. Now, as I mentioned, I like my work week to start on Monday. So actually, I'm gonna go back into that table view and we're gonna change that week number for the weekday function to specify that we want it to begin on Monday. And I'll do the same thing for week number itself. Specifying this is 2, then running this all, pressing enter. I can see now that it's updated because Monday up here is now 1. And navigating back to my visual now updates for that. Okay, this date dimensional table that we created is going to be continued to use for the remainder of the course. So very important that you have this down correct. If you need to, pause the screen right now and get this updated formula for you to actually use. Now let's jump into the last use case of DAX, and it's going to be the primary focus for the next lesson, and that's on measures. As you recall from previously, anytime we were creating some sort of bar chart or count, I would drag the job title short into that y-axis, and then anytime I want to do a count of the jobs, to drag that into the x-axis and get the count of this. We also did this with job ID as well, getting the count. Values are still the same. Anyway, every single time I had to go through and then update this title to job count. It's a mess. This is what we call an implicit measure. It's implied. And we're limited with these implicit measures to only the selections through this drop-down arrow right here. But we can use explicit measures with DAX to make even more complex type of measures. But let's keep it simple for the time being. I'm gonna go ahead and just copy this visualization and then paste it on over here. And we'll get rid of this job count. That's what we're gonna be creating, a count of the jobs. Now, to create a measure, we can do it a number of different ways. I can right-click the job postings fact table and then say, hey, I wanna create a new measure. We can navigate to it under the modeling tab, getting to this new measure. Also, I can just select the table itself and table tools pops up, and then from there, create new measure. So we first start by giving this measure a name. We're gonna keep it simple of job count. And we wanna do a count, so there's probably a formula called count. And in it, we need to count the numbers in a column. So we can just specify the job ID, put a closing parentheses on this, press enter. And now inside of our job postings fact table, we have this measure. We can see this by this little calculator icon. I can take job count, which has that name written. And so the column name is also updated for job count. And we're getting that same value of 128,994 as we got with the implicit measure. So their explicit measure, a lot easier. So every time now we want job count, all we gotta do is drag in that explicit measure. Now job count, just because it's in the job postings fact table, doesn't mean it can only be used with the job postings fact table. Remember, we do have relationships throughout the tables. So we could technically use this for skills to figure out what are the counts of jobs for a certain skill. Back in our report view, I'm gonna get rid of this table right here. We don't need this one anymore since we have an explicit measure now. I'm gonna copy it and then paste it on over here. And instead of job title short in the y-axis, I'm gonna navigate to that skills dim table and I'm gonna drag skills over to the y-axis. Going into focus mode because we can see that the visualization built. Bam, we're now getting this job count based on the skill. Let's just create one more measure for funsies, and that's gonna be, I'm gonna right click this and select new measure. For this, remember we were doing the median yearly salary all the time with this. Well, we can create a measure for this. I'm gonna create median yearly salary, set it to equal. And then in this, we're gonna use the median function, and we're gonna specify that salary year average column. I'm gonna close the parentheses, press enter. And then how we did that job count for job title short, well, I can just trade out those values, removing job count, and now we have the median yearly salary in here. Oh, and if you remember, right, we had to format this every single time with this. If I select median yearly salary, from the data pane here, and then this measure tools pops up, what I can do is I can not only change the name, but also I can change what is the format. Specifically, I'm gonna change it to currency and 0. And so now every time I'm using this, so it's gonna use that same value. Specifically, going to that skills, I'm gonna get rid of that job count and drag median yearly salary into here. And whenever I scroll over it, it's actually formatted correctly. So not only do I get the correct name I don't have to update, but it keeps the data format that I want. I love explicit measures. Now, one last thing, I promise, and this has to do with measures versus calculated columns and tables. This is definitely a new concept, especially to those that haven't dealt with measures before. So it's hard to wrap your head around what's the difference between a calculated column and what is a measure. It's important to understand that for calculated columns and also tables, they're calculated immediately upon data import, and they're visible in the data and also those report views. Now, measures, on the other hand, are not done on the data import. Instead, they're done at query runtime is when that basically the visualization is getting built. So in this case, there's a table that we're doing on job counts of these job titles. It's getting calculated then, and it's getting calculated down to that job title level. That's basically the filter for it. It's available in report views like we can do on a canvas, but it's also available in a DAX view as well. And DAX query view, we'll cover more in the next lesson. I feel like we've covered enough for the time being. Anyway, it's just an important concept to understand because many people, when they go to the table view, specifically for job postings, the fact table that we have here, I can see inside of here these calculated columns that we created of salary hour adjusted and salary year and hour as designated by these two icons in front of it. But if I try to look for things like the job count or the median yearly salary, that's not going to be anywhere on this table because that's not calculated to show in this view immediately on the data load. Instead, it's not calculated until, let's say we put a matrix in here and I draw job title short into the rows and then job count into the values. It's not calculated until this time. And it allows us to get this aggregation at this type of level, which we're going to dive into more in the next lesson. All right, you have some practice problems to now go through and get familiar with calculated columns, calculated tables, and also these explicit measures. In the next lesson, once you have that all down, we're going to be diving even deeper into explicit measures because they're the primary one that I'm using with DAX in here. With that, I'll see you there. Welcome to the second of 3 lessons on DAX. This one is going to be diving even deeper into explicit measures. With this, we're going to dive into building more complex measures, but also better understanding how to use them. Specifically, we're going to be able to do calculations that we haven't been able to do before, like calculating how many skills or on average are associated with a particular job title. And because of this measure, we'll also be able to look in to see, do jobs that request more skills, do they actually pay more? So some really unique insights that we wouldn't be able to do without DAX, and specifically explicit measures. All right, let's jump into it. For this, you can either start with working with that report that you had from the last lesson, or if you didn't follow along and didn't keep up, feel free to just open up the one from the last lesson on 4.1 DAX Intro. I did a few more calculations in here for the column check, the table check, and the measure check. Anyway, there's unnecessary things that we created that we're not going to be using later on. So I want to go ahead and clean this report up to make sure that it's as minimal as necessary so it doesn't cause issues later on when we're trying to build our project. Specifically, I'm going to delete these 2 columns, this one here on new column check, and delete this one here on date table check. What I am keeping are the visualizations that we created in the last one. You may have to, if you're working on from the last lesson, you may have to recreate some of these. But basically we have on the left-hand side, what are the counts of different jobs and what are the salaries for different jobs. And then conversely, we have what are the counts of different skills along with what are the different pays for the top paying skills. So the report itself is looking good. Now let's move over to the data model itself. We did create this job title dim table, which we can view here inside of our table view. We're not going to be using this any further, so I'm going to go ahead and right click this and say delete from model. It'll prompt you if you want to do it. Yep. Next up, after the calculated table we created, I also want to get rid of these calculated columns that we created. So I want to remove these two columns right here. Conveniently, I can see them with their icon that they were the calculated columns. All you have to do is just right click them and say delete from model and confirm it. I'll do it again for salary, hour, year. There's an error right now because I deleted them out of order. Anyway, both of them gone now. Now I also want to get rid of salary, hour adjusted and salary, year, and hour. You can right click it and delete it this way. I want to control it though in Power Query because remember we did create these in Power Query. So for this, I'm going to go into Power Query by going to transform data. And then inside of here, I'm going to remove these last two steps of adding the different columns into here. And we'll keep everything else in there. Looks good. Go ahead and close and apply it. All right, not too bad. We've now cleaned up not only our report canvas, but also cleaned up our data model itself. That's in a good spot to continue on. This is good practice always to get rid of any measures, calculated columns, or whatnot that you're not using and that aren't useful, because it's just going to cause confusion. On the same note of doing a model and report cleanup, we also need to make sure that we're implementing best practices for DAX and measures specifically in order to organize these measures that we're creating. Previously, we created these measures under this job posting fact, and I can see you have job count here and median yearly salary down below it. It's best practice to create a table to just keep all of your measures in. And we can do this with calculated tables. Going to modeling, inserting in a new table. Inside of here, I'm going to rename table, and I'm going to do underscore measures. This is for a few reasons. One, measures, the actual name is reserved. You can't use that. But two, since we have an underscore at the front, this allows it to be up at the top, and so we can quickly access any measures that are inside of here. Now, we want to get our two measures that we created inside of here. You unfortunately can't just drag and drop into here. But what I can do is I can select job count, and Measure Tools tab comes up. And it says the name of it, but also what's the home table. And we can change this to measures. We can also do this the same for median yearly salary. I'm going to change this one to measures as well. Now, inside of here in our measures table, we have our measures. Now you will notice it does have this column. If I click on this and then go into the table view, you have to have a column which is blank. You can't get rid of that. That just has to be there. And just a reminder from last lesson, it doesn't matter where these measures are as we moved them. The measures, as we can see here, we're using this job count in the x-axis right here. The measures are still going to work the same. Now, besides keeping them organized in a certain location, the next thing that is widely done is commenting to make sure that you're documenting what this measure actually does. What do I mean by this? I'm going to expand this down to full view so that way we can see it. I'm going to press Shift Enter so that way we can navigate down. And we can insert in what's called a comment. How I do this is I can do 2 forward slashes as shown here, and everything after this on this line is not going to get interpreted. And I can put in something like this of it calculates the median yearly salary across all job postings. If I wanted to put another line down, I'd press Shift Enter, put in 2 forward slashes, and then I could put in something like this of uses median over average to account for high salary outliers. Also, typically what we're going to see is that the name of the measure is on the first line, and then pressing Shift Enter after median, the function or the next function begins on the next line. And from time to time, you may see me, this only has 1 variable, so this is actually fine. But from time to time, you may see me putting variables on their own separate line and then having it in this manner. Regardless, even if I press Enter right here, close out of this formula bar, everything underneath this is working just fine that is using this measure. Specifically, I can verify this is using that median yearly salary measure. Now let's clean up this job count as well. I'm going to bring this one on down here. And then we're going to insert in a multi-line comment. There's going to be multiple lines in here. And how we can do this is we do a / asterisk, and then I'm going to Shift Enter, Shift Enter, Shift Enter. And then we can close off this comment by doing an asterisk and then /. Now anything we put inside of here is going to be commented off. And we can see that it's all commented by this new text that I just stuck in here as it's all green. The syntax highlighting is pretty helpful. And I just put that it calculates the total count of jobs. and it's used as a denominator, as we're going to show, in various per job calculations. Now, I want to switch this actually, and we're going to be using now instead count rows. And we're using count rows because every row in this table of job postings fact is a single job posting or the count of a job. So we're going to do that. Anyway, I just want to show before this is what's really neat about measures and what I really love about them. Right, so we have this used inside of here, these top two tables here that are using that job count. If for some reason I need to update a measure, all I have to do is just come in here, insert in the new formula that I want to use for this. I want to use count rows. In this case for count rows, it counts the number of rows in a table. So I only need to list a table of job postings fact, close the parentheses, press enter. And then navigating back in here, these values didn't change because both of them were basically calculating the same thing. I just prefer count rows over this. But all of the different reports and canvases that I'm using to use this measure are updated as well. Measures are great because they allow us to have a single source of truth. So you can catch yourself from inadvertently doing wrong calculations with implicit measures. Explicit measures help prevent that. So we've been doing previously a lot of job count and median yearly salary. Let's actually change this up a little bit and let's start putting to use those skills. What we're going to be calculating are these two measures. First, the easier one is that we want to calculate the skill count. So how many skills are associated for a certain job title. Granted, this number doesn't really help us that much because if there's more job postings, the higher the job count, the higher the skill count. So there's nothing we can do with this until we turn it into a ratio of skills per job. And in that case, we can then see what is the amount of skills per a job actually normalized out. So let's get into building this. I'm gonna start a new page for us to visualize this on. And we're gonna do our first measure. We wanna do it right inside of that measures table, and we wanna do that skill count. So I'm gonna right click it and select new measure. Now for this, we wanna calculate, obviously, skill count, keep the name real original, use shift enter to go down to the next line. And we're gonna follow a similar approach that we did for job count in that we're gonna use count rows. And we want to use the skills job dim table. And then we'll go ahead and close this function. Now it's important to note, we don't want to do the skills dim table because remember the skills dim table is only a list of a single skill in there. We want to look at the skills job dim table, specifically the skill IDs, because this has the list of every individual skill. And we can see it from the table view as well. Hey, there's multiple different jobs that can have multiple different skills. Anyway, navigating back into our report view, it looks like skill count disappeared. I'm gonna go ahead and select it again because I do want to add a comment on here. Shift enter down, and I'm just gonna put in it's used to find the total count of skills for a job posting. Now, anytime I'm making any of these skills, I typically like to use either a matrix or a table to make sure that it's calculating correctly as I go. I feel it's a little bit easier than using any other charts or visualizations. And for this, we want to look at the job title short level. So I can put that into the rows, putting this into focus mode so we can actually see it a little better. I can then do things like drag the skill count into the values column. And I'm noticing right now, it's not really formatted how I want it. I can select it. This measure tools come up. I'm going to put in a comma. All right, looking good. Not too bad. I want to get out of this. Anytime I want that formula bar to disappear, I can just click over here in the data pane and select like another table just to get rid of it. Granted, it can't be a calculated table. Anyway, now we want to get skills per job. And conveniently, we've already done the job count. So I'm going to drag it down here. What we can do is we can divide the skill count measure by the job count measure. So let's create this measure. I'm going to right click measure, select new measure. We're going to call this skill per job. And for this one, we could do skill count, which the measure pops up, and then job count divided by in this type of syntax. It's going to be perfectly fine. I can go skills per job, drag it into here. It's calculating correctly. This is good, but not necessarily best practice. Instead, what I would like to see is I would use the divide function. And it's a safe divide function with the ability to handle divide by 0 cases. So you don't have to deal with errors and stuff like that. In there, we just specify the numerator of skill count and then also the denominator of job count. Press enter. None of the values change. And then as best practice, inside of here, I'm going to just enter in a comment that's used to find the ratio of skills required for job postings. Looks good. One thing is I don't like that it has 2 decimal places, so I'll select it and we're just going to put it down to 1 decimal place. It's just TMI. We don't need all that information. All right, now sorting this table, we can see that things like senior data engineer, data engineers, senior data scientists, they're requiring more skills, whereas data analysts, business analysts are requiring less skills. This looks like it honestly correlates to something else that we've calculated previously. If I were to drag the median yearly salary also into here, we can see that there's a very strange correlation going on here. Almost like we could put this into a scatter plot or something. So I'm gonna insert in a scatter plot, go into focus mode. I'm gonna drag the median yearly salary into the x-axis. So nice, it actually has the right column title and is formatted to the right currency. And then I'm gonna drag skills per job into the y-axis. Now there's only one value. We wanna break this up by job titles, right? So I'm gonna take the job title short and drag it into the values portion. I'll rename this as job title. And bam, look at this correlation. I can even go in and insert in a trend line, turn it on. This thing is definitely looking like there's some correlation between the number of skills and what is the median yearly salary. I probably would take this one step further under format your visual and I would turn on category labels. So now that we can actually see where the different job titles are and actually read it face on. All right, we're gonna shift gears a little bit and get theoretical. Specifically with these measures and with using DAX, there's different contexts that can actually happen. We're gonna go through one by one and see how these different contexts can affect in our case, measure or even calculated columns. Overall, it's important to understand row context takes less priority than query context and takes less priority than filter context. That's getting ahead of ourselves. Let's actually just look at what the heck is row context first. So what the heck is row context? Well, as shown by this visual, row context refers to, in this table, the current row that a calculation is being applied. Specifically, we're doing a day of the week calculation, and it's looking at only that current row in order to get that final answer of 5 for the day of week of January 4th for that Thursday. And we can demonstrate this by creating a new column, and for the day of week, setting this equal to the function of weekday and specifying job posted date. So these DAX calculations inside of this calculated column are evaluating on a row context label. I say label, I mean level. Now let's actually take this calculation. We don't need to calculate day of week in here. I'm not going to keep this one. Let's actually calculate something useful. Specifically, we did this explicit measure of skill per job. Is there a way we could use row context and provide how many skills are associated with a certain job? What we would need to do is do a calculated column in this job postings fact table and query the skills job dim table to get for every job posting what is the count of the associated rows for that particular job posting. So how will we do this? Well, I'm going to call this the skill count, and we're going to be doing count rows. And then it says, hey, insert a table. So like I said, we're going to insert in skills job dim and then go ahead and press enter. Now the problem is as you can see, it's 2.2 million, which if we remember, or we can just actually navigate to it, we don't have to remember, skills job dim is 2.2 million rows long. So this calculation that's going on inside of our fact table is not right. Specifically, I'm going to get rid of that value. We need to use a function called related table, and it returns the related table filtered so that it only includes the related rows. And then from there, we can insert in skill job dim, put 2 closing parentheses on here, press enter, wada bing, wada bang, we have an answer. This is pretty neat. And it says what skills or how many skills are associated for each of these different jobs. This is, once again, demonstrating that row context analysis. Now, after row context, the next thing that's evaluated is the query context. And this determines which rows from a table are included in a calculation based on the filtered selection in visuals, relationships between tables, and then slicers and cross-filtering. So let's demonstrate query context that can be used to filter these visuals. We can do something like drag a slicer into here, and I'm gonna drag job title short in here. Anyway, I can adjust the query context by changing which values we want to see. So we can see business analyst or data analyst. And this query context will filter us down to, in our case, we select a data analyst. It modifies what this visual is going to show. Other ways we could do this of adjusting the query context is actually going into the filters and selecting what we want it to show here on the page. This query context applies the filters on this visual, filters on this page, and filters on all pages. And the other thing that query context is controlled by is cross-filtering. So if I select something like machine learning engineer, it will cross-filter. This applies a query context of machine learning engineer. Query context, in my opinion, is a little bit more abstract in that this is the specification sent by the visual itself, whether doing that cross-filtering, filtering, or even using slicers. The last one to discuss is filter context. And filter context is applied on top of query context and on top of row context. We're going to demonstrate this shortly in that we can explicitly modify using DAX functions like calculate in order to control this filter context and thus undo things that are within the query or even row context. That's why we're just covering this, because you need to understand there's different contexts. So let's demonstrate this filter context. And for this, we're going to be using our skill count column that we just created. Remember, skill count is calculated at the row context level because it's a calculated column. And what we're going to be building with is this visualization here, where we can get a sum of that skill count calculated column based on a different job title. But we can modify the filter context. If you notice here, we get 2.2 million grand total skill count. It's basically undoing that query context and modifying that filter context. Anyway, let's jump into it. Anyway, inside of here, I'm going to insert another matrix down at the bottom. Remember, we want to do this by the job title short on the rows. And previously, right, we created that skill count calculated column. And I'm going to drag that into the values. I'm going to put this into focus mode so we can see it. I'm not liking how this is formatted, so I'm going to select skill count. We're going to change this to put a comma in there. We're also going to sort this from high to low. Okay, so this is showing us the counts of the skills based on the different job title. We can also confirm this. I'm going to remove this, but I can drag in skill count from our measures, and they are, again, the same values. So we are confirming that our calculated column is correct. Anyway, let's say we want a column that has the total counts of skills in there. For this one, we're going to create a new measure, and we call this grand total skill count. And I'm going to shift enter down. And so normally we would do something like this. We would do sum of, remember we created that calculated column, skill count. So I can go ahead and insert that in here, close it, press enter. I'm going to just drag it in. This is not what we want just yet. We still have to modify it. I'm going to drag it into the values, but it's doing that calculation here. I'm not liking how it's formatted. I'm going to format it correctly real quick. Anyway, that's not what we want, right? We want to get it to this, where we actually see the grand total skill count popping up, basically modifying that filter context. Well, for this, we're going to use a very popular function that you need to get down, and that is called calculate. This evaluates an expression within a modified filtered context. Hence, we can modify our filter context, so this allows us to do it. Now, calculate is pretty simple in how we're going to execute it. Let's actually type it out instead of looking at it here. I don't like how it's written. I'm going to shift enter down, type in calculate, and then open parentheses. All right, the first thing is it accepts an expression. In our case, this formula that we put in right here, this is an expression. I'm going to tab it over. So that is our expression. And then I'm gonna put a comma, and then we can apply a filter after that. And that's actually optional as noted in the square brackets. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just going to Shift Enter down and put in another parentheses, press Enter. Anyway, if we notice after running this grand total skill count did not change. It still correlates. So the formula still works the same using calculate. But now I want to put on a filter into it. Filters are pretty easy, and you probably know how to write them yourself. I'm gonna do Shift Enter. I could do a filter something like this, where I wanna filter the job title short to be equal to data analyst. And then running this, we can see from this that all these values here are equal to that of the data analyst. So that filter context overwrites it. But we want to get that grand total, so we want to look at the entire table, if you will. So we can use this function, all. It's also a popular function that you should know. It returns all rows in a table or values in a column, ignoring any filters that may have been applied. So I'm going to remove this filter that we just made. I'm going to type in that all function, and it takes a table name or column name. Our calculated column is in that job postings fact table. So we're going to go ahead and put this. I'm going to press Enter, and bam, now we have that value, overriding and inputting it through our filter context. So in recap, there are 3 different types of context. Filter context, which we most recently covered, has the highest precedence. It overrides query and row context, and you explicitly modify calculation environment using functions like calculate, like we did. Next up is query context. It determines what subset of data to include based on the visual selection using things like cross filter, filtering, or even inside of a matrix, how it can come out there. Query context is going to override our row context level, which has the lowest precedence, and it operates at that individual row level like we demonstrated with calculated columns. Now this is an advanced topic, but it's important that you understand what's going on here, because you're going to get yourself into trouble if you don't understand this precedence and you start building more complex calculations with DAX. Trust me, I've gotten myself into plenty of trouble with this. Now let's put this knowledge of different contexts to the test by building this visual here, which we're going to be able to break down basically what is the median yearly salary for all job postings, and what is, using modifying our filter context, what is the median yearly salary of only the US. And we're going to be able to evaluate this at a skill count level. So let's get into building it. For this, I'm going to remove some room, and I'm going to remove the slicer. So we've already calculated this median yearly salary. I want to now calculate what is the median yearly salary just for the United States. You can also just modify this to any country that you live in. So feel free to do that if you want to. Anyway, what I'm going to do to keep things simple, I'm just going to copy all this here. And inside of measures, I'm going to create a new measure. I'm going to paste it in. We want to do this for the US. So this is my new measure. And I'll modify the comment so that way it says for the United States. Now remember, in order to do this, we are going to use the calculate function. So I'm going to type in calculate and then Shift Enter down. We want to do the median value of salary year average. And we want to put a filter on it. So I'm going to Shift Enter down for that. And for that filter, we want to make sure that the job country is equal to the United States. If you do a different country, you need to make sure that you spell it correctly. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and press Shift Enter and then close the parentheses and press Enter. So let's actually see this bad boy in action. I'm gonna create a clustered bar chart down here. I'm gonna drag the median yearly salary into the x-axis and median yearly salary for the US also in here, making it slightly bigger. We can see, which is pretty interesting, the median salary for the US is slightly lower. Also not liking how this number's formatted. I'm gonna select this, format it as currency, and change this to 0 decimal places. Now, one thing to note with this calculation that we currently have, median yearly salary, I retyped in this right here, which if we look at the median yearly salary, it is the same calculation. And it looks like it's this hint, this red highlighting, mainly because normally it's not written like this with this extra spacing. I just did that for demo purposes earlier. So I'm gonna clean that up real quick, press Enter. Anyway, This is the same thing. So inside of this median yearly salary, what would actually be better practice instead of using this is referencing directly that other measure itself. It is still an expression. Whenever I press enter, the value is still the same. So I know it's working. And yeah. And so in this case, we're still using that filter context to filter down to this. Now we want to get it by the count of skills. So in that job postings fact table, I'm going to drag in the skill count to the y-axis. Now it goes all the way up to this level, which looks like it's like 35. But when we start getting higher, right, there's less values because the likelihood that there's 34 skills in a job posting is pretty low. So I'm going to filter it down. So we'll adjust the query context by going to filters. No, it's sort of counterintuitive, but we're adjusting the query context in this case. We'll leave it as advanced filter, and we'll say when it's less than, we'll say 15 values. All right, so not bad. We can clearly see with this that for less skills, you get paid less money, and as the skills go up, the pay goes up. And when comparing it to the United States in our case, honestly, we're not seeing that big of a difference, and that's mainly because the United States is such a large portion of this data set. Feel free to try out different countries as well and let me know if you find any characteristics about it in the comments. Now, one quick refresher that we covered all the way back in the first chapter, and that's on DAX Query View. You can also use this to evaluate your different measures that you've come up with and are creating. I just find it's a little bit more difficult as it takes some more DAX knowledge, but you can actually do this without DAX. In the case of job count, I can right-click this and they have this quick queries. If I do evaluate, in the upper portion right here, it writes out the DAX in order to get job count below this. So I'll just put it, anyway, the value's down here for job count. Now another option is I can right-click job count, go to quick queries, I can go to define and evaluate. Making a little bit bigger room with this. Now with this one, because I did define and evaluate, it still has the same syntax you notice below, but what is nice about this is they have this option up here of update model, overwrite measures. You can, if you wanted to, create or update this measure. Like I could make this back into using count of job ID. And then I can run it. Okay, I'm getting the same value. And then I can just update the model. And it says, hey, do you want to update the model? Are you sure? And it updates the model, that disappears. And whenever I go into job count, when looking at it from something like the query view, I can see that, okay, it did update, but I don't actually want to update it. I'm going to change this back to this bad boy. I'm going to say update model and update it here. This is a really good environment in the case like our median yearly salary, going to define and evaluate. In our case, right, we had multiple different levels of the formula itself. This is a good case if you were getting complex queries to go in and actually edit it and then update the values based on what you need to. Mainly just want to show that as an option because this DAX query view is a newer feature inside of Power BI, so some people aren't familiar with it. All right, it's now your turn to give it a try and jump in creating some different explicit measures and messing around with those different contexts to better understand it. With that, there's only one more lesson left. And for that, we're gonna be jumping into parameters, and that uses DAX. With that, I'll see you there. Welcome to this last lesson in DAX. And this one, pretty fun one, we're gonna be doing it on parameters, which these allow our end users who may not be as familiar with all the intricacies of Power BI to actually change up what inputs they have inside of a chart and get more of what they want and explore the data better. Let me show you what I mean. Here I have two charts. The one on the left is showing, based on the job title, the median yearly salary. The one on the right is showing basically the same thing for job count. Anyway, parameters are what we're going to be creating in this, and this slicer up in the top allows us to select different parameters. So in this case, I can change the y-axis from something like the job title to skill to even country or even company, allowing me to change up this view. And it's not only limited to, like in this case, the y-axis. We could change up the x-axis. So right now I have selected job count. For this visual below, I could change it to something like median yearly salary. Now, both of these examples are what is known as a field parameter. Now, both of these are known as a field parameter, as we're allowed to input into this different column names or even different measures. Now, besides those, they also have numeric parameters, and this allows us to perform more of a what-if analysis. Here's the scenario we're going to be doing at the second half of this lesson. And in it, we're trying to find out, what are the top paying jobs, but more specifically, what is our take-home pay going to be? In the United States, tax rates can be up to 35%. And this will allow us via a slider to adjust what our different rates are for this. And as you can see, it adjusts our final values in the visuals below. Now, numeric parameters are more prevalent within forecasting scenarios and even things like financial modeling. So personally, I find that it comes second to those field parameters, so that's why we're covering this second. Let's jump into creating our first field parameter. And in this one, I want to be able to view, based on the median yearly salary, it from different types of views, if you will, such as job titles, country, company, and also skills. So we're going to create a parameter to do this. For this, feel free to continue to work with the report from the last lesson, or if you're lost, you can just use that explicit measures, and we're going to be taking it off from there. Inside of here, I'm going to create a new page, and I'm going to name it parameters. So parameters are accessed underneath the modeling tab, and inside of here, under new parameters, we can make either a numeric range or a field parameter. Now, I do want to call out something real quick because you've probably seen it before, and that's with on the home tab under transform data, we have a section right now, it's grayed out, but we have a section called edit parameters and also edit variables. These, although somewhat related, aren't the same parameters that we're going to create inside of here. Specifically, this is the parameters within Power Query, hence why it's in that same drop down for transform data, which opens up the Power Query editor. And these parameters are similar in that you can use it to change up different fields, but usually you use them to change to different data sources very easily. Anyway, that's beyond the scope of this. I just wanted to point it out in case you had questions about it. So back to the modeling tab under new parameters, we're going to do the first one first of fields. If you actually select the wrong one, you can change it inside of here. Anyway, we're changing it back to fields. And for the name of this, I know I'm going to put into a slicer. So I give it a name that basically cues the user in that they can select with this. So we can do something like either select category or select value. We'll just do select category. Next up, we need to start dragging the applicable columns that we want into there. I know I want job title short, job country, skills, specifically from the skills dimensional table, because we want that name. And then finally, we want company, which you actually have to input in name if you want to get that from company dim. It asks at the bottom, do I want to add this slicer to the page? You bet I do. Select create. I'm going to move this slicer down just to show. But we have our name of select category, and then look at all these names, especially this one of name. That's not really readable. What is that? So luckily for us, we know DAX now, and this is the formula behind how this parameter is created. Also, with that over here on the right-hand side of the data pane, we have this select category. And if we view it within the table view, we can see that it has three different attributes about it, or three different columns. It has the select category column, the select category fields, which it tells it what are those different columns that it should be using, and the select category order. What order should it put it specifically in a slicer? Obviously, we can't edit it from right here. So we're going to edit it from that formula bar. Change job title short to just job title, job country to country, skills to just skills with a capital S, and then name to company. Pressing enter, see our slicer updates below. If I want to change the order in this slicer, say I wanted skills actually second, which we need to put it number 1 for this one, and then country third, so that one needs to be 2. Gotta love the index of 0. I can do that, and then it updates below as well. All right, so let's now use this in a visualization. I'm gonna put select category up in the top, and then put a bar chart underneath it. We want to look at the median yearly salary. So I'll take that and drag that into the x-axis. And then normally when we go for the job postings fact table, drag in job title short into here. But that doesn't help us here, right? Because we want to be able to control the actual view within here. So we have to add this to this visualization. So I'm gonna uncheck this, and we wanna go to that select category here, specifically this of select category, put it into the y-axis, and bam, here it is below. And now whenever I select different options, so skills, it updates for the skills, the country, and then also company. Now you can't do multiple values with this, so we need to change this visual to make sure that our users work with this properly. So under format visual, I'm gonna go into our slicer settings, and I'm gonna change this to a title, along with under selection, I'm gonna make sure that only single select is allowed. Now, we've only demonstrated the y-axis in this, or the categories. What if we want to change this one down here with, specifically with different measures we have built? Well, let's create a parameter for that. And for this, we're going to be switching between median yearly salary and the total job count. So under modeling, new parameters, we'll go to fields. For the name, we'll use select measure. And inside of here, we're going to drag again that job count and then also that median yearly salary, and click create. These names are already good enough for how I like it. This is looking good. I do want to format this visual in the fact that I only want it to be a single select, and then also let's make it look similar being a tile. So now we can switch between this median yearly salary and this job count, but it's not doing anything on our visual. I can create another visual, but I actually want to demonstrate how we can use this on this visual right here. So I'm going to remove median yearly salary. And then for select measure, I'm gonna drag it into the x-axis. I'm gonna make this a little bit bigger now. But now I can switch up between median yearly salary and job count. And we can do this for country, company, median yearly salary. This is pretty neat, and it allows a dynamic access and manipulation of our visualizations. Now, one quick note, this one here of select measures, remember we're doing the aggregation with a measure. But I'm gonna demo something real quick. You don't have to follow along with this portion. I'm gonna demo something that doesn't work that you need to be aware of when building this. Specifically, let's say we're creating a new parameter. We'll say it's a field as well, right? And we wanted to select between yearly and hourly salary. Should be yearly or hourly salary. Anyway, inside our job postings fact table, right, we do have this salary hour average and that salary year average. I'm gonna go ahead and just create this. Now let's say with this slicer, let's say we're just replacing this one up here, and we want to put it inside of this visualization. So I'll come to select salary yearly or hourly, remove the select measures, and I drag this into the x-axis. Okay, this is not going to work. And even when I select these different ones, it's not gonna work. And this is because, right, these are columns and we're trying to do an aggregation on the x-axis. Previously, we were doing either a count of jobs or a median of the salaries. It doesn't know what to do by default, and so it's not even going to make a visual, and it's gonna end up breaking. So, gonna get rid of this and drag select measures back in like we liked. Additionally, I'm not keeping this because it's broken, so I'm gonna remove it. And also I'm going to delete this from our model because it doesn't work. All right, so bam, back to working properly. Next up, let's get into a numeric parameter. And for this, we're gonna be building this one here on selecting the deduction rate. Now this one, we're gonna have to do a little bit more work because yes, we can set up our numeric parameter, very similar to how we set up our field parameter, but then we actually have to implement it into a DAX calculation or an explicit measure in order to calculate what we're trying to do with this deduction rate. Basically, we're trying to take a deduction of the median yearly salary. So this one's gonna take multiple steps. So I created a new page, and then under new parameters, we're gonna create that numeric range. We'll call this select deduction rate. For the minimum, we're gonna be doing 0. Maximum, we'll go to, we'll say 50%, but in this case, we need to put a decimal, so 0.5. And then for the increments, we're gonna do that of 0.01 increments. For this, the typical tax rate, at least in the United States, is 20%, so we'll do 0.2 for this. So I'm noticing the red values, I skipped over this. The data type, we have to make sure that this is a decimal number. Anyway, all those red boxes are cleared. We wanna add a slicer to this page, create. Okay, I'm gonna drag that across the top here. Next up, let's create a visualization that we can actually use this on. So I'm gonna insert in a stacked bar chart, and we'll have median yearly salary on the x-axis, and then a job title short on the y-axis. I'm gonna change this name to job title. Now we need to go into implementing this. into where we want to take whatever deduction rate we select from here, from our slicer, to basically deduct from our median yearly salary here. One quick note, notice I made an error. I have the stack bar chart. We want the new measure that we created right next to it. So I'm gonna change this to a clustered bar chart. Should be no change visually. So let's get into creating this measure using median yearly salary. So I'm gonna say, I want a new measure. We'll call this median yearly take-home pay. Press Shift-Enter to get down. And for this, we wanna use that median yearly salary value, and then we wanna subtract our deduction rate. So we're gonna do a little bit of algebra here. We're gonna multiply times 1 minus that deduction rate. But what the heck is that? How do we get this deduction rate in here? Well, if we go to that select deduction rate right here, and just give me an error right now because I exited out of that, it's fine. I have, notice compared to the other ones of select category, they only have one value, but select deduction rate has 2 values. And the second one right here is, we can see by the icon, a measure. And that's what we want to use. We want to use that select deduction rate. So typing in select deduction rate, it's popping right up. I'm going to do that and then close the parentheses. So just so you're aware of what's going on here, right? If I have a deduction rate of 20 or 0.2, we're going to do 1 minus 0.2. That gives 0.8. 0.8 times our median yearly salary. Makes sense? Let's press enter. Now, whenever we do this and I remove this, nothing's going to happen because we haven't added it to our chart. So with our visual selected, I'm going to add median yearly take-home pay underneath here. And now whenever we adjust this, we can see what it needs to be. So at 0%, just testing it out, both of these are equal as expected. And then doing a 50%, it is half of this. So pretty neat implementation of numeric parameters. Now, DAX has a lot more features to cover, more than I can cover in this video. Frankly, I could make a whole course about it, and I did, actually twice, on Data Camp. Specifically, I have 2 other courses I would recommend after this if you want to learn more about DAX. The first one is just DAX functions in Power BI. I'm listed down here as the collaborator. I was basically the brains behind the scenes putting this course together. And this goes into all the basics of DAX. When we get into iterating functions in chapter 4 of this module or of this course, that's when we start covering more new stuff that we didn't cover in here. The second course that I helped create was Intermediate DAX in Power BI. This one has a lot of things in here that we didn't even cover in this course that are frankly intermediate. Here I am listed as collaborator down here. Anyway, this would also be a great option to dive into next if you want to learn more with DAX. I may consider in the future building a second Power BI course, basically getting into advanced DAX and encompassing all these different other techniques. So if you're interested in that, let me know in the comments below. Anyway, that was our last lesson of actually learning what to do with Power BI. We're now going to be jumping next into the final project, applying all those different concepts we've learned and building something out super special. Oh, I forgot to mention, you do have some practice problems, your last set of practice problems, to go through and test out parameters with. Anyway, and with that, actually, see you in the next one. All right, welcome to this final section where we're going to be tackling our last project. And this is going to be broken into 2 videos. First one is actually building out our dashboard, and the second one is getting into my recommended ways for sharing it. Now I'm going to start with this. You can feel free to follow along in this video and build out the recommendations that I'm going to recommend for building out our second project. But I highly recommend that instead, if you want to, you can watch it, but I recommend just skipping it and you dive deep and build out your own dashboard that you find usable and beneficial to you. Truth be told, I'm not going to be there holding your hand in the real world, guiding you along on what you need to do. So you need to take the initiative now and start coming up with ideas on how you can actually build effective visualizations. So with that, I'm going to provide first some constructive feedback on our last project. That way it can maybe inspire some ideas on what you could build out. And then from there, I'm going to build out what I want to actually build. So let's get back into some feedback that I have on this first dashboard. And as a reminder, remember it was 2 pages. We have our first actual landing page dashboard. And then in the second page, we're allowed to drill through into particular job titles so we can dive deeper into insights. Anyway, I've been using this bad boy while going through and building this course, and I have some thoughts on things I want to improve on it based on my real world experience with implementing dashboards. Anyway, the first thing is this. The KPIs, specifically those cards up at the top on the main dashboard, are really beneficial. I really like them, and I like that they provide value immediately to me on what I'm looking for. Now, regarding all the other visualizations, they're great, but I particularly like the visuals on hourly and yearly salary. This scatter plot, not gonna lie, it's a little hard to read, but I do like down here these different plots or these different charts that we've implemented into our matrix to show this. We don't need to necessarily do it like this, but maybe we could use parameters to build something with this. Here's some other areas that I want to tweak. The KPIs or the cards I said I did like, but that average job rating, it's very unclear on what actually is going on there. And frankly, it's biased to what I had set up for this 5-star system. Also looking at it holistically with the main page and also with that drill through page, there's just too many visuals for my liking. I want to drill it down to only the core visuals necessary. And although the drill through feature was really nice and fancy, in my practice, I'm not seeing it getting used as much unless you're actually training your users on it. So here are my top features that I definitely want to include on this. I want to focus on two things mainly: skills and then salary of jobs. For the skill data, I want to show, like we showed previously, the counts, but also it in a relative percentage, like how many jobs are requesting Python. And then for the salary, I want to do this for job titles, and I want to be able to easily flip between analyzing for hourly or yearly. Now, the last two things are things that I've actually gotten insights from this website of mydatanerd.tech. And that was this country filter was a really big demand of my subscribers. I initially, when I built this, didn't have this, and everybody was commenting, include a country filter. Also, I really like the aesthetics of this, specifically how it's more of a dark theme with it. So that's the last two things. We're gonna add a country slicer, and also we're gonna be using dark mode. So let's get into rough drafting out this dashboard. As a reminder, you following along with me, completely optional. However you want to do it, feel free to do it and modify as necessary. Anyway, in the first dashboard that we built, I actually physically wrote this out. Yeah, I know this is my bad handwriting. And I actually physically drew this out, but I don't always do this. Instead, I like to sometimes just play around in Power BI, shaping things and rough drafting it that way. So that's what we're going to do for this one. For this, you can start off with the file that we used in the last lesson, which if you got lost along the way, just go into that DAX folder. It's that last one of parameters. We want to use that same data model that we created previously. And so all of that different work we're going to keep. I'm just going to end up getting rid of all these different sheets towards the end. Anyway, I'm going to start a new page here and call it Data Jobs 2.0. Now we're going to be implementing a dark theme on this. So I'm going to go ahead actually right now into View. And under themes, I'm going to change it to, I really like this theme right here, this Innovate. And I'm going to change it to this. But I'll be honest, this isn't dark theme enough for me. Specifically, I want to work in a dark theme too. So going into Files and then under Options and Settings and Options, we can go into Report Settings. And I'm going to actually change my layout from this portion to a dark theme. Bam! All right, now we're ready to build with dark theme. So remember my two main areas that I want on this on features. I want one area or one half focusing on skills and then the other half focusing on salary. So I'm gonna put two visuals on there to get started. Personally, I prioritize skills over salary because you need the skills to get the salary. So stealing this from our skills stats page that we built, I'm gonna take this visual, Control-C, and then put this in here. I'm going to lower it some because like before, we want a great design layout where we have the KPIs up at top and then the visuals below. Other thing is I want to make sure that this is centered. All right, looking good. Next thing I want is, remember those salaries. And for this one, I'm going to use that new measure check page that we have created right here. And I'm going to copy this one down here that has all these different ones in here and then paste it in. I'm not realizing I should have got the skills one from there too, because right now this job count isn't using our measure that we created. So I'm going to actually delete that out of there and drag job count into here and then update that y-axis to say skill. All right, so remember, I'm just rough drafting right now. I do want KPIs on top of here. So we're gonna be using that card new. Make sure you don't select the actual visual and do this. I'm gonna Control Z this. I didn't have the outside selected. Insert in card new. I'm gonna drag this along this top area right here. We're gonna put titles and slicers up at the top, so that's why I'm gonna leave that space. Now in this, I'm gonna have 4 different KPIs. I want the leftmost to deal with, well, like counts and skills. So I'm gonna drag job count into here and then also skills per job. And then over on top of this one, don't worry, this is gonna shift over as soon as you add more. Over on top of this one, I want things like the yearly and then also hourly salary. So I'll drag median yearly salary in. I notice also that we don't have anything for hourly. So what I'm gonna do is gonna copy the median yearly salary, right click, create a new measure, paste this one in, replace everything for hourly, and everything is updated, press enter. And now going and dragging in median hourly salary with that slicer selected. Only 3 things are showing. That's because under format your visual, the layout, right now it has max card shown 3. We want to bump that up to 4. I also don't like this border around each of those cards. So I'm going to select border or type in border. And then underneath cards, I see that that's the border that I want. I'm going to undo it. I also don't like how these are not centered. They're all left aligned. So inside of callout values, I'm going to go down here and just center those. All right, not too bad. Let's insert in a title and put some slicers up at the top. Put in data jobs dashboard 2.0, made it a 36-point font, and then put it in bold. All right, now let's add in some slicers. Remember, we want to slice 2 things. We want to slice that job title short and then also the country. But let's actually format this one how we actually want it to look, and then we'll copy it. Specifically under format visual, the style, we're going to change this to a drop down. I'm also going to make the values a little bit bigger so that way you can see it to size 14. Inside of here, I want a few different options, specifically the selection. I want to show select all, so I'm going to enable that. And then in the slicer itself, clicking the 3 dots, I'm going to enable search. That way, whenever they drop down here, they can actually be able to search for something like data analyst. They can select it, it'll filter. All right, undo it. The last thing is I like to queue people in. So I'm just going to say select job title. Okay, looking good. Let's actually copy this. And in this one, instead of doing select job title, we're going to drag in job country, and we'll rename this to select country. Now I do want an easy way to clear the slicers, so I am going to insert a button. Specifically, we're going to insert a clear all slicers button, and I'm going to put it over here to the right-hand side. Under the button option, going to style, I'm just going to say, instead of clear all slicers, only 2, I'm just going to say clear slicers. Also make that text a little bit bigger. And I'm going to enable the shadow to make it look a little bit more stand out so people understand it is a button. I do have to format things a little bit to make a little bit more space for it. All right, looking good. I'm liking this layout here. It's very simple. We got 2 visuals underneath. We got our main KPIs up at the top. And then we have the appropriate slicers as well. All right, now that we have the rough draft out of the way, there is some refinement I want to get into with this. Specifically, as I mentioned in the beginning, for these skills, I want to look at it from 2 perspectives, job count and percentage. And then for the salary, I want to look at it from yearly and also hourly. I want to be able to switch between them. We need to do parameters for this. Let's get into the skill one first. Specifically, we want a percentage. What do I mean by percentage? Well, in my app, I don't present counts of a particular skill. Instead, what I present is the percentage or likelihood that it's going to be in a job posting. In this case, Python is in 55% of all job postings. Whenever I filter for something like data analyst in the United States, it tells me something like Power BI is in almost 17% of job postings. So we need to create a measure inside of Power BI to do this skill percentage before we even create that parameter. So I'm gonna right click our measures and select create new measure. In this, we're gonna create a new one called job percent. Now, in order to get this percentage, we have to divide. We have to have a numerator and a denominator. So we're gonna use the divide function for this. So the numerator is the count of a particular skill that has been filtered down into the correct context. So in the case of something like Python that's below here, that is the count of Python, which is 244,000. Anyway, that's done via the measure job count. So that's pretty easy, right? We just put in job count. But now the denominator, this needs to be basically this job count right here, this 479,000. But I can't just put something in like job count, right? Because this isn't going to show the right context. I'm just doing this for demonstration purposes. I'm dividing job count by job count. And then inside of here, I'm going to drag job percentage in here and take off job count. Anyway, every single one of them, right, is 100% not what we want. Actually, going to job percentage just to show what we do need in here, we need it to be basically that 479,000 of 479,000. We're not going to keep this because we could potentially put filters on it. I'm going to show you why. Anyway, pressing enter to do this. See, this looks very similar to what we saw previously. And I know this is correct because it has the same around 51%. That's what I expected to see for Python and SQL. Right now, it's not in the right format. So I'm actually going to select it. I'm going to change this to a percentage with 0 decimal places. Anyway, I digress. So with this job percentage, how are we going to get this correct value in here? Because right now, if I were to now filter for something like data analyst and then go down, right, this number has now changed to 113,000. So I can't hard code it in. These percentages are not correct. They're entirely too low. We need to basically use a certain function that will remove that query context. This is why it's important that you know between row, query, and filter context. Going into job percent, we're probably going to use something like the calculate function for this. And for the expression, we're still going to use job count, but we want to do something in order to remove this skill context filter or this skill query context filter that's on there. Well, lucky for us, there's a function for that called allSelected. This removes the filters from columns and rows in the current query. In our case, those column and rows would be the visualization. And with this, it retains all other context filters or explicit filters. So we need to specify what filters we don't want it to actually filter down for. And specifically, we don't want to filter down for this skills. So I'm going to put in all selected, and we could put in a table name or column. We need to put the name of the column or name of the table where the skills are. So skill dim. All right, now pressing enter. Boom, this data analyst actually updated and it's where I suspect, right? Power BI here is up to 23%. Notice this is gonna be different from our dashboard or datanerd.tech because datanerd.tech has multiple different years. We're only doing 2024 within this dashboard, but the percentages are very similar. Anyway, if I wanted to double check this, I could, inside this visualization, in the tooltip, drag in that job count, and then I could double check the math by saying that, hey, is 26,500 divided by 113, 23%? It is. I did the math, just in case you don't believe me. All right, sweet. Let's go ahead and remove this data analyst filter. And let's now, since we have our job percentage and job count for this one, and our median yearly and median hourly, we need to create our parameters for this. Because we're going to have slicers, or basically tile buttons below this, to select what kind of view we want to see within each of these. So inside modeling, I'm going to go to new parameters and we're going to do into fields. And for this, we're going to say select skill measure. And I'm going to drag in job percent first because I feel that's more important. And then they can also, if they want to, switch to job count. And I'm going to go ahead and select create with add slicer to this page. I'm going to drag it down to this bottom portion right here. I'm going to change this slicer though. I don't want it to be a vertical list. I want it to be actual tile buttons. And I don't like the title on there. I don't want it to have a title on there. So I'm actually going to click on here, just press space, and then press enter to remove it. And then reformat this other visual to be right above this. Okay, so now I can select things like job percent or job count, and it's doing nothing because it's not in our visual. So with our visual selected, I'm going under select skill measure, and I'm going to drag that into the x-axis and remove this job percent. Okay, so now I can switch between job percent and job count. And the proportions of these should remain the same, so that's how you can also double check that your math is right. Anyway, let's do the same thing now for this graph where we want to create a parameter for hourly and yearly salary. So I'm going to create a new fields parameter, and I'll say select job measure. I want yearly salary first, followed by hourly. We're going to go create this. It's going to add in a slicer. Similarly, I'm going to remove the title by selecting all of this in the fields well, pressing space and then enter. And then under Format Your Visual, under Slicer Settings, I'm going to change this to Tile. Once again, this isn't going to do anything until we actually add it into our visualization itself. So I'm going to drag this in here to the x-axis and get rid of that median yearly salary. And now we can select between the two. Pretty neat. Also, I'm noticing our median hourly salary is not formatted correctly as currency. And we're just going to keep it simple at 0 decimal places. All right, this is looking pretty sweet. I'm liking it, but I do want to do some elements of improving the background to show how this actually all works together. Because right now, it's really unclear that the parameters work with these graphs above here. So we can build in visual cues in the background that they are associated with each other, along with these KPIs as well. We're going to follow a similar approach that we did in the last project, and I'm just going to use these rounded rectangles that we're going to end up putting in the back. First thing I'm going to do is actually put these around the appropriate KPIs. So we'll do each of these, but let's actually, I'm getting ahead of myself. We need to adjust the coloring first. I don't want this blue color. So under the format shape, I'm going to the style. And then for the color, first I want to match the background exactly. And I'm actually finding I can't match the background exactly, but what I want is, I want it to be slightly darker. So I went with black, 20% lighter. And I don't know if you can see, but there's like this blue line around here. Specifically, there's borders on. And for this one, I'm going to make it even slightly darker to make it stand out and pop. And make it pop even more, I'm going to turn on shadows. All right, so this is good enough. I'm going to now copy this and then paste this for this KPI as well. And then I'm going to create 2 more for these visualizations. Now with these visualizations, it's getting these extra rounded curves. I don't really like that. So I'm going to go under shape and the rounded corners. I'm going to just bring down until it matches the rounded shape of that above it. It's around 10%. All right, looks good. Going to copy this one, going to paste it. Not bad. Like last time, I want to group all these and put them in the back. So we need to go into that view, specifically showing the selection. I must minimize this. So this is showing all of our different shapes. I'm going to select all of our appropriate shapes by holding Control, selecting them all. Now they're selected, right click them, go to group, name this group background, and then put it all the way in the back. But we can't see it, right? So we need to remove, for each one of these visuals, we need to remove their backgrounds or make it transparent. So I'm going to turn off the selection pane. We're done with that now and get back into visualizations. We're going to go into these visuals and specifically under the Format Your Visual, under General, under Effects, we're going to remove the background. And then for these cards, it's a little bit more complex. You actually have to go into cards as well on top of what you just did, and then select background and turn this off. Anyway, now need to adjust these. Well, at least not the KPI cards. Those are fitting just fine inside of there. But we need to adjust now these visuals to make sure that they're fitting inside of these appropriate blocks. All right, not looking bad. This is now finalized. The next thing that I'd want to do is, hopefully you've been saving this along the way. If you haven't, now's a good time to save it. But I'm going to actually save this with a new title so I can get rid of all these different pages. And then we can upload it to the Power BI service if you happen to want to do that option. Not required by any means. I'm going to call this Data Jobs Dashboard 2.0 and then go through and remove all these extra pages in here. Okay, everything's in here that I want. I'm going to save it again. And then under the Home tag, I can go into Publish, select the dashboard I want to go to, and click Select and upload it. So here's mine uploaded onto the Power BI service. I can go through if I want to, select things like Data Analyst in the United States, and bam, this thing is good. I'm liking it. Remember, if you did take this option or do this option, you can go to the option of under File, Embedded Report, and then Publish to Web. And then you'll get this link, which you can actually view mine at the link below. And this is accessible from any URL and completely interactive like we showed previously. Anyway, now I think we have the dashboard in a much better manner. This meets all the things that I wanted out of this. Specifically, I wanted to have insights on the skills, what were the top skills, and then also with the salaries, what were basically the highest paying jobs, hourly and also yearly. And for cases where we want to filter our data down, such as looking at something like the data analyst, we can get even more insights and value out of things like the KPIs above here. Overall, I'm pretty in love with this dashboard. Now it's your turn to go through and finalize your project. Once again, as a reminder, you're not required to follow my project exactly. Feel free to adapt it to your need. Anyway, in the next lesson, the final lesson, we're going to get into how I would go about sharing this dashboard along with that previous dashboard that we created halfway through this course. With that, see you in the next one. All right, first of all, congratulations on wrapping up the second project, and now, if you will, this entire course has been nothing short of your hard work. In this video, we're going to be going through how to actually better share both of those different portfolio projects that we put together. But for our most recent dashboard, we still need to go through and create a README to document what we all did. And as we're going to find out, we need to reorganize our project. Anyway, what do I mean by that? Let's jump in. So here I am inside of VS Code, and we haven't changed anything since the last left off. But specifically inside of our Power BI dashboards, we have 3 different objects: images folder, the data jobs dashboard or actual Power BI file, and then our README. I can even pull it up on VS Code just to show that, okay, it is these 3 things, and that README is getting put on that first page. And that's for this project or this repo that we have of Power BI dashboards. But I want all of our projects in here, or our current 2 projects in here. So we need to restructure this in a way to accomplish that. So back inside of VS Code, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a folder for these projects right here. I'm going to call it Data Jobs V1, press enter. Anyway, I'm going to grab both these items and put them inside of here. Now with this restructuring, unfortunately, we don't have something to show on the front of our repo. But now with this restructuring, it's going to affect how our repo looks. Specifically, I'm just going to show this for demo. You don't need to do this. I'm going to push these changes up to GitHub with this commit of move folders, commit, and then I'm going to sync the changes. Now refreshing this inside of GitHub, what we're going to notice is, okay, we got our folder, but now we need a README. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a README for the top of the repository and then direct people to either Data Jobs V1 and Data Jobs V2. And if you happen to make other projects in Power BI, you can just add them straight to this. So super convenient. So back in VS Code under Explore, I'm going to go ahead and add a new file. And this one is going to be called readme.md. Now these readmes, right, they need to be named this specifically because that's how GitHub knows to pick it up and display it. I'm going to close this side pane and also zoom out a little bit. I'm pressing Control and then minus. All right, so let's go ahead and build out this front page. And we're going to keep it really simple. I'm also going to be opening up this side pane so we can see as we work as we go. I started off simple with my Power BI dashboard portfolio, give a little short intro into what I'm doing here. And then underneath this, I have a featured dashboard section, which we can now list all of our different dashboards. I'm going to start by first putting in that Data Jobs dashboard, this V1. We're going to just put an image in real quick. And we're going to use that same image we've been using that we have in our image folders. And for this, I start by giving the hypertext, so an exclamation point, and then inside brackets, the actual alt text, and then in parentheses, the link to that. Specifically, we want to go in the images folder, and we want that project 1, page 1. Now for me, I'm also going to list right underneath this the link to this, so that way if they wanted to, they can go to my interactive dashboard that's hosted on the Power BI service. Now the next section that I'm going to add is optional but highly recommended. I'm going to capture in bullet point very succinctly what are all the different Power BI skills that I used in order to build this visualization. And then right under this, I want to link them to my README in the project 1 folder so that way they start checking out this. So we're going to create a link. In square brackets, I'm going to put what I want for the text. And then from there, I'm going to put in the link. So whenever they go to click on it, it will pop up and then they can go through that README that we previously had. One note, I just put the skills that we previously had generated into ChatGPT, had it condensed down, and that's how I got this list right here for our new README. So we have the core features built out for this. I'm liking what's going on here. I'm going to now save this and then close out of it all, go into source control, And I'm going to push this up to my README. Feel free to actually do this now too as well. I gave it the commit message of update source README, and then I'm just going to sync the changes. And now inside of here, I'm going to click refresh for GitHub. And we have this now to where it shows, hey, these are feature dashboards. This is our first dashboard. We can view it on Power BI service. Oh, I want to view the full project one details. I can click on it and it navigates me to this page here where I can now see all of this. Now that we got that out of the way for the restructuring, let's actually get into building out our README for V2, or the most recent one that we just built. So I'm going to create a new folder, call it Data Jobs V2. Inside of here, I'm going to add a README because we want a README for this one. And then the last thing we do is need to, wherever you save Data Jobs dashboard, your 2.0, you need to just go ahead and drag it in. But apparently that doesn't work. So navigate where it is in File Explorer and then open V2. Then I'm going to go ahead and just copy this and then paste it right into here using Control-C, Control-V. Now for the README for Project 2, we're going to follow a very similar structure to that of V1. So I'm going to just go ahead and copy this bad boy, then go into here and paste it in, Control-V. And so I don't get confused, I'm going to close out of the other one. I'm going to minimize the Explorer so I can see better and then open this view. All right, so this is Data Jobs dashboard and it is V2. We need to get first and update an image. For this, we're just going to use that snipping tool like we learned to use previously, which all we have to do is press Windows Shift S. So I'm going to snap a shot of this bad boy. Go to markup and share. And specifically, I want to save this. And I'm going to save this in our images folders, project 2, page 1, save it. Now inside of here, all I need to do is just update that this is actually project 2 underscore. Bam, it's appearing right here. I've also updated my link for this that we created previously, which I can just click on to verify that it is in fact working. It's up there, it's good to go. Next up, I'm going to update the introduction to make it more relative that we upgrade the last dashboard. And I just highlighted this project offers a streamlined single page interface to quickly explore crucial market trends. Now, scrolling on down to the skills showcased, these skills were really dealing with the first half of the course, so they need to be updated for the second half of the course. So I'm going to go ahead and delete them and start from scratch. With this one, I focused on not only dashboard design, but how much we use Power Query, how we use data modeling, and also DAX. And then I did highlight again the visualizations we used of car charts, cards, tables, and whatnot. And then finally highlighting those interactive features like slicers and buttons and bookmarks. For this bottom portion, we don't have 2 pages, so I'm actually going to get rid of all this portion regarding the second portion. I'll update our image right here to be from project 2. And I don't really need this title as well. And we're going to get rid of this text as well. So above the image, I want to call out that this is the second iteration of this, consolidating the dashboard into a single focused page. And then underneath this, I call out how we've basically made this more concise and we focus it on key KPIs like job count, skills per job, median, yearly, hourly salaries. The last thing to wrap up is the conclusion. And for this, I just highlight once again that this is a V2 and that the purpose of this was really streamline a lot of the analytics and stuff that we did in V1 in order to show what is most important to job seekers, job transitioners, and job swappers. All right, this is looking good. I'm gonna go ahead and save this. The last thing that we need to do is now just update that README on the main page. So I'm gonna close out of these, that way it doesn't look as confusing. The README on the main page. And for this, we need to add in that V2 down here, right? So we have V1 for our first dashboard. We need to highlight V2 underneath this. So I've put a title in here for this one for Data Jobs Dashboard V2. And the first thing I want to do is actually show an image. So I start by providing that alt text and then in parentheses, the actual hyperlink. I also, like above, want to have it to where it goes to the Power BI service. So I'll put in a hyperlink to the Power BI service. Now we're going to do a similar format to what we did up here in that we're going to talk about the key skills utilized. So underneath this, we're going to be putting that. And with this, feel free to have just ChatGPT summarize what we wrote last in order to capture those key areas we want to talk about. And then underneath this, remember we want them to go to that README that we just created for Project 2. So I'm going to go ahead and put a link in here where they can view the full project. Anytime you create any link, you should always verify that it works, and it directs me right to it. Good to go. Now at the bottom, here's a little optional area that I would recommend adding for this front page of here. And that's a about section or about this portfolio. And this just explains that every project has its own README, that you can get even more insights about it. And then they direct you to the different Power BI files. Okay, this is good to go. Just do a once over for this. I'm liking it. Let's actually get this onto GitHub. So I'm gonna make a message of project 2 complete, do commit, and then from there sync the changes. Navigating back to the source folder. Let's see if it's working. Okay, it looks like we have our V2 in there. We have our main page showing our first project and then the second project as well. And make sure that the links are working. I can navigate to the project 2 README, which has all the different information in here for it. It's looking really good. So no work ever happened unless shared on LinkedIn. We're gonna go through the same steps that we did for project 1 to share it. The first thing is adding a project. Here under our project section, we're going to click add. So I added this name of Data Jobs Skill Dashboard 2. I put in these skills, which are different from our last one, right? We have Power BI, but also now DAX, Power Query data modeling, and I added this one of KPI dashboards. For the link for this, I would direct them to the README of V2. And so I'd copy this one here. And then under add media, I'm going to add in a link, paste in that value, and then click apply. One quick note, if I navigate back to that source folder, right, this is where we linked for project 1 to go to, which it may be okay, but if you're a perfectionist, feel free to change that to this area right here for them to actually navigate into and see project 1. After this, put in a start and end date, and you can go ahead and save this. Now for those that supported the course, as soon as you complete the end of course survey, I'll automatically send you a certificate of completion. And you know what we got to do with this bad boy? We also got to get this onto LinkedIn. On your profile, under licenses and certifications, I'm gonna go ahead and click add. For the name, we'll put in Power BI for data analytics. List me as the issuing organization. Update the issue date. There is no expiration date with this, so you can leave that blank. The credential ID is located on the certificate itself. And then you'll also get email with this, the actual URL to the certificate, so you can actually display it, that you can use as the credential URL. Update those skills. I just listed the same ones that we covered in the project 2 because I feel like those were more robust. And then from there, you can add any media, images, or whatnot. I would just recommend using that GitHub profile, specifically the main Power BI dashboard here that allows them to navigate to all the different files we did for this. So I'm just going to copy this and then add in this link here. Looking good. All right, all we gotta do, now click save. Last thing we gotta do is actually post about it because it's great that you updated your profile, but you actually need to let others know what you did. In it, just make it simple. I've put an intro of, hey, I just completed this course, gave a quick insight of what we built and the skills we use for this. Feel free to tag myself and also Kelly in this. We love seeing what you actually build with this. And then finally at the end, you can list the URL to the project. Also, some people just like to put it in the comment section because apparently it works better with the LinkedIn algorithm. I included a photo too to just make it a little bit more engaging, and go ahead, post. So once again, congratulations for wrapping up this course. It's been nothing short of your hard work. One last note, it's not too late for you to get that certificate of completion. All you gotta do is support the course and then complete the end of course survey, tell me how I did during this, and then I'll email it right to you. All right, if you got value out of this video, smash that like button. And with that, I'll see you in the next one.